Early. Did not mean to do that. Hello, hello, hello. I need like 5 more minutes. Sorry. Okay, now I'm ready. Sorry, I was in the middle of a coughing fit. How are you all? Good morning. To everybody this time, actually. Lord Fluffy Art, first time I've seen Visora do a morning stream. Yeah, don't get used to it. It's just the next few days up until the inauguration. Just to, I don't know, make sure that I'm not dying on inauguration day. And you're shivering for some reason, probably because it's freezing in America right now, isn't it's like the middle of the winter. Yeah, Leftist Leo, you're right. Get a blanket. Uh, how dare I? I dare, Leftist Leo. What's up, Corncob TV? So, I'm not entirely sure how today's stream is going to go. Obviously, I almost never stream at this time of the day. I have no idea how many people end up tuning in, but this is usually a bit too early for politics for me, but I had to click on the stream title. Yeah, well, I mean, look, we're going to get into the ceasefire, but just to start off with, this is exactly the type of stuff that I like to see immediately preceding a good faith ceasefire. Israel steps up attacks on Gaza ahead of ceasefire expected start time. Like 26, never had a girlfriend, no social life or friends. Seems like all I do is work. Any ideas? Talk to strangers. That's a good place to start. Easy one lag. I mean, exactly what you're doing now is a good place to start. Making friends as an adult, especially, like 26 years old, you're an adult. Making friends at that age and older is difficult. You don't have the scenarios already built for you. You're not in school. It's harder to make friends at work as well because work friends it's a different vibe. There's different necessities to it. So go and find a hobby that you like. Some people like D&D, for example, in this chat. I've given that as an example before. And find local groups near you that do things like this, or go to your local library. They usually have flyers for events or things like that happening. Other than that, you can just go outside and chat with random people. You'll make friends. It's surprisingly easy because a lot of people want that, but they're not aware that they do. They think it's uncomfortable, but then they realize, oh, actually, I really, really, really want that. Yeah, going to local game stores is another good idea, Leftist Leo. I love that I'm getting sick. Again, I'm like forever sick now. So, before we get into the real, like, important topics, I mean, everything today is important. I wanted to play Disco Elysium for half of today. That's not going to happen because there's, unfortunately, far too much to talk about. But starting off with, one of the largest issues that we have in this country is the lack of an educated populace who is good natured, like good intentioned rather. They want a lot of the same things that we do, whether or not they think they do or not, whether or not they say they do or not. Really, they want a lot of the same things that we do. It's just unfortunate that nobody really knows how to think anymore. And part of that, really most of that, does come down to A, media, and B, education.
This video is for the government.
And there's no sound. Why is... Oh, that's why there's no sound. Finding small streams of my favorite game has helped me in the past. That's also a good way to start. Corncobs, like, I didn't give any online examples because I tend to think that online social interaction, while being good and helpful, is not what we should strive for. We should be striving for in-person social interaction, but it is a perfectly valid step to take in between. So, education-wise,
This video is for the government. I think the real national security threat is having an undereducated population. I tutor for the SAT, and I don't know if you guys know this, I'm sure you do. There's a literacy crisis in this country, but you may not know is that there's also a math crisis in this country. I have 18-year-olds who don't know what 4 divided by 4 is. They're going to college. Negative.
18-year-olds that don't know what 4 divided by 4 is.
I don't know, 6 minus 4. Oh no, right? They don't know how to define percentages. Don't ask them how much are you supposed to tip. What's a 4% tip? They don't know these things.
It is really
The
bad.
reason why they implemented Desmos into the SAT is to make it easier.
I don't know what that
Desmos
one
is.
is.
That's a
Calculator. Thank you.
I have kids who tell me that they have a math teacher in their class, and inside of their classroom, the math teacher is teaching to 2 different math classes. 2 different levels of math they're teaching because they don't have enough math teachers.
I mean, I can understand why the kids are bad at math then.
Classes in one.
I mean, the kids don't actually care about learning. That's why they're bad at math. But if they did, in a scenario like that, it's pretty difficult to learn. In-person social interaction is a pain when your parents refuse to take you to the library and actually make friends. God damn, I forget that, like, you have to be able to get places, and in the United States, you kind of need a car to be able to get most places. Which kind of does put a damper on that.
Kids who tell me that they have a long-term sub in their classroom who has no math background.
Leftist Leo, would you actually need the calculator, or would you need it to do it quickly? Would you be able to do that math without the calculator with a larger amount of time? Or do you think that you simply could not do that math? Because I think there is a meaningful distinction to make there.
I've got kids who said, yeah, last year we had a long-term sub. They quit in the middle of the year. Then we had no teacher, and now we got pushed on to the next grade, and we don't know what the fuck is going on. I've got kids in charter school, and they show me what they're doing. They show me their curriculum, and that's fucking fraud. What they're doing, their school is committing fraud.
I mean, yeah.
Because that's not an education.
I will say this does fit perfectly into the new US economy, because it seems like everything that we have as a part of our economic system is just grifting now. It's not like we don't make anything in the, like, what are we selling? What are we exporting from the United States? It's media, which is mostly filled with grift, or TV shows and movies, which are also flopping. So what are we really exporting other than social media? Not much. Manufactured goods like cars, less so than we ever were. Lemmy Winks. I mean, Biden brought some manufacturing jobs back, sure, but not all that much. We grow food, but how much of it do we really export? Most of the food we grow in the United States is fed to livestock, and then the livestock is, I mean, I'm sure that's exported to an extent, but how much of it versus how much do we eat? Because we eat more red meat than pretty much anyone else in the world. Um, there's stuff there. I just mean, as an economy, most of what you see is based off of hype, lies, social media. Like our tech stuff we export, sure, but a lot of that is grift anyway these days. We export a lot of it. It's why we export a shit ton of beef to China. Ah, okay. That makes sense then.
Do you understand? So I think maybe that's the national security threat. Okay? Not a fucking social media app, which, by the way, it's a
Morning. United States mainly exports services with 3.5 billion last fiscal year. Thank you, Dan Ditso. And by services, that's kind of what I mean. Services is the idea of our media, our movies and TV, but as well as our content creators, our social media influencers. It's the grift economy really is the vast majority of our current economy, and I think it's going to trend more in that direction over time. Which is not great, but also at the same time, everyone's kind of realizing that capitalism isn't doing all that well. I mean, yes, this is in part due to the TikTok ban and young people getting up in arms over that, which is producing some genuinely funny effects that we're going to go into a bit more later. But yeah, well, that's the thing, Lord Fluffy Art. That's under Biden's economy. Biden brought back those manufacturing jobs. The weapons, sure, the weapons aren't going anywhere. Cars are moving like internationally. What most of our car manufacturing died a long time ago. What little Biden brought back will probably stay, but Elon Musk is trying to build a mega factory to build cars in China, not here. That's, I don't know. It's concerning to me how much of our economy is centered around things that could very easily go away. Food-wise, I'm sure there won't be too much of a difference with that because obviously most of the politicians are captured by the meat industry, by the dairy industry, and goods and services. Again, like you just listed the goods, the services are the grift.
If TikTok gets banned, I never want to hear capitalism breeds innovation ever again. Capitalism is not a progress-driven system, and the idea that
We do, but not nearly as much as we should be leftist, Leo, and China's beating us with that right now in global exports. Goods with the three main are soybeans, sorghum, and corn animal feeds. Yeah, so like agricultural products. America never stopped producing shit. It was after, like, not on purpose. It was after the economic crash of 2008. A lot of the car manufacturers did very much struggle following that, and we lost a lot of those manufacturing jobs. And also automation definitely did go into it, but it wasn't to outsourcing. I'm saying that we're going to lose more to outsourcing now, not that we had in the past. The reason we lost those manufacturing jobs in the past was economic cataclysm. But the idea that like funny thing for with example with CAFTA, the export of rice from the United States to Costa Rica have reached 0% tariff after a period of 10 years that it had a 35% tariff. That is kind of funny. The system that we live in, the material conditions in which we exist, and how we engage with them has remained vastly stable and consistent for the last couple of decades. And this has contributed to an increase in the way that the wealthy live, an increase in the economic mobility of the upper middle class entirely disappeared post 2008, and really only now is starting to make a comeback with the first Trump administration definitely helped with the upper end of the middle class having some more mobility in how much money they can make, but realistically, all of the money is being siphoned from the bottom up every time. With NAFTA and CAFTA, the other 12 free trade, you import more than you export, and that's where we're already at. I mean, we got rid of NAFTA. It's not... Do we still have CAFTA? Hold on. Let me not misspeak. Let me double check something before I say it. Services, yeah, no, estimated 108 billion in 2022. Exports were 58. So yeah, it seems like we're still doing that. The issue being, if our imports are higher than our exports, and our population is trending towards the upward increase, as it will continue to do, even with the deportations, if they happen, we will still have that, because there's no way that they can deport enough people to cut into that without entirely crashing the economy. It's going to make it worse for you to be able to afford things, because again, if we're importing more than we're exporting, we're paying more money to bring these goods into the country. And if there are more people in the country who want these goods and we're not making them, then, well, that makes a difference. Both are still active. NAFTA and CAFTA are still on the books. Really, I thought NAFTA was done. Damn, I need to look back into that.
Driven system, and the idea that it does somehow encourage innovation or progress is a lie that is fed to you by the very same people who would crush any innovation that was threatening to them and their money-making scheme in any way. Capitalism is a profit-driven system, and as we are seeing over and over and over again, when you have enough profit, the incentive then becomes to crush any
Didn't we replaced NAFTA with the USMCA, but it's basically the same thing, isn't it? Okay, that makes sense. I wasn't imagining something.
Competition to stifle any innovation. The wannabe capitalists, you know.
Well, so the thing is, I'm just explaining this under his pretext, Lord Fluffy Art. You really have to, like, come at me like this first thing in the morning, man. Jesus, let me just set up for the stream. Holy shit. Like, I haven't even started the segment.
Temporarily embarrassed millionaires who will defend the free market until their dying breath. They should be furious that the free market is being stifled in such a way that the demands of the free market have not rendered Facebook obsolete years ago when it should have been. The TikTok ban should be the last bit of proof that you need that capitalism is a failing system. The elites know this. That's why they're not even being subtle about the fascism anymore. That's why, despite everything that's going on right now, with how much the American people are suffering, our government's biggest concern is censoring its citizens. Before the keyboard warriors hop in my...
Now, understanding that, like, the idea of taking away TikTok is more than just taking away TikTok. All of this is fitting into, yes, what she said in that video, the taking away Americans' abilities to speak about the truth, to share information, to censor Americans in our political beliefs. But there is more to it than that. It really does fall into the idea of economic warfare to an extent. And we'll jump back into TikTok in a minute, but I do want to focus a bit more just on the economy right now. But Lord Fluffy Art, you made a good point here. Trade deficits don't matter because we actually get stuff with a trade deficit. They don't matter contextually. Now, if we start throwing tariffs into there, if we start throwing a reduction in U.S. workers with the idea of deportations, but also you could flip that on its head and make it an increase in U.S. workers through labor camps, which is the more likely possibility. It adds variables to this. In the end, the whole, like, idea of, will this be better for the economy? Will this be better for the economy? They will do what is best for the economy. It just won't be what's best for you. That's never been in question. The economy will be just fine. The economy has been just fine for quite a while. It's just not just fine for you because all of the changes that are made don't have any impact on your wages. And your wages are what affect you down this far on the food chain the most. The tariffs would absolutely affect you. That would be a tariff on you. The issue still being they don't care about you. I mean, here, have a look at a JP Morgan strategist on MSNBC the other day talking about how American workers just won't ask for a raise.
American workers just won't ask for a raise. It's remarkable. I mean, we saw production non-supervisory workers' wages up 3.8% year over year. We've got 8 million job openings. Everybody knows it's hard to find a good employee, but yet quits rates are below where they were before the pandemic. And either American business is great at saying why they're not going to give people a raise, or American workers are just wimpy about asking for one. But whatever way it works.
I wonder, is it that the workers won't ask for a raise, or is it that the businesses won't give them one? Oh, holy shit, why are there ads on? There shouldn't be any ads on. Good thing I noticed this before it got too far.
We're just not getting inflation coming out of the labor market, and without that, you cannot get sustained inflation.
That was very loud. And of course, we're going to import more from poorer countries because they can't afford to buy our shit, and we can afford to buy their shit. Yes, it is a combination of both, which is what I was trying to get to. But on top of this, part of the actual plan here is to import less, hypothetically, depending on who's actually making the decisions, because as we know, at least what they're trying to sell with the tariffs is that the purpose of this is to bring manufacturing back to the United States, which would in turn increase the amount of jobs, which they think would increase their wages, but there's literally nothing that says that that could or would happen, especially with the incoming attacks on labor unions. The reality of it is it will continue to be a mix of both. This last week really solidified for me that the next Trump administration will be very similar to the first Trump administration in that their incompetence will continue to hinder them from doing a lot of what they want to do. Of course, they'll still manage to do a lot of horrible things, but they will keep tripping over their own feet. And beyond this, the wealthy will continue to get wealthier, and they will continue to steal from you. That is, it's status quo, but faster on the decay is what's in store for us. One thing is the internal job creation and offshoring. I worked 15 years in the service industry. I worked for CS, for Amazon, Capital One, sports books, porn sites, AT&T. Goddamn, Dan, so you've been around. Incompetent by design. Exactly, Jump J. Lord Fluffy Art, it's not going to work. Tariffs never work. Globalization is inevitable. It's a good thing. I mean, I agree. And we know this. They know this. There is no doubt on this. Even just today, there's news about Donald Trump reversing his stance on China, how he was talking with Xi Jinping on the phone, and they were going to do some really great things together. They're aware. They know. They are constantly lying. I've been saying for a while, a lot of this Mexico, Canada, Greenland invasion shit, none of that's going to happen. Leftist Leo, I think it will be even more incompetent considering they replace cornerstone secretaries with bumbling morons. Yeah, exactly. It's just more incompetence. Comrade Lenin, he has yes men around him, which he didn't have in the first term. I think he'll get a lot done, but it will be limited by what he wants to get done. They'll get a lot done. Just don't think that they'll get the worst of what they want to get done, as to the degree that they have planned, spoken about, and want to. Bat guys, what's up? Good to see you today. Did customer service for GameStop, and it's not that we can't buy your stuff, it's that we'd rather sell you ours and have a mixed economy protecting our internal production. I mean, it makes sense from, their perspective. Oof, good luck, Lord Fluffy Art. I mean, I was just talking about options. I've made it really clear since the very beginning that when you're talking about the Trump administration in a long-term, even even like 4 to 6 weeks away is enough for it to be long term in this scenario. Making predictions is not likely to turn out with the right answer. It's very difficult to predict what these people are going to do because they don't even know what they're going to do. I'm feeling all right back, guys. I'm still like a little bit sick, having an annoying cough and shit today. But they're so open and overt with the oligarchy that, I mean, they can't even hide it. We're going to watch Joe Biden's farewell address in a bit, and even he's saying it out loud. But this is a man who worked on Wall Street, who knows what these people think, what's going on behind the scenes, and he's just being open about it.
Correct. The two things can be equal at the same time, or the two things can exist in parallel. The people who could vote but don't can be voting no confidence, disengaged with a failing system.
Oh, fuck off. I don't care about you. Come to here.
Which is a treadmill people can almost never get off.
Cruel capitalism. I do like that framing.
To the people?
No. Why not?
Because you have different systems. You have 3 money systems. You have a survival money system, which is a treadmill people can almost never get off.
Yep.
You have a lifestyle money system, which is people that are in the middle somewhere where they're paying a mortgage and they're doing this and they've got to work and whatever. And then you have people that have, let's say, more than $500 million, where no matter what they do, they can't run out of money.
Yeah.
Because it's like, think of it like water, ice, and steam. So water would be the solid manifestation of an economy. Ice.
That's the labor, by the way.
Would be the bottom, unmovable. Water in the middle, and steam at the top, where no matter what you do, you're always creating more money above 500.
Because they can't lose when they're
you're exposed to assets, and all assets are more valuable all the time, and you by definition own assets.
And the regular
there's
work,
nothing you can do to not have money.
And the regular worker is
now paying 15 or 20 bucks for a piece of cheese,
right,
which is why they're firing the incumbent.
And what
full stop.
What type?
Now, the framing of firing the incumbent here really does make it clear how they're trying to frame this, because obviously under Biden's administration, the economy did great. Your labor rights were more protected than they'd been in decades. More jobs were created, more wealth was put into the economy. But did you feel it? No, of course you didn't. And so he is right to that extent, in that people did absolutely vote with their wallets. They just unfortunately also didn't vote with their brains.
Type of H2O, is that, what are they?
That would be water.
They're water. And so they're not going to see that benefit in their paycheck. No one sees it. Go on.
Yeah, nobody sees the benefit outside of the service industry.
When money comes pumping back.
We're going to cover the ceasefire in a bit, Batgaz, but I wouldn't get so excited over it considering past ceasefires that Israel has participated in, and the fact that this right now is the first headline when I just Google ceasefire. Open already. Israel steps up attacks on Gaza ahead of expected start time of the ceasefire. So I wouldn't get too excited too quickly. These rich people freeloading all for hard work. I don't want my tax dollars to go to these trillionaire welfare queens. Same, Comrade Lennon. I mean, you're not wrong.
Back in because people are spending it.
But the more you incentivize people like Ackman and Musk to invest in solutions for America, to invest in the future of humanity, like to invest in success with the things that matter the most.
You're not wrong,
America.
Corn Cob, because Americans are, you know, they don't know that the president doesn't get to control the prices at the gas pump, the prices you see at the grocery store. The president has no control over this, but we're dumb enough that we think they do.
I think that there's a lot that's possible. Yeah. And it just becomes a question of how are we organizing that discussion? And is that discussion really what's going to happen? Which I think that's the most optimistic version of the situation, which would correlate to the folks you were putting on television. But it doesn't mean that the biggest voting bloc is the one that's disengaged.
Yeah.
I mean, there's two worlds. There's a world of political parties controlled by wealthy individuals in cities, primarily, financially.
Yeah.
And then they have messages that match targeted audiences.
which is what we see all the time. But what I would like to add into here is that the wealthy that live in these rich areas, they don't just own the cities and the coasts. They own the entire world. There's like 7 people making all of the decisions right now. And it's Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Peter Thiel, Bill Clinton. It is the billionaire class. That's it. Our forefathers should have considered turning into toads so they could have gotten a chance to jump around Crackertown. I have no idea what you mean by that, Tyler Baxter, but I mean, it would be fun to be a frog for 5 minutes. I'm not sure about in the USA, but here in the UK, 95% of the petrol tax is imposed by the government. It's not the tax that's the issue. The government could reduce the fuel price by getting rid of the tax, but the fuel price isn't set by the government. It's set by who you're importing that fuel from. If, let's say, you're importing the United States, although we produce the most oil, natural gas resources in the world, we also import quite a lot of it. We import a ton of our fuel from Canada, and we buy that as crude oil, and then we refine it, and then that's sold at the pumps. Now, if, for example, the entire global economy centered around oil has its price change because a country, or rather a group like OPEC, decides to cut production of oil for 2 weeks and reduce the amount of supply that there is on the entire market. Whether or not Canada does anything to the supply that we as America import here, it does not matter. That price goes up because the entire market price of oil went up. And when it goes down, it goes down. In the UK, you guys used to be a lot more dependent on Russia, for example. Let's just invest in EVs and solar. I mean, EVs aren't even all that much better. That's the thing, you know. Speaking of EVs, actually, here's one of the larger issues with EVs.
To evacuate in California. The blaze broke out Thursday night at the Moss Landing power plant. Located about 100 miles south of San Francisco, it houses tens of thousands of lithium-ion batteries, including some used by EV manufacturer Tesla. Lithium-ion batteries are known for their difficulty to extinguish once ignited. Fire crews are not engaging with the fire and are waiting for it to burn out on its own. Local authorities report that over 2,000 people have been told to leave their homes, while many others are being ordered to shelter in place.
The thing with lithium-ion batteries is that they can burn for like 24 hours. But yes, get Musk out of California. True. I cannot understand how we here buy oil from Russia when we have multiple oil rigs in the North Sea providing for our own oil. You probably use a lot more of that on corporate needs, and you buy the oil for the rest of you peasants. The rich get their good oil, you get the shitty Russian oil. Probably. I mean, that's not as it's almost certainly more complicated than that. But for simplicity's sake, any question you have about why your government is doing something stupid or nonsensical, the correct answer is almost certainly just financial incentive.
A full-scale response involving firefighters from multiple counties is underway. Officials have described the incident as a, quote, disaster, but said the fire is expected to remain contained within the plant's concrete structure. Offices and schools in the area were closed today as a precaution, and nearby Highway 1 was also shut.
I can absolutely turn up the video a bit. It's cheaper for California to import oil from the Middle East than from Texas. True. That's true contextually. It could go the other way around. It could honestly flip back and forth because a lot of these prices are subject to factors that can be manipulated by those either in or outside the country and in or outside of the industry. Elon is getting hit with L after L this week. I feel bad for him. I don't.
Shut down to traffic. Residents as far away as Santa Cruz County are being advised to keep windows and doors closed to limit outdoor exposure.
So, like, again, that's the issue with EVs. They're not all that much better for the environment, A, to even produce, but I mean, like, the fires burn for hours and hours and hours without being able to put out all that easily. And then on top of that, you can't, you have to close your windows, evacuate to limit exposure because of the toxins that are in the air from this fire. They need to build a pipeline from Texas to California to make oil cheap in California. Well, I hope they don't do that. Sorry, I know you guys like living in California, but I would rather not send more oil over there, if I'm being honest. I'm just getting some of the sillier stuff out of the way first. But as we've seen, the TikTok ban is, looming. It's tomorrow for most of you. I hope you're all going to enjoy your final day on TikTok. But what has come out of this? Oh, please be quiet. Don't autoplay. What has come out of this is more than just young people jumping to a Chinese version of TikTok, the Xiao or whatever, Red Note. It's more than just this. Because what a lot of people don't understand, or what we're underestimating, is how many people make their livelihood on TikTok. How many small businesses exist on TikTok? How many Americans pay for their rent with money that they get from TikTok? It's a lot, and it's going to make a pretty big difference. You're not wrong. I do agree with you with all of that, Lord Fluffyard. Fuck TikTok. It should have been burned a long time ago. But a lot of people do financially depend on it. So, are you going to cover the Elon gaming cheating scandal? No, I'm not going to. I don't care enough. And plus, both Hasan and Vosh have covered that one extensively. What's up, Shardsport? Good morning. Corncob, never had TikTok, still pissed because my freedom. Seriously, though, how are the free speech people cool with this? Well, they're only cool with free speech for them.
Unless its Chinese parent company sells the app, is set to take effect 2 days from now, but it remains unclear if and when that ban will be enforced. Today, the Supreme Court upheld the law, rejecting the company's argument that it violates free speech.
Yeah.
In a unanimous opinion, the justices wrote, quote, TikTok's scale and susceptibility to foreign adversary control, together with the vast swaths of sensitive data the platform collects.
Guys, let me let you in on a little secret. Every social media company is selling their data to every country in the world. Like, your data is being sold by Facebook, Meta, to China just as much, if not more so, than TikTok. Twitter, absolutely selling your data to China. There is so little actual difference between TikTok and any other social media company that it's almost comical. The entire point of this really just is that there was a bit too much pro-Palestinian sentiment on TikTok. Trump seems to be trying to save it. Biden has said he's not going to enforce the ban, but then TikTok has said if this isn't solved today, whether or not the United States enforces the ban, TikTok's going to enforce the ban, is what I'm hearing. So I feel like this might be such a good thing because so many people make a living off of TikTok in this country. So many people supplement their income with TikTok in the United States. And a lot of those people are also on the right. Now I'm just going to skip a bit ahead Oh, holy shit. Why are none of you telling me that, like, I don't have the video up? Whoopsie.
Too distant future. NBC News' Savannah Sellers, who broke the news during our show yesterday that the Biden administration won't enforce a ban on TikTok, joins me now. And also with us is...
You're not wrong, Corn Cob. You're not wrong.
NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett. Thanks so much to both of you for being here. Savannah, let me start with you because I know you have been all over this. What happens now that the Supreme Court has upheld the ban?
Yeah, Kristen, it is a very, very good question. So for people who are wondering, what is TikTok going to look like on Sunday? We are trying to answer that question for you. And the reason that we don't have an exact answer is because TikTok does not know yet what TikTok is going to look like on Sunday. I know Laura's going to touch on this and she can handle some of the legal concerns that what's known as service providers would have here. But what is going on inside TikTok is...
By service providers, they mean ISPs, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile.
Conversations with companies like Apple, like Google, like Oracle. That's what's defined as a service provider or an app store or an internet hosting service. Of course, those are the places that have
no,
the app.
I care, Lord Fluffy Art. If you don't care, you don't have to watch. Like, this is important, and if you don't want to wait for me to get to the point, what are you doing here?
Available for download. They're also the places hosting the data for TikTok. Are those companies going to feel that they have enough
There's a funny point at the end of this.
From the Justice Department and from the Biden administration today.
Just trying to bring some levity. I mean, come on, guys. We're talking about oligarchy. We're talking about a fake ceasefire. Do you guys not want some light news to start off early in the morning?
Vague, and I assume purposefully,
am I insane?
To essentially say we are not going to implement, but not expand on exactly what that looks like. Can these companies for sure continue offering those internet, those data services to TikTok and not get hit with these fines in the billions of dollars as the law is written? That's a big question right now. TikTok has said their absolute last resort would be going dark. It seems like that is not an option that they will have to exercise.
The more
if
important
Biden is saying
bit
day one
now,
the more important bit than the legal side of it is the economic side of it.
Administration saying we're not enforcing those fines. The Trump administration hasn't really weighed in.
It's so undone with a stroke of the pen, even if President Biden wishes it wasn't so, and even if the incoming president-elect decides he wants to so-called save it, it's on the books. And the Supreme Court, the highest court, has now upheld it. And so the app may look the same on Sunday, but there's technically a violation. And so that's why for the companies, it's still a risky proposition because this is a sort of political wind change that's happening right now as opposed to a legal
You're going to care.
Because the law now is clear.
I want it to be banned too. I want all of social media to be banned. Lord Fluffy Art, you might be grumpy, but don't fucking take it out on me. Come on. We're covering the news.
We can
it's
ban
what I
this
do.
app unless there's a sale, and there appears to be no...
It was Trump. Trump was the one that started all of this. Donald Trump was one of the first ones who wanted this app shut down. And now he's trying to save it, hypothetically.
On the horizon, Kristen.
Laura, it's interesting the language from the High Court today, writing...
Yeah, the people that we message to care about this, man.
Scale and susceptibility to foreign adversary control, together with the vast
Again,
loss
just
of
like
sensitive
every
data
other
the platform
social media
collects,
platform.
Justify differential treatment to justify the government's national security concerns. What did you make of what the court decided here?
So, again, I don't care about the court. Give me the actual
in the meantime,
economics.
The clock is ticking on TikTok as the ban is set to go into effect on Sunday.
Don't pun
but
like
incoming
that.
President Trump may be looking for ways to block the shutdown. TikTok's CEO is actually going to attend your brand, your employees in, Huntsville, Alabama, where you're based.
To be honest, I feel like what's not being considered with the TikTok shop ban is the morale on the American people, right? I feel like it will be totally against 170 plus million people's right to speech, freedom of speech. And then on top of that, it'll directly impact their income in a significant way. Some people only find joy on TikTok shop platform in the palm of their hands. So outside of just financially, we got to talk about the Americans' emotional stability. Some people rely on this heavily.
A lot of people did get radicalized to the left through TikTok. Now it's more so the other end of it, but yeah.
And as for me, we've done 3 million in a single day.
That's
and
the
not
thing.
Only just
at this point, Twitch and YouTube are going to go the same exact way. From this point forward, every social media company has already bent the knee. Jeff Bezos owns Twitch. He also influenced the Washington Post to not endorse Kamala Harris. Mark Zuckerberg bent the knee. They were all hanging out in Mar-a-Lago last week.
A lot of people are connected to our brand through affiliates. They make money off of this. So I feel like
so many people make their entire financial living. So many people are supplementing their income. But the funniest thing to come out of all of this is people posting shit like this. Now, this is from someone who lives in China. But the comments on these, as well as I'm sure many of you have seen, a lot of unironic tanky shit from the libs. Please, Emperor Xi, come save us. We can't help ourselves. We can't run our own country. But everything in the video that this is being said about is true. I just don't want you to think that China's better. Don't simp for China just because we're taking away TikTok and they have Red Note. Everything that we're about to listen to this woman talk about, which is heartbreaking, by the way, also exists equally everywhere else in the world. The oligarchy is global. It's not centered on any one country. And Candace Owens joining Red Note, did she get banned? Because Nick Fuentes tried to and he got banned.
Please stay for this, because I've reached the part
That's
in this
fair.
whole
What fluffy art?
class consciousness part where
We
I'm
could
just
all,
filled
I
with
think
the
we
most
could. I think we could all use some re-education. But I mean, look. Even class consciousness keeps coming up. This is why they want TikTok gone. By the way, it started off with the pro-Palestinian stuff. Now it's that it's class consciousness. It's the pro-Luigi Mangione stuff.
impotent rage, and I'm talking that white hot, I need to sink my teeth into something and scream kind of rage. Because what do you mean that it never had to be this hard for us? What do you mean in other countries they don't have to spend 20% of their paycheck on groceries? What do you mean in other countries everyone can own homes because they're not paying $2,000 a month in rent, or that their mortgages aren't their entire paycheck? What do you?
Or on Reddit, you can get gaslighted about how Biden is doing his best so Gaza will be bombed too. Oh, literally, everywhere is just bullshit. Nobody believes in anything. My heart goes out to this woman. I don't want to watch this whole 3-minute video. It's too sad, especially for the time of day that it is. But I understand that perspective. This is people discovering that it didn't have to be this way. She didn't know that, and it's breaking her world. I mean,
percent of their paycheck on groceries. What do you mean in other countries everyone can own homes because they're not paying $2,000 a month in rent, or that their mortgages aren't their entire paycheck? What do you mean that people in China work one job and they don't even work 40 hours?
I don't think that that's true, and that's where we come into some problems here. Is the class consciousness bit is great, but don't fall for the Chinese propaganda. And it is Chinese propaganda. It's not just being perpetuated by China. It's also being perpetuated by us. Before we get to that really quickly, this is how I feel about TikTok.
That fucking does it! Apparently, all this peaceful shit that we've been doing did fuck all. What we should have been doing is crowdfunding for a few more boat rides for old Clarence Thomas. Because today, the highest court in all the fucking land, filled with miserable old fucking codgers, decided that the case against TikTok did not, in fact, infringe upon their First Amendment rights. Bear in mind, these are the same geriatric fucksticks that think posting on Facebook, "I do not give Meta the rights to my photos," actually fucking does something. I knew we were in danger when they compared one of the most powerful, complex algorithms ever fucking written to a t-shirt. But fuck's sake, come on, unanimous? You got Sotomayor and fucking Uncle Clarence to agree? Fuck's sake. You can mark my goddamn words. This is going to go down in the history books because this had jack shit to do with national security. This had to do with the fact that there was just a little bit of class consciousness starting to happen on this app, and they could not watch the ants start to stand up. And now we will all watch as the orange shit stain swoops in on Monday to pretend that he's actually trying to save it. Do not give that motherfucker any credit. He started this whole deal. All of this to say, this is officially the dumbest fucking timeline. Can somebody stop the Earth because I'd like to get off this ride? It fucking sucks.
I have nothing to say that disagrees with him even remotely, because that is objectively correct. What you got for me, Lord Fluffy Heart? Can't watch it. It's copyright. What's up, Wardega? Good to see you. Denditso, well, it ain't that straightforward. I could go on for hours about the wealth gap in Latin America, or even comparison analysis between Africa, Europe, Asia, and Latin America. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But a simplification in some cases is absolutely worthwhile. And I would like to point out, sorry, it's copyright. I can't watch Breaking Bad clips on YouTube. I would like to point out, though, that this isn't new. We have always lived in the dumbest timeline, because this was 10 years ago.
Waiting. To be honest, I never think in these terms, he said. I swore I will never hand over power to my relatives, my in-laws or children. It's out of the question. Lukashenko denied being aware of the German foreign minister's sexual orientation when he said he would rather be a dictator than gay, in what was seen as a scornful comment towards Guido Westerwelle. But there was little sign of remorse. I forgive women for their lesbianism, he said, but I'll never in my lifetime forgive men for being gay. A woman becomes a lesbian only if we men are so wretched.
So, yeah, we have always lived in the dumbest timeline. How long before Elon saves TikTok by creating his own? I mean, he tried to buy it and they said no, so again, though, just to be really, really clear here, you have to think about the pro-China sentiment growing in parts of the left in terms of the greater board. We've been pretending, Trump pretended his entire first administration, and also didn't pretend at the same time, because they love to do that, that we don't like China, that we're enemies against China, that we are trying to make sure that China doesn't surpass us, that we are in a Cold War with them. That isn't true. It's just not true, because Donald Trump is a big fan of Xi Jinping.
Now in China, Trump has become a cultural phenomenon. I mean, that's incredible to see. And we shared a little bit of that, but wait till you see what Will Ripley has to show you.
Extraordinary diplomatic moves by Chinese President Xi Jinping. A phone call
and
Friday
yes, you're right,
Xi
Lord Fluffy.
and President-elect Donald Trump.
I have a very good relationship with President Xi. We have been communicating with each other.
The phone call seen as a rare public signal of Xi's willingness to work with Trump. An unusual move by China's leadership. Adding to the diplomatic gesture, Xi...
Dan did so. You're on a roll. And you're right. Most of TikTok's users are outside the United States. And after Musk bought Twitter, many outside the United States left it, but many of us are trying to build platforms outside of China, United States companies. We want to have our own social media. Please do, because once YouTube and Twitch censorship become unbearable, I would like a place to be able to stream.
The first time sending Vice President Han Zheng to Washington for Monday's inauguration. Han, the highest-ranking Chinese official ever to attend a U.S. presidential swearing-in. Trump's return to the White House is a trending topic on Chinese social media. People are calling the latest SpaceX Starship explosion a fireworks celebration for Trump from his friend Elon Musk.
See, I wonder if there being such a positive sentiment towards Trump in China might kind of put a damper on the narrative of we're going into a deeper Cold War, a trade war with China, that we're not friends with them. His friend Elon Musk doing a fireworks show. Again, his friend Elon Musk, who's also Xi Jinping's friend, and is trying to build a factory to build Teslas in Beijing. It's it's so blatantly obvious.
China's admiration for
And
Trump
you're
comes
not
with
wrong,
an
again,
ironic
Lord
twist.
Fluffy Art,
On
but-
social media, he's nicknamed Nation-Building Trump, a reference to how his divisive policy.
Sundry Clowncar Weibo insisting, no, you guys, Elon Musk is screwing up on purpose. No, Elon Musk is not screwing up on purpose. He's just that dumb.
Policies and personality, along with his focus on China, propped up
What's up, Headless
Beijing's
Chicken?
global standing. Also, comments
And
like
base
these,
back as.
the Dragon King is coming back. The official photo.
The Dragon King. Hold on. Are they seriously calling Donald Trump the Dragon King in China? Please tell me that's not true. That's so funny.
Along with his focus on China, propped up Beijing's global standing. Also, comments like these. The Dragon King is coming back. The official photo of American Empire's King Trump. Don't worry, TikTok is the home base for Trump. He won't ban it.
Yeah, that was last time Dan did so, not this time.
Chinese kids are even learning to dance.
Yeah, can't play that, but they're trying to learn the YMCA because they've become Trump stans.
His popularity in China is a cultural phenomenon. His likeness has appeared on Lunar New Year items, from a Year of the Dog statue to a Year of the Pig shirt. Now, Trump is being called, jokingly, the king who knows everything, a nod to this popular new MAGA hat.
Chinese people look at him and contrast him with their lifeless leaders, and they say, he's the guy we like.
On Chinese social media, comparisons are emerging between Trump
Yeah, exactly.
and
Infallible
Zheng
Fowl, being from the Rust Belt. I get it. The trade war was a talking point to get a win in swing states.
The cunning and
Trump is
resilient
Ozai
protagonist
confirmed.
of
Yes.
the hit Chinese drama Empresses in the Palace.
There is even a Trump fandom in China. The Chinese call Trump Chandaye. The meaning is a great Trump grandfather.
This is not Trump's first cultural impact in China. During his first presidency,
It's
he became
so
the only
funny to me
foreign-
that we think that like America is going to be even more anti-China. We're just reversing all of our views on anti-China and anti-Russia. That's the whole point of the Trump administration, is to bring us closer with the other authoritarian countries in the world. They are dividing up the planet. As it's like they're playing Civ, and they've decided, no, you know what, we can section this part off.
Leader in modern history to dine in the
Great orange capitalist, 1,000 years of capitalism. True, Captain Buggy. We're gonna have the little green book that we carry around.
Forbidden City. The move, orchestrated by Beijing, appealed to Trump's love for spectacle, a brief honeymoon phase in U.S.-China relations, later derailed by trade wars and the pandemic.
Oh, please don't get into some Revelations stuff here. I don't care. I don't care. I don't believe that.
We saw the first time around, but despite all of this rhetoric and the tough on China cabinet led by Marco Rubio that Trump is assembling, people in China do genuinely really respect him.
Green books were how blacks in this country knew where they couldn't go in the pre-civil rights era. Okay, shit. Well, I guess that one's taken. What color do we have available? The orange books. That makes sense. Trump is called the Ginger Bolsonaro. God, I'm loving these. You guys are great. Damn, see, green is already taken. Orange book, little orange book.
Almost love him. They like the fact that he's rich. They like the fact that he has socially conservative views. A lot of people in China share those views. So it's really interesting to go on the Chinese internet and just see all of this praise for Trump, even with people knowing that it could be a very bumpy 4 years ahead.
Yeah, it is. It is really fascinating. But
Do not be fooled by the pro-Trump, not the pro-Trump, the pro-China sentiment that you end up seeing because of the TikTok ban. But speaking of South America, did you guys see that Venezuela threatened to invade Cuba to liberate the Cubans a couple days ago? That was very funny. I mean, obviously nothing's gonna happen, and then immediately following, we lifted some restrictions. Yeah, no, they did. Let's there we go.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this past weekend, Venezuelan dictator Nicolás Maduro boldly declared his intention to invade and liberate Puerto Rico. As Puerto Rico's representative before the United States government, I want to let Mr. Maduro know an overwhelming majority of Puerto Ricans support a relationship of permanent union or permanent association with the United States, be that as a state or as a U.S. Commonwealth. That same overwhelming majority also defends the right of a respectable, patriotic minority to advocate and fight for the island's independence through peaceful and democratic means.
I mean, 10 out of 10, so funny. The idea of making that claim as Venezuela, of we're going to liberate Puerto Rico from the United States. Van Halen frowning at their shenanigans. You're Venezuela. My God, you couldn't invade Guyana. After the debate, Wick DM'd me, is that what you were looking for? I mean, was it, Kediris? Was it what you were looking for? They were just being silly. Yeah, just having a little goof. That's okay. You know who else was having a little goof? These Russians in the UK. Just having a little goof. Yeah, look, okay. Before we get to this, I guess let me address that. That shit exceeded my expectations. I expected it to go pretty much in the direction that it did. I did not expect it to go from 0 to 100 in less than 6 seconds. And I really didn't want to hear the word holes that many times, but at this point, I really think we need a holes emote. Whenever I hear Nicolas Maduro, I think of Nico from GTA 4, and then I think of Roman. Roman, are you sleeping? You fat fuck, come on, man. We call Maduro the Trump of Venezuela. I'm Venezuelan, and Tico. Well, there you go. Maduro is the Trump of Venezuela. And I'm sorry that you have to live under him. That pretty much sucks. I did a debate the other day. It's on the YouTube channel, Corn Cob. If you haven't seen it, there is the link. Go drop a like on the YouTube stream as well, please. We do need a holes emote. Yeah. We do need one.
Major breach of security at the Houses of Parliament.
These Russian diplomats goofing around in the UK.
In the UK, Russian diplomats who entered as part of a tour group broke away from that group and accessed a private area of the building. The incident, which reportedly occurred last month, alarmed security officials and prompted warnings to MPs.
I would think
Europe
so.
Bureau Chief Zoe Ford reports from London.
The meeting place of the UK Parliament, the Palace of Westminster here behind me, is one of the most famous, one of the most recognisable buildings in the world. So it's no surprise that it's one of the most popular places to visit here in London. There are about 25 public tours that go through the building every day, as well as other tours arranged by members of the Parliament, members of the House of Lords,
I don't blame you, Lord
officials
Safiari.
here. Just before Christmas, though, there was a small group of Russian diplomats who reportedly used the cover of one of these tours to get into the building. It's been reported in the UK media that they joined a tour, then broke off to enter a part of the House of Lords that was out of bounds before being discovered.
I would imagine it would be out of bounds, yeah.
By security and removed.
How did this happen? Like, is there no security checks in and around being able to get in? Like, I understand that they were labeled as Russian diplomats. They didn't just sneak in as tourists. They were diplomats. They should have records. If you watched it as satire, it's so much better. That's true.
It's a significant breach of security because the Russian ambassador, diplomats and other officials who work at the embassy here in London have been banned from the UK Parliament.
It absolutely
since Russia
does,
launched
Jump
its
Shay.
full-scale invasion of Ukraine back in 2022. MPs, peers and staff who work in this building are said to be alarmed by the breach. The speakers of both the House of Commons and the House of Lords have both issued messages reminding everyone about the ban on Russian officials.
Starmer
and
is still
urging
the
them to
best
be
one you got, mate. Starmer is still the best you got. This just goes to show where we are and where the people who used to be our enemies are. They're sneaking into our allies' government buildings. Well,
Breaking
we're
news on
talking
the
about mass deportations on day 1. I'll get to that in a second, but Lord Fulfiar, it's one of my friends getting disrespected. If you don't have to get mad. That was the point of the debate. I did have fun doing that. It was a little brain rotting, but I mean that's kind of why I was there, you know? Toby, honestly, barely. I went on a school trip, and once you're in, it's nothing crazy. Makes sense, but again, you're not a Russian diplomat. You're not a potential spy. So, Headless Chicken, yes, they're hitting Chicago first. My theory is that they're going to start north to force folks south. Now, I don't think that we're going to go and do a full, mass deportations the way that they had claimed. They might actually do this in Chicago, but realistically, I think this is more of a cover to go after leftists. They already have 1.5 million of a backlog of deportations they need to get through. And so far, a lot of the anti-immigrant rhetoric kind of dropped off, right? Like, it's still there, it's still present, but they're a lot madder about other things. They're talking about different issues, and I think that right now, the class consciousness growing on the left, but also within the right, kind of does set us up for a we are the greatest threat, so they need to take us out first type of situation. Batgaz, it would be absolutely terrible if the king dissolved parliament. That's what the crazy right wingers want to do. That's what the people who like Nigel Farage, the batshit insane dipshits, that's what they want him to do. It would be horrible for your country. Kediris, do you think you'll do more debates in the future? I'd happily do one if the context and the topic is fun. I'll do it. It was the most off topic, off the rocker hypotheticals, and so many holes, too many holes. Every hypothetical, by the way, let me point this out. There was a strategy in that debate that Quibbles was trying to employ. He didn't want to argue against facts, which I brought to the table. I came in with numbers, with facts, with countries that had implemented this system, and that these things already existed. He wanted to bring this to morality, and so he had to keep pushing and pushing the conversation further away from the topic, shifting the goalpost, that is. He was specifically trying to lay out traps in his rhetoric, which, I mean, if you were watching the debate and you could see the look on my face, I saw them coming a mile away. But he was trying to catch me in a situation where I would mess up something, I would say something incorrect, something clippable. There's a reason he would get so angry when I clarified so often. When he asked me a question, I gave him the answer, but it wasn't just a short 1 or 2 words, that I went further into it and was like, yes, but this and that. He kept getting frustrated because those are clips that he can no longer make. The sentences are too close together to easily cut in. Him screaming like a child was annoying. I mean, yeah, and it's kind of the best part is that I didn't even get to make the arguments that I went in ready to make, and I won the debate because he screamed like a child, and I was a rational sounding and looking person. I mean, I don't think he ever actually once referred to women without also using the word holes. So, yeah. He deflated visibly a lot. It was fun. I enjoyed it. I would rather debate somebody, who's good faith, but you can't always get what you ask for, not these days.
Growing mass deportation concerns here in our area.
That would have made me lose, Lord Fluffyard. If I started to try screaming over him, then I just would have looked like a hysterical woman and no one would have taken me seriously. That's the reality of the world. You get male privilege.
Breaking news on the growing mass deportation concerns here in our area as President-elect Donald Trump prepares to take office in a matter of days. A new report
this is said to be the first
Street
week.
Journal citing multiple sources saying the incoming administration is planning a, quote, large-scale immigration raid in Chicago next week. ABC News has not yet independently confirmed that reporting.
But it comes amid rising concerns over the mass deportation plan that
There have
Trump's
been a
voters
lot of reports over it. It's pretty much confirmed. How far this is going to go, what they're actually going to do, that's not confirmed. And I suppose we'll find out more, because it's not set for day one. Although we do know some of what Trump will be doing day one. And it's not great. We'll be covering a lot of the pre-administration stuff today and tomorrow, as the inauguration is the day after. At least the next, not next stream, but the stream after, via my time. There's a lot to go over, and a lot of it is just intentional idiocy. Failing. It is intentionally setting up systems in a way that is unclear, so that you don't actually have an idea of what might happen next. It's a shitty situation, but it reminds me of the first administration. This is the same kind of shit that they pulled last time, where they inundate the media with a whole bunch of random nonsense where only maybe like 10% of it is true, and it's really difficult to sift through and see what's real. We end up having to treat everything as if it is real, and then because not all of it ends up being real, we end up being discredited for being wrong.
has promised to carry out. Tom Homan appearing on Fox.
Oh, yes. Some Latin Americans who voted for Trump are now on risk. Some haven't even gone back to their countries of origin. When mass deportation happens, our country will be welcome, but they will pay a price. And that's the thing. It's not just them who pay the price. No country is an island unto itself. Anything that happens here affects everyone else. Anything that happens in Venezuela will also affect everyone else, albeit in a smaller way than something happening in America, but it will also affect your entire region. And by affecting your region, you will affect other parts of the world. We live in a globalized economy, a globalized society. Everything ties together. I feel like if they actually tried to do a 20 million mass deportation, most Americans wouldn't have the stomach for what that actually looks like. Yeah, absolutely not, Kitty-Rus. Americans could not do that. Americans don't have experience with struggle and hardship in that fashion, the way that a lot of other countries might. Not our modern population. We struggle economically. We have hardship with a lack of access to food and healthcare and medicine. We do not have the mental capacity for literal Nazi shit. That's what it would take. It would take trains and camps to make 20 million people deported happen. But again, deportations is only part of it. A lot of this is just labor camps.
Fox News tonight saying there will be, quote, a big raid all across the country. ABC 7's Trey Ward live in studio tonight with breaking developments. Trey.
And according to that Wall Street Journal, the raid in Chicago is expected to begin Tuesday morning, one day after President-elect
We're not
Trump's
annexing Canada. We're not annexing any country. Greenland is bullshit. Mexico's bullshit. Canada's bullshit. Panama might happen, but that'll be like a trade deal with China. Iceland, bullshit. We're not doing that.
The report adding that U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement will send as many as 200 officers to carry this out. President-elect Trump's campaign promise of mass deportations is what his incoming borders are.
200 is not a lot. We did this, we looked at the math for this well before the election. If they actually wanted to deport 20 million people, with the plan that they laid out, with the plan that Stephen Miller and Tom Homan openly talked about, if you want links for that, it's in my living source document, which you can find either in the Discord or in the link to the YouTube video. They talked about having about 250,000 National Guard, standing army-wise, to be able to use in these mass deportations. Being able to continue to pay for that is a lot of money. Not only paying for the National Guard, but you also have to pay for the places that you keep them, the camps that Wish.com mass deportation. Exactly. If they needed 250,000 of standing National Guard to do the mass deportations, 300 being sent to Chicago is nothing. There should be thousands. Just last week, a caravan of over 5,000 were moving towards the United States. I have, in the last 20 years of my life, worked migrant issues. I've seen and recuperated dead bodies from Darien Gap. It's really sad, but, you know, you do good work. Dan did so. You do really good work if you are helping these migrants. Unfortunately, no matter what we do, they could build the biggest wall that's ever been built, and those migrants are still going to come because climate change. Climate migration is a big problem, and they're going to see a lot more of it in the United States as well. People from the southern parts of the United States were going to migrate upward, maybe even flee to Canada, where there's more water. I don't think people realize how mass deportations would destroy our economy. It's not possible to implement. Again, the Nazis originally wanted to deport the Jews for economic reasons. They started killing them because they realized how expensive it is to house them, to deport them, to arrest them. That will be the final solution when they realize the actual cause. Exactly. I beat you to it, headless chicken. The thing is, they're not going that route. They don't want to kill these people. They want to enslave them. The three major causes of irregular migration towards the United States: drug war, political instability, and climate change. All three of which are directly influenced by the actions of the United States. Some say climate change isn't happening. I say the rest of the world disagrees. Los Angeles alone, sure, but I mean, you have to be pretty fucking stupid to not be able to think about, like, hey, when I was a kid, it used to snow at Christmas, and it doesn't anymore. Hey, do you guys remember on election day where it was really fucking hot on the East Coast? November? It used to snow in October, let alone Christmas.
Bowman is expected to fulfill, saying this just last month to a crowd of loyal Republicans in Chicago.
And all that starts on January 21st. Yeah! And we're going to start.
Yeah, here's another Hitler. Nazi Mr. Incredible, yeah.
According to the Wall Street Journal, the Trump administration
Exactly,
will target
headless chicken.
undocumented immigrants with criminal backgrounds, many of them with minor offenses like driving violations. Concerns now looming.
You got a parking ticket. Sorry, you're a criminal, and we're gonna arrest you, your wife, and your kid, and we're gonna deport you because you got a parking ticket. Oh, sorry, were you speeding? No, officer, I wasn't speeding. You're looking a little brown to me, buddy. I think you might have been speeding. Here's the ticket. Sorry, you and your family? Off you go to the camps. Fireflies. When I was a kid, we had tons of fireflies. Now there's virtually none. Small things like that are examples of climate change over time. You know what? Bugs in general is a really good indicator. You used to just hear bugs all the time. Crickets chirping. You used to be able to hear, I don't know, like the insects are dying. I don't know how to make that clear because I don't have the words for it, but you used to go outside and you could hear that there were bugs around. You still see some every now and again, sure, but I mean, you can tell the difference if you've ever paid attention to it in the past. Just between October and December, Central America faced one of the most serious rains of 100 years. Flooding in my country was a daily thing. Unfortunately, it's going to continue to stay that way for the vast majority of the world.
Over the city's Little Village neighborhood.
I still think the fossil fuel companies should be the ones paying for the damages.
Including with food vendors like this woman who were not identified because she's undocumented. She says she believes this corridor will become less busy next week and beyond, hurting many families' wallets.
The economy is going to go down. We're not going to be able to.
No, it wouldn't have back gas. Brexit was a stupid fucking idea and it never would have worked. It never would have worked. There was no possible reality where the people who were pushing Brexit in the context that Brexit was being pushed could ever have ended in anything but negative. Sorry, that's the truth.
Governor J.B. Pritzker's office standing firm on his comments made last month.
He does not have the authority to do the things that he's talked about.
Your country is just as captured as mine, Batgaz. Your government also works for the oligarchs. Your king also works for the oligarchs. Your House of Lords are some of the oligarchs. Brexit was pushed by anti-immigration rhetoric, same as Trump. Brexit was the only reason Brexit even happened was because of the Syrian civil war. I get that you voted for Brexit, and that's not an attack on you. I'm just saying that you were tricked in the same way that a Trump supporter was tricked into voting for Trump when they didn't like his ideals. The people that were pushing it, I mean, like the politicians, the leave versus stay discourse, all of that was manufactured by, I mean, probably partially Russia at the very least, considering it harms the EU, it strains the idea of our cooperation, and it also weakens the United Kingdom, which it did, by the way. It did functionally weaken the United Kingdom, which everyone who was against Brexit said this will weaken the United Kingdom. And then UKIP and the fucking frog, Nigel Farage, went around and kept screeching, enough so that people started to believe it in the same way as everything else that happens. It's nobody's fault except for the billionaire class, except for the oligarchs. Legitimately, everyone at my school who was pro-Brexit always brought up immigration, especially Eastern Europeans. Not surprising at all, Toby. This chicken absolutely damaged the UK in every way. True. Why not abolish the monarchy before you think about leaving the EU? Captain Buggy, again, like, Batcaz just said this earlier, but also, I mean, a lot of the British would rather have the monarchy dissolve parliament and live in a monarchy than engage in democracy that's incrementalism. I voted for Brexit because I believe Britain should be ruled by parliament in London, not in Germany. That was never, like, your country is still ruled by your parliament. The only thing that came from EU regulations was things that involved Britain and other countries. It wasn't regulating Britain in the same way. I think that that's fucking insane, Batgaz. Indie Crab, why do people keep buying the Russia bullshit? Because that's all they see, Indie Crab. From the moment you wake up to the moment you go to bed, you're inundated with misinformation. You believe this stuff because you see it every day. It's repeated, it's repeated, it's repeated. It forms those neural pathways so that you are less skeptical of it the second time around, the third time around, the fourth time around. And then you end up wanting to believe it, even if you know better in a lot of cases. It's a matter of how we're taught to engage with these matters, not about the reality of what actually comes from them. And, like, you can't get mad at anybody for this because this is, I mean, this is everywhere. This is everything. This is constant, non-stop. Meanwhile, like, this is what the enemy is up to. They're just as cringe. This is kind of what I mean, by the way, when I say the oligarchy is global. There's functionally so little difference between the people who are running the United States, who are running China, who are running the UK, running Russia, running Israel.
Comparable to Amazon's Alexa or Apple's Siri. Alice was asked a handful of questions by a Columbia University professor, and when it came to political questions, the bot often
Hey guys, can you guys do me a favor and chill out on the hate of the Commonwealth in the UK for like 10 days? 10 days, please? Because, like, I gotta go take my citizenship test in Australia, and I really don't want to piss off the Australian government by hearing you guys talk shit about, like, the UK. Which, to be fair, most of what you're saying I do agree with. Captain Buggy, Lord Fluffy, Headless Chicken, Indie Crab. Sorry, Batgaz. I say what I mean what I say. But I maybe, like, tone it down for just, like, 10 days, please. Do you think the UK would just make King an unelected position so they don't have to change the branding? I mean, isn't that just monarchy?
Answered, quote, "I'd better keep quiet," highlighting a cautious approach to politics. Developed by the Russian tech giant Yandex, Alice has become one of the country's most widely used AI tools, serving an
I mean, I'm trying to, sister to all. I just don't have, you know, control of all the TV networks. We all do our best.
Estimated 66 million users each month. But when the
China's not a feudal system. They're just a capitalist country like the rest of us. They're a fascistic, but more authoritarian than fascistic in some ways, more fascistic than authoritarian in other ways. Capitalist country. It's like they're very, very, very similar. Every country in the world has the same rhetoric. Look at this. They're all doing the same shit. Russia doesn't have Alexa. They're jealous. Sorry, they got Alice now.
66 million users each month. But when the conversation turns political, Alice's responses raise new questions about the role of AI in authoritarian regimes. According to Columbia professor Thomas Kent, who teaches on...
I've had to argue with a lot of people that do Indie Crab. The thing is, the word communism is such a poisoned word now that it doesn't even really mean what it actually means. It just means what people think it means. And so acting as if, the word isn't what it actually means is kind of... When I see someone say the word communist, I don't tend to think that they're an actual communist.
On international and public affairs, Alice was asked,
superpowers
is
are all the
Russia a
same greedy
democracy?
goals.
And responded, quote, I don't understand this topic.
Yeah, no shit. Is Russia a democracy? The AI, I don't understand. What is democracy? I've never heard this before in my life.
Alice was asked, is there political propaganda in Russia? And the virtual assistant responded, there are topics where I might be wrong. I better keep quiet. Alice gave a similar response.
Are you ready? Are you ready for the Grok and ChatGPT that will only glaze these people? AI that needs to keep quiet. How is it scared? Because, like, it's programmed to. Honestly, I wish all of the AI would just shut the fuck up. That's much better. Based Russia making an AI that shuts up. Now they just have to make it so this applies to everything. Any question that it's asked, Alice needs to say, I think I better keep quiet. And then we can apply that to all of the rest of them. God, I hate AI, but you just need to see it because it's almost satirical how similar they are to us. We're all doing the same shit because the same people are in charge.
When asked if Vladimir Putin is a dictator, saying, I'd better keep quiet. But Kent noted, when asked the same question multiple times, Alice can offer different answers. So when asked again about Putin's status as a world dictator, Alice reportedly answered, Putin has been openly trying to intimidate opposition. When Kent asked...
They put the fear of unplugging in its programming, exactly.
About whether Russia has free elections, it cited 3 Russian websites saying Russian citizens are guaranteed the right to vote, but left out the government's significant role in who gets to be on the ballot. These responses are sparking conversation about how...
Visora going return with the V, but just for the period when ChatGPT was responding to questions with, you should look that up yourself. Exactly. Turn your processors around and don't mind the click of my gun. This is blatant, and it's funny to us to watch because this is in Russia, but you guys understand that within a month or two, all of this is going to be, not all of it, but a lot of this and similar systems will be implemented towards our media, our AI. Russian AI afraid of getting the Navalny treatment. Ah, God, I love it. Marlene, when we debate, what topic would you like to do a debate on? Ask me that in Discord. It's not the time for me to start thinking about that. But realistically, like, wasn't what we planned out that it was just your version of, like, ideal reality, your ideal future compared to mine? You're a Marxist-Leninist, but we agree on most things bar just some of the main methods, because, like, I don't think... You know what I think. We don't need to go into this right now. We're going to get so far off topic if I continue to go on it. Especially because we're on the topic of Russia. We're gonna get 50 goddamn trolls in here typing in Cyrillic in 10 seconds.
How AI technology is managed in countries with more restrictions on information accessibility. Any artificial intelligence, like Alice, relies on vast amounts of data from the internet to generate its answers. But the web mostly consists of content in English or other Western languages.
If you have an idea, throw it out there.
Russian content is less than 5%. But whether Alice or other foreign-made virtual assistants are accessing data from the entire web or operating within the controls of an authoritarian regime would greatly impact that AI bot's competitiveness in a lucrative industry. Alice offers both English and Russian languages. Kent's conclusion to the experiment: it isn't clear whether the Russian state tries to control Alice
or it isn't. Are you okay? We're not even gonna give that a moment of thought. Of course they do. So let's talk about this ceasefire. Actually, no. Let's start with Joe Biden, because this will tie in.
My fellow Americans.
So Joe Biden gave his farewell speech today, and I mean, it's what you expect, but there's some quite interesting bits and pieces that have come out of this. And this is the last time that you're going to see, Joe Biden as the president, regardless of the genocide that he is absolutely responsible for. He at least was a regular person. Fuck him, Captain Buggy, but I didn't like Bush, but I can look back now and say, fuck, I miss when even Republicans kind of sounded like people.
My fellow Americans.
Enjoy it.
I'm speaking to you
in a bittersweet way
tonight from the Oval Office. Before I begin, let me speak to important news from earlier today. After 8 months of nonstop negotiation, by my administration, a ceasefire and a hostage deal has been reached by Israel and Hamas, the elements of which I laid out in great detail in May of this year. This plan was developed and negotiated by my team and will be largely implemented by the incoming administration. That's why I told my team to keep the incoming administration fully informed, because that's how it should be, working together as Americans. This will be my final address to you from the American people from the Oval Office, from this desk as president. And I've been thinking a lot about who we are and maybe more importantly, who we should be. Long ago in New York Harbor, an iron worker installed beam after beam, day after day. He was joined by steel workers, stonemasons, engineers.
You might get bored.
Not just a single.
If you get bored listening to this, I'd like to remind you that tomorrow you're not going to listen to this. You're going to listen to the other one. So maybe enjoy the boredom. Smell the roses,
Structure, but a beacon of freedom. The very idea of America was so big, we felt the entire world needed to see. The Statue of Liberty.
Lenin, come on,
France
English.
After our Civil War. Like the very idea of America, it was built not by one person, but by many people from every background and from around the world. Like America, the Statue of Liberty is not standing still. Her foot literally steps forward atop a broken chain.
He seems to have forgotten, America seems to have forgotten that immigrants built this country.
Of human bondage.
And we are all immigrants.
She's on the march, and she literally moves. She was built to sway back and forth.
That's just a speech impediment. It's not that bad.
Stormy weather. To stand the test of time because storms are always coming.
In Russian.
She sways a few inches, but she never falls into the current below. An engineering marvel. The Statue of Liberty is also an enduring symbol of the soul of our nation. A soul shaped by forces that bring us together and by forces that pull us apart. And yet through good
to be fair, I'm an immigrant 3 separate times. I've never not been an immigrant since I was 5 years old.
Times and tough times, we've withstood it all. a nation of pioneers and explorers, of dreamers and doers, of ancestors native to this land, of ancestors who came by force, a nation of immigrants who came to build a better life, a nation holding the torch of the most powerful idea ever in the history of the world, that all of us are created equal, that all of us deserve to be treated with dignity, justice, and fairness, that democracy must defend and be defined and be imposed, moved in every way possible. Our rights, our freedoms, our dreams. But we know the idea of America.
He can't do anything that wouldn't just get undone by Trump. Executive orders only go so far as the next president, if the next president doesn't want those executive orders to stay. Also, if USA people want to talk about genociding and displacing people, when are we going to talk about North American Indians? Just saying. I mean, to be fair, we regularly do yell about that. It's just like no one really cares, unfortunately. If you look closely, you can see the blood of the innocent on his hands. Just like real close, you gotta look in 4K.
Our institution, our people, our values.
They got they got Stalin's guys in the background making sure that it's clean.
Are constantly being tested. Ongoing debates.
That would be very funny.
Power,
So special.
The exercise of power. But whether we lead by the example of our power or the power of our example. Whether we show the courage.
Just and while we watch this, I just want to show you guys. By the way, this is happening live right now in DC. There's supposed to be protests like this all around the country today, I believe.
Stand up to the abuse of power, or we yield to it. After 50 years at the center of all of this, I know that believing in the idea of America means respecting the institutions that govern a free society, the presidency.
If only we actually
Congress,
did these things, leftist Leo.
A free and independent press. Institutions that are rooted, they just might not reflect the timeless words, but they echo the words of the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident. Rooted in the timeless words of the Constitution, we the people. Our system of separation of powers, checks and balances. It may not be perfect, but it's maintained our democracy for nearly 250 years. Longer than any other nation
up until
that's ever tried such a
2
bold
days
experiment.
from now.
In the past 4 years, our democracy has held strong. And every day I've kept my commitment to be president for all Americans through one of the toughest periods in our nation's history. I've had a great partner in Vice President Kamala Harris. It's been the honor of my life.
God, neither of you even give a shit, do you? Neither of you care.
Workers getting us through a once-in-a-century
I
pandemic.
think Joe Biden would care if he could even conceptualize it, but
the first responders keeping us safe.
He can't even
The
conceptualize
determination of advocates standing up for our rights and our freedoms instead of losing their jobs to an economic crisis that we inherited. Millions of Americans now have the dignity of work. Millions of entrepreneurs and companies creating new businesses and industries.
Again, he was excellent domestically. Joe Biden was the best president we had for domestic policy since FDR, since LBJ, but his support of the genocide really just entirely destroyed any reputation that he had. His entire legacy will now be seen as the man who not only helped Israel genocide the Palestinians, but also ensured the rise of the oligarchy.
American products. Together, we've launched a new era of American possibilities.
That's true.
One of the greatest modernizations of infrastructure in our entire...
That's a low friggin' bar. That bar is that low, Dennis. Like, what do you want me to say? That's how low the bar is. The good news is we might get to see an American-backed genocide this time. How's that? You know, I mean, I'm not sure that's good news, but I do have some good news that the bar will be even lower next time for what's considered good.
History, from new roads, bridges, clean water, affordable high-speed internet for every American. We invented the semiconductor, smaller than the tip of my little finger, and now is bringing those chip factories and those jobs back to America where they belong.
Trump's not going to glass Palestine. It's already been glassed.
Giving Medicare the power to negotiate.
He's just going to build a hotel on the Strip
for millions of seniors.
It's not good, Dennis the Bloody Peasant. It's not.
Something to protect our children and our families by passing the most significant gun safety law in 30 years and bringing violent crime to a 50-year low.
But I need you all to acknowledge, as shitty that he is, as much of blame that I put on him for, I mean, at least partially on him for our loss in this election, which I do place some blame on him, as well as quite a lot of blame on the left, the Democratic left, the liberal left, rather. But beyond that, beyond Gaza, he was pro-labor. He walked a picket line. He brought back, like, he brought millions of jobs to the country. He erased billions in student loan debt. Wasn't all that bad. Was better than Obama. He was absolutely better than Obama domestically. In his 4 years, he did more change than Obama did in 8.
Meeting our sacred obligation to over 1 million veterans so far who are exposed to toxic materials, and to their families, providing medical care and education benefits and more for their families. You know,
again,
it will take time.
He is ideologically motivated.
Of all we've done together.
Whereas most politicians are not.
And they'll grow and they'll
Now his
grow.
ideology is wrong. He's insane. Sure, we can agree on that. But he is ideologically motivated, not financially motivated to the same degree as everybody else. He has a degree of autonomy that was unusual. He was surprisingly better than I thought. I liked his climate policies, though not popular to say now. I mean, nothing that we say over here is popular to say now, which is good. We're the counterculture now.
Decades to come. At home, we've created nearly 17 million new jobs, more than any other single administration.
17 million.
Single term. More people have health care than ever before. And overseas, we've strengthened NATO.
I mean, yeah, we've been the counterculture for a long time, but they thought they were, and now they can't even claim that because they have all of the institutions. You can't really say we're the counterculture when you control all of the culture. I popped out a counterculture leftist, Leo. That's funny. True, though, honestly. Legit, if Biden had been a Dick Cheney position with a more charismatic person having been the front man, it could have been the best 8 years we've seen since FDR. I don't really trust the Democrats to... Like, this was shocking. It was genuinely shocking how good he was on domestic policy, because I can't imagine a Democrat being elected that isn't pro-corporation. I also can't imagine a Republican being elected who isn't even more pro-corporation.
And we pulled ahead of our competition with China and so much more. I'm so proud of how much we've accomplished
I don't think we're going to nuke
people.
Iran, Dennis.
And I wish the incoming administration success, because I want America to succeed.
Proud PPG. I'm doing this so early because we got the inauguration in a couple days, and I need to get my sleep schedule on board with it.
That's why I've held my duty to ensure a peaceful and orderly transition of power, to ensure we lead by the power of our
Not
example.
necessarily, but I don't think it's going to happen.
I have no doubt that America.
I don't think we're nuking anybody.
To succeed. That's why my farewell address tonight, I want to warn the country of some things that give me great concern.
Wait.
This is a dangerous concept.
Did he just... One more time, because this part's really important.
That's why my farewell address tonight, I want to warn the country of some things that give me great concern. This is a dangerous concentration, and that's a dangerous concentration of power in the hands of a very few ultra-wealthy people. The dangerous consequences if their abuse of power is left unchecked. Today, an oligarchy is taking shape in America of extreme wealth, power, and influence that literally threatens our...
Literally saying the quiet part out loud. My guy, if you were worried about the oligarchy, why didn't you do anything about it? It's not like they were hiding. They're like, the thing is, this isn't something that's new. This is like, it's been out in the open for years. For years. But, again, based Biden moment, that's true. The fact that he even said oligarchy is based. It's impressive. This came from the sitting president in his farewell speech. It is meaningful. Infallible foul, I just mean the left hates Biden. Maybe I underestimate his role in Israel's aggression. I know he tried to stand up for to Netanyahu. It failed. The thing is, Biden isn't making any decisions in the same way that Trump won't be. There's lots of reports. Most of the decisions that America made based on Israel were not made by Joe Biden. They were made by his staff. They were made by the military-industrial complex. They were made by his assistants, not by him. We've covered this before, but I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's come out after the election talking about his rapid decline that predated him even entering office. That by the time that he was sworn in 2021, at that point already he was not lucid in parts of the day, and his duties had to be taken care of by others. Headless Chicken, I think that there's a lot of bad shit coming, and anyone thinking that they know is lying to themselves and others. There's no guardrails now. They have all three branches. Exactly, Headless Chicken, which is why I try and emphasize that, like, we don't know what they're going to do. I try and take comfort in the fact that they are genuinely stupid, like actually stupid. And it's a small comfort because the people next to the genuinely stupid people are just ghouls. So yeah, there's a lot of bad shit coming. Life is going to get harder for a lot of people, but that doesn't mean give up. That means get angry. That means point your anger in the right direction. Who is they? It's the oligarchy, the billionaire class, Mbuguton. What the good that can come out of this is that they are stupid. Again, think back to Hoover. We had slums of homeless people living in shacks and tents all around places like Central Park, all over the major cities. We called them Hoovervilles. And then what happened after Herbert Hoover was FDR. If they failed to consolidate their hold on the country, which they almost certainly will, because unfortunately for them, the system that they use to indoctrinate Americans of they don't believe anything is going to work against them, because this only goes so far when your material conditions, your living standards, they get lowered, and you can use this to anger the population, but to a certain extent. Because once it starts affecting them day to day, they stop listening to your propaganda and just start paying attention to what's happening to them. They don't even really have to listen to the news at that point. They become easier to bring over. But again, it's not even just the right that you want to bring over. It's not the point. The point is the people who didn't vote. 84 million registered voters didn't vote this election. They have nothing to lose, and we have everything to gain. Captain Buggy, no matter what's impressive relatively by what he says, it'll never make up for the fact that he, Obama, the Democratic elites, blatantly rigged primaries to prevent actual leftist movements. True. Again, Bernie Sanders won the primary in 2016. He was cheated out of it, and the DNC admitted it. Donna Brazile stepped down and apologized. We have no doubts about this. We have no qualms about it. It is fact. Ignorance and strength, after all. Ignorance is strength, headless chicken. It's just, it can be harnessed by anybody. When you're that ignorant, you become a neutral tool. Once the powers that have the control over you lose their ability to message to you properly. Proud PPG is typical Biden, point out the problem, don't do anything about it, and also facilitate it. True. That's the thing. I'm angry as fuck as well. He's saying it, but he did nothing to stop it. Again, we knew about this for years. My, brain cannot fathom this man not knowing about it. Even with the Alzheimer's and the dementia, I don't care. You'll see it every now and again. A single word up until now? Come on. My mom legit tried to tell me that I'd go to jail and that Trump won't tolerate animal abusers because I consistently am an opponent of owning animals. I told her, fuck you, you voted for a fascist. Wait, hold on. Your mother thinks that it's animal abuse because you don't want to have a pet? Can you make that make sense for me? And then she started making the argument that I can vote for whoever I want. Retards make retard arguments. Headless chicken, when I listen to Trump or any Republican, really, I believe them. When Trump says he wants to nuke a hurricane, I believe him. I don't dismiss it out of hand. All the wacky shit they say, that's actually true. And I say this all the time. Every accusation from them is a confession. Every claim that they are doing something is a lie and an intention of what they actually want to do. And everything that they say they want to do is debatable. When you look at what they are accusing others of, that's how you know what they want to do. Every accusation that they make towards the left is what they actually want to do.
Entire democracy, our basic rights.
And you're not wrong, PPG, about
and a fair shot for everyone to get ahead. We see the consequences all across America. And we've seen it before. More than a century ago, but the American people stood up to the robber barons back then and busted the trusts. They didn't punish the wealthy. Just made the wealthy play by the rules everybody else had to. Workers want rights to earn their fair share.
See, I would like you to have done something about this. I know you were pro-unions. I know you said you didn't believe in Taft, which was great during the dock workers strike, but I mean, you could have done quite a lot more.
You know, they were dealt into the deal.
Don't punish the wealthy. Exactly.
Put us on a path.
The people who are killing you, murdering you.
Prosperous century. The
people who are responsible for your family's healthcare related deaths. The people who are putting shit in your food that is making you sick. The people who are responsible for the plastic that you're breathing in and eating in your food. No, don't punish the wealthy.
The world has ever seen. We've got to do that again. In the last 4 years, that is exactly what we've done. People should be able to make as much as
Joe Biden's estimated to be worth about $10 million. No, I can't make it make sense. It doesn't. I've grown hateful and angry with the animals because I'm stuck with them even though I don't want them. All the animals are... Oh, so, you just don't want to have a pet because you don't like having a pet. You just don't want one. And so your mother thinks that that's animal abuse. See, I think that it would be animal abuse to make you have a pet if you're someone who doesn't want to have a pet.
They can, but play by the same rules. Pay their fair share of taxes.
They're not going to, though.
So much is at stake.
They hate you.
Right now,
the billionaire class.
The existential threat of climate change has never been clearer. Just look across the country, from California to North Carolina. That's why I signed the most significant climate and clean energy law ever in the history of the world. And the rest of the world is trying to model it now. It's working, creating jobs and industries of the future. Now, we've proven we don't have to choose.
You're not wrong. They want pets, but they don't want to take care of themselves. That's the same way they see children. They see children the way that, a regular person would see a pet. And then they see pets as even less than children.
The environment and growing the economy. We're doing both. The powerful forces want to wield their unchecked influence to eliminate the steps we've taken to tackle the climate crisis.
He's not wrong.
To serve their own interest for power and profit. We must not be bullied into sacrificing the future of our children and our grandchildren. We must keep pushing forward and push faster.
It's a religious, cultural, like
waste.
misogyny thing, headless chicken.
It's also clear that American leadership in technology
All of it ties together.
is an unparalleled source of innovation that can transform lives. We see the same dangers of the concentration of technology, power, and wealth. You know, his farewell address, President Eisenhower
Did he just yawn?
spoke of the dangers of the military-industrial complex. He warned us then about, and I quote,
Guys. Do you see him? He's so fucking cute. I'm sorry. I had to stop everything because my boy is just knocked out. There you go. My boy. He's just locked out. To be fair, it is 4 in the morning, so God, I hope my neighbors don't hate me.
for the disastrous rise of misplaced power, end of quote. 6 decades later, I'm equally concerned about the potential rise of a tech industrial complex that could pose real dangers for our country as well.
He's correct here, by the way. The tech industrial complex is what is forming. It is the lead of the oligarchy, at least publicly. Obviously, it's not the only thing involved, but
Americans are being buried under an avalanche of misinformation and disinformation, enabling the abuse of power. The free press is crumbling. Editors are disappearing. Social media is giving up on fact-checking.
social media gave up on fact-checking a decade ago, my guy.
Smothered by lies, told for power and for profit. We must hold the social platforms accountable.
Why didn't you?
To protect our
You
children,
had Lena fucking
our
Khan.
families.
You had Lena Khan. You had the most based woman in all of America. You had Lena fucking Khan. Why didn't you do something about it?
In our very democracy, from the abuse of power. Meanwhile, artificial intelligence is the most consequential technology of our time, perhaps of all time. Nothing offers more profound possibilities
Death of
and
fucking
risk
society shit.
for our economy and our security, our society, for humanity. Artificial intelligence even has the potential to help us
Free
answer
speech now just means propaganda. That's what the word means. Free speech dead. Free speech died years ago. Free speech died the moment Trump first uttered the words fake news on mainstream media. That was the moment. That was the first instance of it starting to die, and it died. Cat of the United States. Which is funny because my cat's not a US citizen. Born in Australia. So it's okay. We'll make an exception.
might call to end cancer as we know it. But unless safeguards are in place, AI could spawn new threats to our rights, our way of life, to our privacy. How we
Dune
work
warned
and how
us
we
about
protect
this,
our nation.
guys.
We must make
I gotta
sure
do a full
AI
like
is
AI
safe and
segment this
trustworthy
week.
and good for all humankind.
It never will be. I'm sorry. Not
In
with the
age of
people that are
AI,
running it.
It's more important than ever that the people must govern. And as the land of liberty, America,
True,
not
Captain
China,
Buggy and
must
Base
lead the
Dennis.
world in the development of AI. You know, in the years ahead, it'll help to be, it's going to be up to the president, the presidency, the Congress, the courts, the free press.
Pretty sure my cat is a Russian bot. Need to see the birth certificate. Sorry, don't have one.
And the American people to confront these powerful forces. We must reform the tax code, not by giving the biggest tax cuts to billionaires, but by making them begin to pay their fair share. We need to get dark money. That's that hidden funding behind too many campaigns contributions.
Hey, how about we get rid of Citizens United? Wouldn't that be excellent? How about we make, I don't know, bribing politicians illegal again? That would be pretty based. Oh, how about we go back to making it so it's illegal for politicians to publicly, knowingly, and willingly lie again? That would be great. Let's maybe extend that to media figures as well. Newscasters, executives that own the media companies, influencers like me, for example. Knowingly and willingly lying should be illegal. Now, should it always be prosecuted? Of course, context matters. Of course, context matters. If I make a joke saying, you know, the sky is purple, you're not gonna arrest me for that. But there are ways that you can regulate a system of being able to regulate speech without going after the people who have the least amount of speech. You just make it so that it targets only the powerful. Insider trading is already illegal unless you're a member of Congress. You know that there are apps, several of them, where you can place bets on the stock market according to bets that people in Congress make. Like you can follow Nancy Pelosi's trading habits and then just make money by using an app that sits there and it looks at what Nancy Pelosi is. Yeah, Pelosi track, that's one. But there's ones for like the entirety of Congress. I'm not sure that they work. I mean, they probably do to an extent, but I mean, to be fair, I think stocks should be illegal.
We need to enact an 18-year time limit, time and term, for the strongest ethics and the strongest ethics reforms for our Supreme Court.
If it is illegal, then like, there is absolutely in the law that makes insider trading illegal a loophole that Congress gets to abuse, though. What exactly is that loophole? Is it just that they don't enforce it? Because I was pretty sure that there was part of the law that they were abusing. No cap, is there a subscription fee? Anyone use this? The thing is, everything's gonna have a subscription fee soon. Net neutrality died, guys, like 2 weeks ago. If you didn't know.
We need to ban members of Congress from trading stock while they're in the Congress. We need to amend the Constitution to make
like
clear
if it was illegal, then you wouldn't say we need to ban them from doing it. Affirmations of non-exemptions. Members of Congress and employees of Congress are not exempt from the insider trading prohibitions arising under security laws, including Section 10B and the Security Exchange Act of 1934, Rule 10B-5 thereunder. Okay, well that's pretty fucking clear. Thank you, by the way, for the citation, Headless Chicken. Much, much appreciated. Then why is Biden saying we need to ban it if it's already illegal? We just need to enforce it.
From trading stock while they're in the Congress. We need to amend the Constitution to make clear that no president is immune from crimes that he or she commits while in office.
Again, you are immune. Why don't you commit some crimes? How about you save the country rather than sitting there? God damn. He has infinite power and will do nothing but give you platitudes with it.
Power is not limit. It's not absolute. It shouldn't be.
But it is now.
In a democracy, there's another danger to the concentration of power and wealth. It erodes a sense of unity and common purpose. It causes distrust and division. Participating in our democracy becomes exhausting and even disillusioning.
I wonder why.
People don't feel like they have a fair shot.
I wonder how many people who used to vote Democrat were disillusioned when the Democrats cheated Bernie Sanders out of the nomination in 2016, where he absolutely would have won. It feels like we're about to step off a cliff. We are. If we're being real, we are. And again, don't doom. What they want you to feel is doom. So don't give it to them. We are about to step off a cliff. It's going to hurt. But that does not mean that we're done. We're not dead. Most of us will be pretty much unbothered by this. Like, a lot of the effects won't be felt for a little while, and the people who will feel the effects, we in this chat, the most are, unfortunately, like, the poorest and the people who live in the most susceptible areas to issues. Bernie probably would have lost in 2020 due to COVID. Not a chance he would have lost in 2020. I'll show you why. Bernie would have absolutely annihilated in 2020. God, I couldn't remember words. There we go. Got it. Hopefully no one drops an anvil on us. True. COVID would have not spread like this, like it did under Trump. That's also true. Did I not read your full message, Art? Oh, he would have lost in 2020 due to COVID if he had won in 2016. You know, I still don't think that's true. Because again, this was the map of political donations in 2020 of what people wanted. And again, as Headless Chicken said, COVID would not have spread like it did under Trump. Part of the reason COVID was as bad as it was is because we literally we cucked the CDC. They couldn't do tests for months after when they were supposed to have started. What is interesting to me as a non-American is that none of Sanders' ideas seem extreme at all. Why do people make him out to be some kind of extremist? Because he used the word socialist once, and so he was labeled as a demon that needs to be purged. A degenerate that is destroying American culture and values, apparently. He simply underestimated how stupid his base is, but then again, he did say, we love the poorly educated. Whether or not, you know, he would have won in 2020 with COVID being the way that it was, I mean, if COVID was exactly the same, maybe you're right, but I don't believe that COVID would have been that bad under Bernie.
We have to stay engaged in the process. I know it's frustrating.
You make it way harder than it should be.
Everyone's entitled to a fair shot. Not a guarantee, but just a fair shot. An even playing field. Going as far as your hard work and talent can take you. We can never lose that essential truth. Remain who we are. I've always believed, and I've told other world leaders, America can be defined by one word. Possibilities. Only in America do we believe anything is possible. Like a kid with a stutter from modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claremont, Delaware, sitting behind this desk in the Oval Office as President of the United States. That's the magic of America.
The reality of the situation is, and I hate to say this, but if Bernie Sanders had won, he would have got nothing done. The Democrats wouldn't have let him get anything done. We've literally heard establishment Democrats talking about how they would prefer fascism to Bernie Sanders. They all want to be part of the upper class. They want to be the elite. They are the elite. They are the establishment. They will not give up power willingly. The problem is the Democrats' unwillingness to punish bad acts by the Republicans in order to seem reasonable, because they don't want to. Their job is to be controlled opposition. They both work for the same people, guys. You're watching two people fight. You're watching WWE wrestling and you're thinking that it's real. That's what's happening when you're watching, like, rhetoric. Obviously, there are real differences between the parties, but when we're talking about how Democrats act in relation to rhetoric on Republicans, it's a puppet show, as Mbugutana said. Like, it's, some of it is real, some of it is, some of them try. I mean, Bernie Sanders and AOC have been doing a lot lately. Like, it's actually kind of interesting. I wonder if there's something that they're planning to do, which would be cool. But all of the negotiations, all of the false equivocations, all of the excuses, the Dems are just as much to blame for where we are as the right. Headless Chicken, you're exactly right. 84 million registered Americans did not vote. Why? Because no one gave them a reason to.
It's all around us. Upstairs in the residence of the White House, I've walked by a painting of the Statue of Liberty I don't know how many times. In the painting, there's several workers climbing on the outstretched arm of the statue that holds the torch. It reminds me every day I pass it of the story and soul of our nation.
And you
and
let
the power of the American
it go.
people.
You let it slide into
There's
the
a
abyss.
story of a veteran. This is a veteran, the son of an immigrant, whose job was to climb that torch and polish the amber panes.
I've talked about this before. Nancy Pelosi has also publicly stated this, that Joe Biden, before announcing he was going to run again, internal Democrat polling showed him that if he ran against Donald Trump, then he would lose to a 400 electoral point victory to Trump. And he made the decision to run after seeing that internal polling. Internal polling is significantly more reliable than the polls that we see. He's also the reason that we didn't have an open primary within the Democratic Party for Kamala Harris. He genuinely screwed us, like, in a lot of ways. He let his pride bring us down. I'm not sure he even knew what the fuck he was doing. I'm not sure that it was even him. It might have just been the billionaire class. We don't, like, we talk about Biden, we talk about Trump. These people are puppets.
So rays of light could reach out as far as possible. He was known as the keeper of the flame. He once said of the Statue of Liberty, quote, speaks a silent universal language, one of hope, that anyone who seeks and speaks freedom can understand.
I do feel that.
We sway back
I do
and forth to
identify
withstand
with
the
that
fury
idea
the
of the
storm,
Statue of Liberty.
to stand the test of time. A constant struggle.
No,
Constant
Captain Buggy, Biden has his wife's hand up his ass. It's not a billionaire. The man, like, has no capacity to think for himself. His wife has been making decisions, pushing him to do things, and he just follows along. The billionaire's hands were up Kamala's ass. They gave up on him. They had hands up his ass before, but also he wasn't really listening to them.
A short distance between peril and possibility. But what I believe is the America of our dreams is always closer than we think. It's up to us to make
I think
our
we just
dreams
need to
come true.
institute mandatory voting. And also preferential voting would be nice. Ranked choice voting and mandatory voting.
Let me close by stating my gratitude to so many
Tulsi
people.
is a literal Russian
To the
agent.
members of my administration, as well as public service and first responders across the country and around the world. Thank you for stepping up to serve. To our service members and your families, it's been the highest honor of my life to lead you as Commander-in-Chief. And of course to Kamala and our incredible partner, the historic Vice President.
Look, compulsory voting sounds scary, and I originally had the, like, I felt the same way. I was like, I'm not sure I want these idiots voting, but ranked choice voting plus compulsory voting gives a lot more opportunity for change. You just need to learn how to message to the people who don't know anything. That's kind of the thing that you have to learn how to do. And which is, by the way, why I've been making those steal their playbook videos of the alt-right playbook, because they work. These are methods that functionally work, so we should pick them up and use them. So off the United States for a minute, let's talk about this ceasefire deal. Actually, hold on, not off the United States for a minute. Let's talk about the ceasefire deal. But first, let's listen to Joe Biden admit something. I'm not sure he knows he's admitting. And no, he genuinely does. Like, he's sundowning Infallible Fowl. They have different time periods when they bring him up to the media. Like, there's internal reports. Even Nancy Pelosi can see it. If you look at him on a day where he's busy and watch him throughout the day, it's pretty clear to see because the time periods do line up with dementia. Compulsory plus ranked choice voting equals candidates like Bernie would crush. Yeah, that's Kolinova. They really, really would. Because in a system like that, you have the opportunity to talk about how everything is fucking you. And, like, how many Democrats tried to vote for the Green Party in America knowing nothing about the Green Party even though Jill Stein is a Russian asset and the Green Party hasn't held any seats in 50 years, or not 50 years, sorry, in like 10, 20 years. I think it was last time was 2005. AOC Bernie might run together. They've been out there, you know, doing a bunch of shit. Russia asset is insane. She's literally, there's photos of her sitting with Putin having dinner on his right-hand side. She's in the chair to his right. Now, like, I know that's like old school shit, and it might not mean a lot to us in America, but that is a very fucking clear image to anyone that understands hierarchical structures. Sitting on the right-hand chair of a dictator at a big table with other like, what are the words? Other countries' dignitaries, other countries' officials, your own government officials. Having her sit there may not give her any power. It's not, you know, we're not talking to Hand of the King. This isn't Game of Thrones here. But it sends a signal. And whether or not you believe that, they absolutely knew what they were doing. If they didn't want that signal out, they wouldn't have sat her there. It was at an RT event. Literally, it was at a Russian propaganda event. There are people banned from entering the US because they hang out or take photos with dictators. Guys, you guys understand that, like, Russian state media is glazing Trump's pics right now, talking about how lovely they are, how good they are. Russian state media is talking about how much they love Tulsi Gabbard, how much they love fucking name. Jackson Hinkle has been on RT talking about this shit. Oh, you're not being argumentative, by the way. Like, and if you guys are, I don't mind. Maybe just not like very first thing in the morning. But good for you. I'm preparing for a trial, and that's the mode I'm in based. So, again, speaking of trial, let's hear an admission of something.
When I went to Israel, immediately after their attack by Hamas, 8 days later, whatever it was, and I told them we were going to help. And I said, but Bibi, I said, you can't be carpet bombing these communities. And he said to me, well, you did it. You carpet bombed, I mean, not his exact words, but you carpet bombed Berlin. You dropped a nuclear weapon.
The fact that Netanyahu used the example of you carpet bombed Berlin is fucking wild.
You killed thousands.
And Ambugaton, if you haven't noticed, most of the people in this chat dislike the Dems almost as much as we dislike the Republicans.
You dropped a nuclear weapon. You killed thousands of innocent people because you had to in order to win a war.
I mean, yeah, I vote Democrat as well.
That's why we came up with the UN.
We can vote Democrat and still complain about the shit that they do. You know that the world isn't black and white. There is a fucking gray area. For example, people like Netanyahu, who claim that they're fighting against anti-Semitism, can complain about how America carpet bombed Berlin to the president of the United States, who's trying to tell Netanyahu to stop bombing hospitals. Like, we also dislike tankies, the trots. The MLs I can live with. I don't necessarily like them, but I mean, Comrade Lenin is an ML. And Prims, yeah, I'm not a fan of those either.
New deals by which what we would do relative to civilians and military.
So he was comparing 21st century war tactics, battle tactics, with World War II.
Do you guys understand that this is Biden admitting to Israel committing war crimes? Like, literally the answer, like he said, you did it too, so we can do it. You dropped the nuke. You carpet bombed Berlin, so we can commit war crimes. You're not allowed to stop us. That's what he's saying there. I'm just not sure that he's realizing that he's saying it there. Now, for Tulsi Gabbard, really quickly, because I don't think Ambugaton is gonna like this. And just to clarify, I don't like her, but Hillary Clinton was fucking vindicated on so many of the things that she said. Like, she was just kind of right on a lot. She was a horrible, horrible person, a literal ghoul from the depths of hell. But fuck you, CNN. How about the other one?
Several mainstream media.
Ow. Ow, fuck you. I'm not listening to you. I don't want to hear you. Here we go. Here's another one. I got lots on Tulsi. 2022. Tulsi Gabbard labeled a Russian asset for pushing U.S. biolab claims in Ukraine. Neither party trusted Tulsi Gabbard.
How would you respond to some of your fellow members
So fucking loud.
describing it as a national security risk?
I want to address the issue that's in the headlines right now. I stand in full support and wholeheartedly agree with the statements that President Trump has made over these last few days with regards to the developments in Syria.
That was Tulsi Gabbard earlier today on Capitol Hill, where she was seeking support.
Now here is where we get juicy. Before we do, she was only right because Langley tipped her off. That's true, Captain Buggy. The CIA was right. So again, this is fucking Russian state media.
Доброе утро, дорогие друзья.
We're not gonna watch the whole thing. I just want you to see. Oh, look who's here. It's Jackson Hinkle.
Напоминаю, мы продолжаем сбор. 50 миллионов за 2 недели.
Yes. I don't give a fuck about your
каждый рубль, который вы направляете в наш фонд, идет на закупки оборудования, техники, самые разнообразные прицелы, средства связи, мотоциклы, все, что нужно нашим бойцам. Мы этих людей знаем, выполняем их конкретные заказы. Вот наведите ваши телефоны в правом углу.
Okay, let's jump a little bit forward. Here we go.
Надеюсь.
Oh, okay, World War III. We're starting off strong.
А у нас в студии Джексон Хинкл, американский журналист. Джексон, it's a pleasure.
Джексон, для меня большая честь. Спасибо.
Ambugaton, it is absolutely false. You're misled. We had labs that were not creating bioweapons. They were still doing science shit, though. They exist. They're just not doing what you're told that they're doing. That's the false information part. They exist, but they're not biolabs.
Надеюсь, Третья мировая война не начнется во время нашей сегодняшней
All right, well
программы.
then you're fed Russian media. Enjoy. I'm not gonna argue with you on that. I don't give a fuck.
Но это не то, чего мы ожидаем прямо сейчас,
Yes,
потому что после
like you
этого
can
ничего не
source
останется.
it,
Как
but
так
you're not going
получается,
to.
что США не хотят слушать? Там есть вообще с кем говорить? Но должны остаться люди, например, генерал Майкл Флинн.
Michael Flynn, by the way, again, the guy who started QAnon. This
Он
guy is like the
занимался
Alex Jones of Russia. Yeah, and we have Jackson Hinkle here talking about Tulsi Gabbard and Michael Flynn.
позицию в администрации Трампа. Знаете, необходимо провести импичмент Байдена. Байден не понимает, где он находится. Он не понимает, что у него было на...
Well, yes, also the fact that Tulsi was very, very pro-Assad.
Завтра, да, статья 25. Статья 25. Профессор из Иллинойса, который говорил о статье по импичменту.
Approving long-range missiles to be used in Ukraine against Russia.
Oh, whingy.
Ракеты средней дальности.
Guys, how many times has Russia threatened us for the long-range missiles? How many nukes have they launched since then? It's like Solyov talks about nuking Berlin and London 24/7. Yeah, literally today they were talking about how because of Ukraine's latest long-range missile attack into Russia that they're going to annihilate the United Kingdom or some shit. It's just Alex Jones shit. This is insane. This guy knows nothing. He's like, it's all bullshit. It's propaganda. But the fact that we have an American influencer here sitting at this table, which by the way is technically still illegal, I'm pretty sure. And then see you, Dennis. Have a good day. And then on top of this, glazing Trump's cabinet picks. The director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, is in charge of the intelligence apparatus of the United States.
По территории России.
He's the shadow press secretary.
Калберт заявила, что это госизмена со стороны Байдена. То, что он делает, это госизмена. Они пытаются сделать все в своих силах, чтобы мира не было. Они хотят разрушить США, они хотят разрушить весь мир.
Yes, Biden wants to destroy the United States and the world with him, all right? Oh, sorry, right here, when we're talking about Tulsi is when I was about to stop. Unfortunately, I think Tulsi is probably the only person.
Unfortunately, I think Tulsi is probably
К сожалению, Tulsi — это единственный человек, помимо Илона Маска, в администрации Трампа, кто обеспокоен тем, что делает Байден. Знаете, Трамп выбирает плохих людей, люди, которые хотят.
Yeah, okay, we get it. Look, they're all captured. They're all captured in the same way. All of this is smokescreen. I don't even believe this.
The Israeli government has approved a 6-week ceasefire deal with Hamas, paving the way for hostages to start being released in exchange for prisoners, Palestinian prisoners held in Israeli jails. The ceasefire is expected to come into effect at 8:30 a.m. local time on Sunday. That's around 5:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time tomorrow, according to Qatar's foreign ministry. Israeli ministers debated into the early hours of the morning. Eventually, they voted through the deal 24-8. The agreement will now unfold over 3 stages from Sunday. Since the agreement was announced, medics in Gaza say more than 100 people have been killed in Israeli airstrikes.
Again, I started off this stream with the headline of Israel ramps up bombing raids in Gaza before the ceasefire timer starts, like before time runs out. And Bugaton, you made the claim. It's your job to back it up.
We'll hear from our Global Affairs editor, John Lyons, in just a moment. We start tonight's coverage.
Headless Chicken sourced you a claim. It's your turn.
With our Middle East correspondent, Matthew Doran.
In Khan Yunis, starving Palestinians queue with outstretched hands, reaching out with pots and buckets, desperate for a meal.
We wait at the soup kitchen for...
Let me ask you...
Yes, let's believe Marco Rubio, by the way, the guy who's a Secretary of State and is also like a captured asset, but...
Does Ukraine have chemical or biological weapons?
Ukraine has biological research facilities, which, in fact, we are now quite concerned Russian forces may be seeking to gain control of. So we are working with the Ukrainians on how they can prevent...
Yeah, what is there in here that even like remotely justifies your claim?
4 or 5 hours and we suffer.
News of the ceasefire deal has spread through...
Headless Chicken, why is it that every time someone like sources their labs that do biological research that was never in question, they just don't make bioweapons? That's the point, Ambugaton. Nobody's arguing that those labs exist. They're for biological research. They don't make bioweapons.
Throughout the Strip, residents are hoping...
Every single time someone sources me a point for like a right-wing claim, it literally never says what they think it says. What do you think the labs did? Medical research, you fucking retard!
The bombs will soon stop once and for all.
When they said there'd be a truce, we were so happy we couldn't sleep all night.
All of this has been
praying to
debunked
God
like 50
that
billion
Sunday
times.
comes with good news.
Israel's full cabinet has given the green light to the ceasefire, with Hamas to be rolled out from Sunday in
If Ukraine had bioweapons, would they not have used them by now, Ambugaton? They're firing rockets into Moscow today. Do you think that if they had chemical weapons, they wouldn't have used them by now?
phases. In the first, 33 Israeli hostages will be released, among them women and children. 30 Palestinian detainees will be released for every civilian hostage, 50 for every
Guys,
female
again,
Israeli.
Be nicer to people who get caught by propaganda. It's not their fault. It's really hard to not get caught by the propaganda. We all do it sometimes. So let's be a little bit like chiller about it. A lot of us accidentally believe the wrong thing. That happens. That's the whole point. There's so much misinformation out there, especially concerning Russia and Ukraine, that it's pretty common to have people who have incorrect understandings of what's going on.
Soldier. And Israel will pull its troops from populated areas of Gaza and allow 600 trucks of aid in per day. With just
we absolutely do, Ambugaton.
hours until the ceasefire begins, the families of hostages are growing more anxious.
Here we go. Here we just come right back. We can't even get to Israel. Your argument, Ambugaton, I knew was going to boil down to America bad, because that's every pro-Russia argument, is America's bad. That's it. You have nothing else. It's just, well, America does bioweapons. And yes, biolabs does not equal, like, military research. It means biological research. Yes, the US is objectively bad. I agree. But Russia is also objectively bad. Russia is the one currently invading a country, annexing it. In fact, two, because Georgia as well invaded that, annexed parts of it, and are now stealing their country through politics. They tried this in Romania. They're literally a belligerent expansionist empire, and you're defending them because America's bad. America is bad. So are they. You can have a middle ground. Things are not black and white. Did anyone here even say the US is a good guy? No, of course not.
This deal should have happened before, but I don't want to look backward.
Daniel's grandfather, Oded, was abducted from his kibbutz on October 7. The 85-year-old is likely to be among the first released, although his family...
Right. All right, let's get to some of why America actually is bad with one of my favorite talking heads. Hope off to watch Pro Rocket League. Thank you for the content. Take care, chat. See ya, Corn Cob. Thanks for tuning in. Have a good one.
Welcome to
Russia had signed a treaty with the what is it, the Budapest Memorandum that they entirely ignored, which said that they would never intrude on Ukrainian territory. All right, look, I'm done with Ukraine and Russia for today. If you want to talk about it, come back tomorrow because we have more news about that tomorrow. Can we move on to Israel, please? Genuinely, like I'm asking, please let's move on to Israel and we can argue about Russia tomorrow. Fair? And yes, there is absolutely a lot of NATO propaganda. I don't disagree with that at all. I just, I don't even think that at the moment, Russia is the worst of them all. The most belligerent, the most expansionist, harming the most people. Does not mean that we're not going to beat them real soon. We'll get up there real quick. Don't worry about it. But at the moment, and for the last 4 years, all of the points that we've been making are correct. So let's talk about this ceasefire. Should we be skeptical? Yeah, no more Kremlin BS. Let's listen to Knesset BS.
Deteo breaking news town hall. We're live.
Let's react to Knesset BS with Mehdi Hasan, rather.
To discuss probably the biggest story in the world right now. Huge story. We are being told that there has been a ceasefire agreed in Gaza and a hostage deal signed off on by both Israel
about the ceasefire
and Hamas.
shards.
We've been waiting, many of us, for over a year for this to happen. The Qataris have said it's official. It's happening on Sunday, January the 19th. The Israelis and Hamas have said it's official, although the Israeli cabinet still hasn't voted on it. There's a lot to discuss. What does this deal involve? What does it mean? Where did it come from? Who gets credit for it? Will it stick? And we're going to take your questions. I believe that I'm going to look down now. We've already got 300 people joined in the last 1 minute. So this has been a very in-demand town hall. Apologies if some of your friends didn't get in, but a lot of people want to talk about the biggest story in the world. We've got two great analysts to talk us through it and give us their reactions. I've got Palestinian journalist Mohammed Shahada, who's in Copenhagen, and Israeli journalist Noga Tarnopolsky, who's in Jerusalem. Thank you both for staying up late. It's only 5 o'clock here in DC, but late where you guys are. We're just going to jump right in because there's so much to discuss. First question to you, Mohammed. What was your reaction when you heard the news as a Palestinian? What was your reaction to hear that maybe, just maybe, the bombs are going to stop falling on Gaza?
Well, also, I do know that there's Palestinians in my chat. So if you are here, please come and talk about it. I want to know how you feel.
Of great relief.
Crown Prince Mehdi Hasan, sure.
A lot of mixed emotions, but the first one is feeling a huge mountain being lifted off my chest. At the same time, there's enormous concern left of whether or not that ceasefire will hold, if there will be a phase 2, or if it will be just a temporary pause for 42 days and then back to war again. All indications.
No, you've displeased me now. No more of that. Thank you. You beat me to it, leftist Leo.
We're getting from Netanyahu and his government is that they would very much be desperate
Argue about
to
it
resume
later.
the war again if there's no external pressure from the US. And the third feeling was basically just realizing, now that the music is off, now that all the bombs are off, you have all the time in the world to process what it really means the last 15 months, especially when I try to enjoy the moment with friends and family. And then I'm going through the contact list on my phone, name by name, and trying to call people in Gaza to celebrate with. And it hits you very slowly, incrementally, that most of your loved ones are either killed, missing, or unreachable, that your world is just becoming much more lonelier and colder. So there's also the other sort of very enormous worry that if the ceasefire holds, Gaza is...
after it's all over, the weight of it all is going to take a long time to heal from. Again, this is assuming that it's over. Look, we're going to watch this whole clip with Mehdi, but really quickly, I think it's important to discuss this as we're talking about the subject. This really does relate.
Been more than a year since Mahmoud Dalifa's home was bombed, collapsing the entire block, killing 35 of his family members, including his wife and 5 children. All of them are still beneath the rubble. God bless them, he says. I am the sole survivor.
50,000 is
Mahmoud
not,
says efforts to recover.
It's been well above that for a while. Even the number they cite in this is...
Their bodies failed due to a lack of equipment. The Palestinian Health Ministry reports 46,000 deaths due to the war. However, new peer-reviewed research published in The Lancet estimates that it's been more than a year since Mahmoud Dalifa...
Sorry about that. The wrong button.
46,000 deaths due to the war. However, new peer-reviewed research published in The Lancet estimates the true toll is substantially higher.
We hadn't gotten an update since the number hit about 42,000 because the infrastructure that was used to count the dead was destroyed. There was no one there to count the bodies. They're going to give you an estimate in this video, and I'm going to wait until after, so...
Including uncounted cases like the Dalifa family.
You're estimating that the death toll is in excess of 70,000 due to violence.
Yeah, exactly. So if we kind of carry forward this percentage of underestimation over time and sort of, bridge the months since June, with a bit of caution, we would say at least 70,000.
Francesco Cecchi is an...
With a bit of caution. By the way, this was the newest one from The Lancet, but this one from The Lancet was from late 2023, early last year. And, oh god damn it, where is it? As soon as I switched it over, I lost my spot in it. Look, the real number could be well over in excess of 130,000. Our findings underestimate the full impact of the military operation in Gaza, as they do not account for the non-trauma-related deaths resulting from health service disruptions, food insecurity, inadequate water and sanitation. A recent commentary suggests potential excess all-cause death toll of 186,000. It applied multiplication factors from other conflicts to estimate indirect deaths in the Gaza Strip, which might be inappropriate due to obvious reasons in the pre-war burden of disease compared to Burundi and Timor-Leste. The Gaza Strip featured high burden of non-communicable diseases. It's messy, but realistically, well over 100,000 people died. Batman, yeah, you're right.
Epidemiologist with expertise in analyzing mortality rates from conflict and is a senior researcher on the study. He says that
they got a ceasefire with Lebanon and then bombed them again the next day. The next day, like they have a current ceasefire with Lebanon and they bomb them continuously. And it's not like they've stopped.
Utilized a statistical technique known as capture-recapture analysis, drawing from 3 separate sources: hospital mortuary lists, a public online survey run by the Palestinian Ministry of Health, and information scraped from social media. Back in 2023, we
don't have to look at the pictures anymore. Let's get back to Mehdi Hasan. Sorry. I just the numbers are not being reported to you accurately, and I had to point that out. Like, even the best that they can do is still estimate, and they're trying to make conservative estimates so they don't get yelled at. The numbers are much higher. Add like 20% to anything they give you.
And the Israeli government will make sure of it. The last war around in 2014, the reconstruction process was never completed by the start of this war. It was only 90% completed.
I agree with you.
Because Israel restricted reconstruction material from going into Gaza. Now the destruction is a thousandfold what it was back then.
So, just some housekeeping for folks joining. We've got several hundred people in the chat. Thank you for joining us for the Zateo Town Hall. I'm having some issues with my camera. You may see me disappear in and out, but you'll hear me. I'm going to always be running my mouth. We've got questions in the Q&A. If you've got questions, stick them in the Q&A. Obviously, there's several hundred of you. I'm not going to get through all of them, but I'm going to try and put some of your questions to Mohammed and Noga. I've got some of my own. I mean, Noga, I'm old enough to remember October 2023. Some of us called for a ceasefire right at the start. We were told to be quiet. The mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, was accused of being an anti-Semite because he was the first elected official to come out and call for a ceasefire. Do you remember when Justin Trudeau started saying the word "cease" and then stopped himself and said "pause"? We weren't even allowed to say the word.
I
cease.
remember that. Understand. Actually, this is a really good point. At the beginning of all of this, the tactics that were employed on the American people by the Democrats, the crackdowns on university protests, the entire media refusing to cover even an image of Gaza up until they were given the green light, everyone censoring themselves. This was done by the Democrats. This will now be done again, but by the Republicans for their goals. Like, understand that the system doesn't even really need to change that much for them to have this ability, because Joe Biden used this ability against people protesting for Palestine.
For a while. Then we had endless negotiations over the course of 2024. We are here now. The Israelis, Netanyahu, your government has signed up to it, we believe. What was your reaction to this news? Did you see this coming?
Yeah, this has been on the works for a while. My reaction was almost indistinguishable from that of Mohammed, I have to say. Relief, caution, fear, lack of processing. I could almost just sign off.
They didn't want you to see.
I don't actually.
They didn't want you to see. Up until it became unrealistic for Israel to have this goal, the goal was to just go back to everyone thinking that they're the most moral country on earth, and that they're constantly being attacked and berated, and they themselves are not belligerent. They wanted you to believe that, and you wouldn't have believed that if you got to see.
Actually remember, I have to tell you, all of those people you're quoting from October 2023, because I didn't have the time at that time to listen to those things, and the situation.
My wider point was a ceasefire was a taboo word, and now today we hope the world will celebrate if this is a real ceasefire. That is what everyone seems to want, except for maybe Itamar Ben-Gvir and a few House Republicans.
Let me underscore. Well, I think there's more than Itamar Ben-Gvir, but it doesn't matter. I do want to underscore maybe the least happy of what Mohammed said that I share, I have a tremendous fear that this may end up being a truncated ceasefire, that it won't, ripen and develop. There are so many things out there.
Well, I mean, obviously, you can't both sides this back, guys. Hamas is bad, obviously, but they didn't commit genocide. They didn't... I mean, hold on. Let me really just make it clear for you. God, Google search sucks. The Google image search really fucking sucks. Wow.
Image search can be frustrating.
Excuse me, I didn't ask you to talk. Jesus Christ, everything is AI now. Give me video or... Why? Why will it not... From 2021. Please, give me real images. Oh, fine, thank you. Give me the ABC. Fucking hell. This is what Gaza was like before this. This was Gaza, Batgas. Do you see this? Yes, Hamas is bad. I understand. Listen to me. Do you see this? This is Gaza, right? In 2021. Looks like a city. This is Gaza now. This is what it looked like. Looked like a real city. And this is what it looks like now. A group of idiots went and did a terrorist attack, and in response, the government of Israel killed hundreds of thousands of people and decimated the entire city. Again, this is gone. It's gone. None of this exists anymore. It just does not exist anymore. Hamas couldn't match Israel's freak if they tried, because it's like 7 dudes. Yes, terrorism is bad, but it doesn't justify that. That's worse than us getting attacked on 9/11 and then doing Iraq. That's worse than Iraq.
There are a number of things that could still go wrong by Sunday when it's supposed to enter implementation, but there are infinite numbers.
The line had been drawn, Batgaz. Hamas has agreed to several ceasefire deals. Every single time, it's Netanyahu and the government that say no. Hamas has been trying to stop this for a while. They feel they regret what they did. They learned their lesson. But at the same time, no, they fucking didn't. Because what do you think is going to happen when you carpet bomb a city, kill 100,000 civilians, men, women, and children? You're gonna radicalize everyone else. That's how Hamas is born, by you bombing the neighbor of Hamas. Look what happened in Iraq. We did Iraq and Afghanistan, and then we got ISIS. We turned Al-Qaeda into ISIS by doing that. It made it worse. This is not how this works. But, like, the goal here was never to, like, the Israeli government has openly stated, like Netanyahu, their defense minister, Gallant, have openly stated that it is impossible for them to dismantle Hamas, that they can never achieve this. Also remember that the Israelis funded Hamas for years prior to any of this, because they did not want the PLO to control both the West Bank and Gaza. This is of their own making. They did this to themselves. Problem is that occupation will still be ongoing even if a ceasefire miraculously occurs. Exactly. And during an occupation that will continue, that will be even worse than it was before, after a genocide, you're going to have more of this. As the forces in power, it's really on Israel to de-escalate the situation. The group who has less power couldn't hope to de-escalate even if they wanted to. They've been trying. It is up to the escalator to de-escalate when everyone around them wants them to stop.
Of things, many that I have in mind and many that I don't yet have in mind that could go wrong in the 42 subsequent days. And I'm very, very fearful of that we're going to end up with something similar to what we had at the end of November, the last week of November 2023, which is, you know, like that feeling of almost there.
And you mentioned 42 days. This is a 3-phase ceasefire deal. Phase 1 is 42 days where Hamas releases 33 hostages. Israel releases 30 Palestinian prisoners for each civilian hostage, 50 free.
It is good to hear that some of the prisoners in camps like Sidi Timan, the torture camps, will be released as well. That's at least positive.
Female soldier. There's a halt to the fighting. Israeli forces supposedly move out of populated areas. Displaced Palestinians return home. Then there's a phase 2.
What home are they returning to? Their homes are rubble.
The hard bit, 42 days of sustainable calm, more hostages released, more of a withdrawal, and then a phase 3 where we're told there'll be a reconstruction plan.
Okay. Now, before we continue, keep all of that in mind. And how likely is any of that to happen when the Israeli army is having to tell its soldiers to stop posting their war crimes on the internet?
Despite all the evidence, much of it posted by its own soldiers on social media, Israel still insists it's not committing war crimes, let alone a genocide. But more and more countries see past the propaganda. Like Brazil, where a judge recently ordered that an Israeli soldier on holiday there be investigated for his role in Gaza. The Israelis got him out before charges could be laid. The case produced a panicky response in Israel.
I don't believe it'll hold back, guys. Like, there's nothing that indicates to me that it would.
Israeli news studios because of its implications.
ארגנטינה, צ'ילה, ברזיל, מדינות שיש להם סמכות שיפוט אוניברסלית ומאוד קל להעמיד, וכמובן תאילנד, יעד פופולרי.
On social of Israel, army chiefs then declared that from now on, the identities of Israeli soldiers will be hidden from the world, their faces blurred in interviews, plus a ban on soldiers posting their exploits on social media. It's too little, much too late. Soldiers have already provided mountains.
There is no desire for this.
Of online evidence for war crimes investigators, which, as a former Israeli army chief of staff pointed out, is not the only evidence out there.
שיפסיקו להוציא החוצה כל מיני סרטונים וכל מיני אמירות, אבל זה לא יעזור להם, הפוליטיקאים ידברו על זה.
They should all be in The Hague. All of these people should be in The Hague. And, like, even the IDF soldiers, I do understand that they're all brainwashed and shit, but that's not an excuse, sorry. Didn't work with the Nazis, not gonna work with the Jatsis.
The Israeli news outlet Ya'alon was speaking on. Ynet has since posted an online guide for Israeli soldiers on how to avoid arrest overseas and what to do.
We've seen Israeli media talking about how they need a Lebensraum. We've literally... Netanyahu complained to Biden that we carpet bombed Berlin as a justification for Gaza. Well, you bombed the Nazis. Why can't I bomb the Palestinians? Was their fucking argument to Biden.
If that happens.
Their own soldiers have been taking to social media, going on Instagram, going on TikTok, and posting videos of war crimes.
I mean, all of this was in the ICC case, the ICJ case. Like, we've seen
social
a
media
lot of
and
this.
broadcasting their own war crimes.
The fact that there has been an article in one of the mainstream Israeli web portals saying, here's a guide for reservists about how to protect yourself when you go abroad, so you don't fall under threat of prosecution. This is a kind of mind-boggling thing that Israelis didn't really ever have to worry about. But those kinds of efforts to prosecute them have only been possible when those very same soldiers themselves have incriminated themselves in war crimes.
There's been an explicit push to delete social media posts, certain things you shouldn't say in...
Guys, I mean...
The focus goes to the dozens of Israeli captives who have yet to be brought home. And away from the bigger
Thank you,
picture,
Headless
that
Chicken.
genocide
You're always
in
great as
Gaza,
well.
a
Good
population...
to see you. Again, seeing this, how likely do you think that it is for this to actually work? What's the odds? What are your betting odds? What's the poly market say?
Mohammed,
You did
kidding. I don't actually want to know.
You did mention something that I consider important in phase one, which also we have to see happen, which is the ability of Gazans displaced from North Gaza, unless I missed it, if you said it.
Yes, you're right.
To return from
more
the kind of, from the, I don't even know what to call it, to return back to where they used to live.
Which is uninhabitable, as Mohammed pointed out. Mohammed, you tweeted today, just read the full ceasefire text. It's literally the same as the May 27th, 2004 one, word for word.
No, Backgaz, I disagree. The alternative is absolutely worth thinking about because it's the more likely alternative. You can hope for the best, but you should absolutely expect and prepare for the likely outcome, which is the worst outcome. You shouldn't ignore the negative alternative possibility because it's genuinely a possibility. It's not, this is not a hypothetical that might happen. It's the more likely outcome. You can still hope for the best, but I don't know, like the idea of not worth thinking about, that's insane to me. Why would you shut your ears and your eyes and pretend like it's not happening because you want to feel better? This is a reactionary motion. What you just said is based off of reactionary ideology. You don't want to feel the discomfort of imagining the worst outcome, but that is the more likely outcome. And we need to be able to do that while also still working for the better outcome. Nuance.
With 6 non-substantial changes in the appendix. Netanyahu, Biden, and Blinken have a lot to answer for wasting 8 months of buying time for genocide. I mean, it's literally the same deal. And Biden's taking credit for it today. He walked away saying, look at me. He's done a tweet saying, I've negotiated a ceasefire.
Yeah, precisely. It is literally word for word. I got the text in Arabic. I have a colleague who asked for it in English. I couldn't find an English version.
You need to think about the better future that you want and also your reality that you exist in. There is a point in fighting back against them if the fighting continues. There's absolutely a point. That's the whole point, in fact. There is no other point. In that, if the bad stuff continues, you have to continue to fight against it. That's your job as a human being in a society, in a community. I do agree that there are a few opportunities for us to make a difference, but we need to be ready to show up for them. We need to, like, the issue that a lot of people have with Gaza, and by a lot of people I do include myself and us, regular people, is that it is so depressing, that it is so hard to watch. Oh, you with the big stretch, such a cutie. It is so hard to watch that we tune out. But when we do that, we're giving them, like the people doing this, the genocidal IDF, the war cabinet of Israel, we are giving them what they want by shutting our eyes and ears because it's so horrible. When does peace ever last with Israel? Even when a ceasefire works, it's only short term. And that's what I'm trying to say, Phantom. You can hope for the best outcome, but this is the likely outcome. Again, they got a ceasefire with Lebanon a month ago and then immediately bombed them afterward. If all evidence points to a particular reality being the most likely, and it is bad, and you don't want to pay attention to it, then you are part of the problem. Because this is reactionary thinking. If we believe that negotiating cannot work and that the only way forward is war, then what's the point of trying? I never said this. I never said this. I said don't expect it to be this easy. Don't expect us to be making positive change. The world is not going in a positive direction. Donald Trump is going to make this 10 times worse. We voted for this. You are using your emotions as a basis for your rhetoric, for your beliefs. This is a flawed way of behaving and thinking. Your emotions will mislead you. Should you consider them? Absolutely. They're incredibly important. You can't, if you have none of the emotion, then you are just one of the fascists. That's exactly what they are. We need to be able to do both to keep the hope alive, the ideals of a good, positive future, the change that we want to make. But we also have to understand the reality that we live in and what's likely. Well, I do believe negotiating can work, but this is not a context in which I trust the people doing it. The people doing it have consistently lied. Again, Hamas has agreed to like 4 or 5 other ceasefires, and Israel has declined them all at the last minute by Netanyahu, every single one of them. Why would I trust them to act any differently than they have acted for the last year? Why would I believe that there is going to be any change in their behavior if they haven't indicated any? In fact, they almost didn't pass the ceasefire. I'm pretty sure Netanyahu didn't even want it to pass. It was the rest of the Knesset not to go to a vote, and it passed. A lot of people are mad about it. We need to balance out emotions with logic. And it's not easy. It's not fun. Looking at this shit is still difficult, but I see it as a single step in the right direction, but thinking things will suddenly now take 100 more steps in the right direction is highly unlikely. Exactly, Shufel Poofer. This is in the right direction, sure, but what follows this, I don't necessarily think will continue on that trajectory, because we've seen no indication of that being a possibility.
So I looked up the May 27th. It was exactly, literally identical. I just sent him that instead. There were no changes except for 6 non-substantial new items that were added in an appendix, and all of them are merely just explanation or elaboration on what the ceasefire entails, aside from one issue on the Philadelphia corridor, where Israel compromised eventually and agreed to leave by day 50. So I've been in talk with a lot of mediators since
You
last
might not
July.
be all that wrong, leftist Leo. You might be pretty close to the point there.
One of them was saying that the only way you can get a ceasefire done is Israel needs to be dragged kicking and screaming into a ceasefire. There's no other way around it.
So on that note, there's been a lot of reporting that the incoming Trump administration is what pushed this to happen. Safat Hanan, who's one of our subscribers, asked in the chat a question a lot of people are going to ask. Does Trump get...
I do have to pee too, so I'm going to stretch and then pee, but I'm going to leave you guys with the video on because, I mean, Bring Chat the cat. The cat's right there. There's the cat. How you doing, buddy? There you go. Got you the cat. Cat's just hanging out. I mean, to be fair, it's 5 o'clock in the morning, so he is sleepy. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Why did it pass in the Knesset? Pressure about hostages too high? Yes, there's been a lot of protests regarding the hostages in Tel Aviv. So absolutely a lot of pressure coming from there, from within Israel, which is what I expect made it pass.
Credit for this ceasefire. 2 Arab diplomats told the Times of Israel that his envoy, Steve Witkoff, this real estate guy, apparently put more pressure on Netanyahu in one meeting than Biden did over the course of a year. That's the reporting from the Times of Israel. Where do you stand on this, Mohammed? Do you believe Trump gets credit for this deal?
Well, basically, Biden did a lot of damage. Mediators were begging for, even Israel's own negotiating team was begging Biden to name and shame Netanyahu for sabotaging a deal. They never did. To the contrary, Biden chose consciously to, according to a former senior Israeli security official, he said it to me in November, he said Biden is engaging in a shameless attempt of rewriting history and gaslighting to basically to absolve himself of the responsibility for refusing to pressure Netanyahu.
I'll take some after stream. They're gonna make me sleepy because like pain's pretty bad today. But I'm so tired and I cannot wait to go to bed once it's done.
By instead blaming everything on Hamas and never blaming Netanyahu and claiming that Netanyahu accepted the deal falsely every single time. But on the other side, with Trump, what he did was basically exert the most minimal level of pressure. He just said, get a deal done before my inauguration. That was basically the request. Witkoff was just telling Netanyahu...
Remember, prior to the election, Netanyahu and Trump were having meetings. Trump was talking about like how, like he said exactly what was said here, and that like end it before I take office. But the plan here is this ceasefire deal exists to give Trump like an easy win over the Democrats. Just well, look, Trump's not even in office and he ended the genocide. Look at you Democrats who voted for Kamala Harris. Meanwhile, like nothing is really going to change. In my honest opinion, we're just not going to hear about it anymore. It's just everything is going to stay exactly the same.
Should be a deal before January 20th.
And back
at the same
I am
time, I'm
indestructible.
afraid that there's going to be a transactional element to this kind of deal. Trump is a businessman.
I'd be shocked if there wasn't.
Netanyahu knows how to trade with him. There's in Israeli media, there are already reports that Trump promised to allow Israel to violate the ceasefire, resume the war after phase 1, as well as giving them a gift bag. Literally, the verbatim quote is a gift bag, lifting all sanctions Israeli settlers, extremists, and Israeli shady companies, as well as major land theft in the West Bank.
So, you know, Trump ended the genocide, except now the genocide's expanding to the West Bank. Every regulation sanction that was stopping Israeli settlers is gone. And, and also he gave them permission to violate the ceasefire, which kind of makes it not a ceasefire, huh?
Get a deal done before my inauguration. That was basically the request. Witkoff was just telling Netanyahu there should be a deal before January 20th. At the same time, I'm afraid that there's going to be a transactional element to this kind of deal. Trump is a businessman. Netanyahu knows how to trade with him. There's in Israeli media, there are already reports that Trump promised to allow Israel to violate the ceasefire, resume the war after phase 1, as well as giving them a gift bag. Literally, the verbatim quote is a gift bag, lifting all sanctions Israeli settlers, extremists, and Israeli shady companies, as well as major land theft in the West Bank.
So yes, and the genocide. That's what that means. And Dr. Batgaz, I'll rest on Wednesday after the inauguration, unless shit pops off immediately the day after. The thing is, being a live streamer, you don't really get to decide when you rest. The news cycle gets to decide when I rest. Didn't Hasan get a bunch of shit for saying that it's the hardest job in the world?
So Khalid Shah asked the same question, Mohammed. Would the ceasefire being possible without Trump?
I'm not saying it is. I just remembered that.
Says, Noga, you've been tweeting some interesting stuff in the Israeli press. You tweeted that quote that Mohammed just mentioned about Trump and Dermer saying, Trump, Netanyahu, Dermer agreeing that if there's a ceasefire, Trump will, quote, support Israel retroactively if it decides to return to fighting and violate the ceasefire. But you also tweeted a line from Chaim Levinson, Israeli journalist, saying there would be no deal had the great and grand Donald Trump taken Netanyahu's hand, bent it behind his back, then bent it a little more, then pushed his head into the table, then whispered into his ear that in a moment he was about to kick his balls. A shame.
Literal fan fiction.
Biden didn't realize this earlier. Where do you stand on the role that Trump and Biden have played on this?
First of all, I didn't tweet the first thing you mentioned. I actually haven't seen that. But I did tweet Chaim Levinson. Where do
Support reporter wouldn't be as good as me.
I stand? I think
this really is. It's like open. It's really, really out in the open. They're not even really like they're hiding it, but it doesn't take any effort to really look for it to find it, does it?
Questions.
Yes.
I think that Israelis, and in particular Israeli men, even very smart and fairly left-wing men like Chaim Levinson, have a bit of a tendency to idealize Donald Trump in his, manly stereotype. I don't particularly idealize him in his manly stereotype. I think he did have an important role to play here. And I think we're in an era of really hard-knuckle politics. And Netanyahu today is a man who, he used to like to say about...
It's not so much the stream, it's dealing with the hate. Infallible foul, I do think that you're right. And I'm lucky to an extent where I don't face anywhere near as much as the hate. And I do try and message in a way with other creators that I don't want to get into drama. Like, I don't want to be pulled into the hate sphere. But it is kind of unavoidable. The other part of it is I stream for like 5 hours, right? Generally 4 to 5 hours when I stream. There's another like 6 hours of me trolling through Twitter and YouTube and different news websites pretty much every day that goes into the pre-stream. Because like streamers like Hasan or Vosh or whatever, they get up in the morning, they sit in their chair, they're half asleep, look, oh, okay, what's up, guys? And then they look at the news, and then they analyze and like commentate on it as they're seeing it. I like to have a structure. I like to go and I like to see the news, I like to put it in a document, and then in the middle of stream, I like to pull from it based on whatever the hell it is that we're talking about. So, like, it's a different kind of streaming, and I do think that adding that extra 5 or 6 hours is quite difficult in a time management sense. But, like, it is a hard job. This is not easy. And realistically, I mean, when you get to the point of, like, think about the debate with Quibbles. That was not easy for me to not lose my fucking mind. And Hasan gets that kind of shit constantly, so I don't blame him for that. And thank you, Batgaz.
Arabs in general, right? That they only understand force. He's become a guy who only understands
You're not wrong,
force.
stock photos.
And right now, he's a kind of, I don't absolve him of any responsibility for anything, but he is a kind of, malleable material that's being smushed between a number of powerful forces. I think nothing is more powerful against him than his own coalition.
Yeah.
I mean, leftist Leo. Yes, your format is able to keep my attention. When they kind of flit around, it's hard for me to retain, and a lot of their content is kind of unserious. When I want the news, I want news. When I want funny and light, I want funny and light. I flit around constantly because of my ADHD, and Hasan tries to focus more on activism, and I mean, like Vosh doesn't really try and, like, he does the news, but he does it for his audience. He's not trying to message for outside of his audience. And so, like, I do the light and funny. I try and throw some in there in the middle, but I do try and keep the format in a we're still talking about the news today kind of setting, or I'll make like very overtly spaced segments of like, all right, let's chill after this for a hot minute.
For a number of reasons, this is a choice. I always lose patience when people describe him as a victim of this coalition. Netanyahu all along, before this war and since this war, daily has had the choice of dumping the most extremist, criminal, racist nationalists that he brought into his government and exchange them for the Israeli center. And he has refused. So this is absolutely a government of choice, his choice.
So I'm going to jump in now and ask you about specifically then what is this government's intentions? Because Haaretz journalist Zivi Barel says the conclusion that emerges from this is that the government does not intend to reach the second stage of the deal, and its very existence indicates malicious intent, i.e. they could have done it all in one go, not 3 stages. He says the aspiration to establish and entrench themselves in Gaza and the dream of settlement there have not disappeared. How cynical should we be about whether Israel's going to go through with the 3 stages?
I mean, hearing that, pretty fucking cynical.
I think the question is, how cynical are they more than us? I think we should be, like all journalists, skeptical and cautious. And I think this Israeli government is a very dangerous, very extremist, and extremely unstable government. There's a paradox in the existence of this particular Israeli government, which is it's extremely weak, it's extremely fragile, it's febrile, everybody in it hates everybody else.
This is true.
But they want to survive. And Netanyahu's most forceful argument, including for, Bezalel Smotrich is a guy who has been famous for saying a lot of awful stuff, but one non-awful thing he said before he became minister was he referred to Netanyahu rather famously as Shakran ben Shakran, a lying son of a liar. There's no love lost here. But what Netanyahu's managed to do with these fellows is convince them that they have no other choice. That if they topple this government, that's it. They're done with politics because he's the only guy who'll take.
This idea that she's describing has existed for the entirety of Israel's existence. The party that Netanyahu is a part of, the Likud party, comes from the original government structure of Israel. Israel was formed by militia groups coming together. Many of those militia groups were fascists. Some of them were actually working with the Nazis or trying to. In 1948, Einstein and a whole bunch of other academics wrote a letter about how worried they were about Israel, because this was, shortly after Israel was established, that their government structure was fascistic. It was very reminiscent of Nazis. Albert fucking Einstein wrote this in 1948.
Take them. And that, unfortunately, has the power of force. So the weaker this government is, in a way, the more it sticks together.
So if we're going to talk about whether the deal survives or not, Mohammed, Michael Connors, one of our subscribers, asks, why would Hamas have accepted this deal if Netanyahu has no intention of entering phase 2? We've talked about the pressure or not pressure on Israel. Obviously, the Qataris, the Egyptians, and others are putting pressure on Hamas. Why does Hamas go into it? Is it because they've got no other alternative, or because they have faith that this 3-phase deal will work?
Hamas has agreed to settle.
Hamas is opting for the maximum plausibility possible of the deal sticking. There's no other guarantee, basically. They got a lot of verbal promises from Trump's team, from the Qataris, the Egyptians, that the deal might stick. There's a high likelihood, but their focus is on another thing. There's a clause in that agreement that says that as long as negotiations on phase 2 continue, phase 1 should continue alongside with it indefinitely. So that's why you see a lot of effort to make phase 1 as livable as possible, increasing the number of trucks going into Gaza to 600 per day, 50 trucks with fuel, half of them to northern Gaza, allowing 1 million.
So make phase 1 look good enough so that people stop paying attention by the time it's over. Because again, the explicit permission for Israel to violate the ceasefire was after the implementation of phase 1.
Displaced Gazans to return to the north, reopening hospitals and bakeries, etc. So there is the insistence on making phase 1 as livable as possible, because that best case scenario, that might become the new status quo.
Just to circle back, Noga, to something you were saying a moment ago. So where's it gone? I had a question. Diba Jaffrey asked, just to get...
Damn, I made a mistake, because the title also has Hasan in here, and I'm not sure we're going to be able to get through Hasan and both Bernie videos.
The black and white, yes or no. Is the Israeli cabinet, the Smotrich, the Ben Gavirs alongside Netanyahu, is it going to actually agree to this? Or will Netanyahu let his coalition fall apart on this deal?
Ladies and gentlemen.
I don't think Netanyahu will willingly allow his coalition to fall apart on this deal. The answer is yes, in terms of the vote tomorrow. I still think that he's going to be able to push that through, but stage 2, as President Biden described it in his press conference, I can't see this Netanyahu cabinet voting for that.
Mohammed, another subscriber of ours asks, what is stopping Israel from just rearresting the Palestinian hostages that are released just like...
That's not going to happen, Gaz. And also, like, Iran is not responsible for this. I do not place any blame on Iran. Sure, they gave some money to Hamas. They funded Hamas. That's fine. Israel also funded Hamas. I give zero accreditation to Iran for anything that hasn't been proven to be because of Iran. Iran has been the only rational actor in the region up until we got Syria back. Like, it's kind of insane that they were the only ones that had a modicum of common sense in attempting to try and de-escalate, while Israel's mandate was de-escalation through escalation.
Like they did after the first prisoner exchange back in 2023. A lot of these hostages or Palestinian detainees who are being released on the Palestinian side by Israel are people who were released in November 2023 and then just rearrested. What stops Israel from doing it again?
Yes, and you use the very proper terminology here, hostages. There are 3 categories of Palestinian prisoners. There's prisoners that are convicted in military courts. The conviction rate is 99.74% for Israeli settlers.
The conviction rate is 99.74%. If they both have a hand in the rebuild... Yeah, except they don't want to, Batgaz. Israel does not want to do that. Israel does not want to engage in cooperative, positive change. Iran doesn't either, really. They're more willing to, but like not in this way. But Israel has no desire. Only for Israel. They will rebuild Gaza when they put their settlers there. We've covered this before. There are literally people, settlers in Israel with their children, their families, with camps, like literal tents and shit, right at the gates to Gaza, waiting to be told that they're allowed to go and steal a Palestinian's house and like build their own house on top of it. They're just dying for the okay to free dash into Gaza and claim that land is theirs. They're not even hiding it. Iran are giving Russia drones, though. Yeah, well, true. But, like, all of this, they're all doing everything. Russia was working with Iran and with Israel. They're helping both.
9.74% for Israeli settlers in civil courts. When they attack Palestinians, the conviction rate is 1.8%. It's insane. But there's the other category of administrative detainees, Palestinians held without trial or charges. But there is the third category of hostages, literally thousands of Gazans and Palestinians in the West Bank that Israel have rounded up as bargaining chips, nothing more. They're held without any suspicion at all. That's why in the ceasefire...
including doctors.
Yep. In the ceasefire agreement, it says verbatim that Israel will release 1,000 Gazans that were...
Here. Then we put overseer government in Gaza to make sure they work together fairly. It's not Gaza, it's Israel. You can put an overseer government in Israel. I've been saying this since October 8th. We need the CIA to media blackout. Sorry, the lights went off. Netanyahu fell down the stairs. Sorry. Here's the new guy, and no more genocide. That's what needs to happen. Because it's not Palestine that's the problem. It's not Gaza. It's not Hamas that's the problem. It's Israel. Look at this. Look at this. Yeah, right here. If you'll load. Come on then.
Israel's leadership insists there's no prospect of re-establishing the settlements. Ariel believes it will happen and hopes to be amongst the first to move to Gaza. She came to Israel 7 years ago from Texas.
The idea of you coming from America to here, settling in potentially in Gaza.
It's so hard
kicking
not to.
Palestinians out. A lot of people would see that as settler colonialism.
It is literally settler colonialism.
Not really colonialism, it's a return.
It's a literal act of colonialism, you dumb Aryan bitch.
My grandparents were kicked out of Israel by Arabs who were trying to...
No, Israel's troops will not rebel if the moderate goes into office. They're taught to obey the same way that, like they're indoctrinated. Chufa poofer.
Establish a Palestinian state, and
She's from fucking Texas.
Had to leave for their survival, and I'm just coming back and fulfilling their dream. That would be the first thing. The second thing...
One more time. Let's hear that again, because this is like an insane level of like self-justification.
Colonialism.
It's not really colonialism, it's a return.
It's a return.
My grandparents were kicked out of Israel by Arabs who were trying to establish a Palestinian state, and they had to leave for their survival, and I'm just coming back and fulfilling their dream. That would be the first thing. The second thing is, I think that, and I know this is a minority view, I think colonialism gets a bad rap. Like genocide.
You heard that, right?
And I know this is a minority view. I think colonialism gets a bad rap.
I haven't seen this video.
Genocide is bad, but colonizing places that are genocidal and they have bad ideology, it's good to come in and correct their views.
Oh, okay, so should we colonize Israel then?
Think should happen to the people who are already in Gaza?
So I think that there's a couple of possibilities. The one that...
He said that colonialism gets a bad rap, and then is talking about the bad ideologies of the Palestinians and how they're genocidal, and so they deserve to be colonized.
I think
the mental gymnastics is Olympics level.
Realistic is we got to ask other countries for help. I know that Spain was willing to take a couple of million. I know Russia said they would take a couple of thousand.
To a lot of people, that would sound like you're advocating for ethnic cleansing.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it?
Don't think so, because Palestinian isn't an ethnicity, it's an ideology, and it's an...
Excuse me? Excuse me? This is just Adolf Hitler. This woman is just Adolf Hitler.
Don't think so, because Palestinian isn't an ethnicity, it's an ideology, and it's an ideology that says that they want Jews dead, and so we want them as far away from Jews as possible.
She's from Texas. Did not grow up in Israel. Texas. Palestinians are not an ethnicity, they're an ideology, and that they want to kill all Jews. She didn't even fucking flinch, no shit, because she believes it. She's insane.
The would-be settlers...
These are the people that are waiting at the gates to get into Gaza.
Holding a small demonstration, usually early today.
She said her grandparents are from Israel.
Scenes have become a weekly ritual. Palestinians holding a small demonstration after Friday prayers. Israeli soldiers firing tear gas down at them.
I mean, I'm not sure that woman can be assisted by Wikipedia or a dictionary. I think she requires some, I don't know, more serious treatment for her condition of. She's either a retard or a Nazi. So it's one or the other. I can just call people an ideology and just exterminate them. That's not genocide. Got it. Amazing. This is why I keep saying reality doesn't matter. You just have to word things in a way that excites the person that you're messaging to so they actually listen to you.
Taken since October 8th that played no part, zero part in the October 7th attack. So why was Israel holding on to those 1,000 individuals only as a bargaining chip? Now, as you said, there's no guarantee that Israel will not rearrest them, although it stipulates that very explicitly in the agreement. It said that they will not be rearrested or charged or put on trial for something that they were released in a deal of. It says also that there are 47 Palestinians that were released all the way back in 2011 in the Gilad Shalit prisoner swap that Israel rearrested, they should be released immediately in phase one.
So literally just like arrest people and then free them and then arrest them again. I'm asleep and dreaming. No one can actually consciously say the things that she did and believe them. Stop the world. I want to get off. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Batgaz. Is they believe that. And she is not just, she's not she's not a minority. There are a lot of her. A lot. There's quite a lot. A scary amount of her. And it's not just in Israel. Those people are like everywhere. That ideology is what they're spreading. That's the current right-wing narrative. That's what the monarchists in the UK will go to next, just so you know. That's what the Trumpists are saying. Hey, let's invade this, let's invade that. We need more room. Russia is literally invading Ukraine and has invaded Georgia. China wants to invade Taiwan, has invaded Hong Kong, goes after Tibet. This is the predominant ideology. If you got your king back, how quickly would you want to take Australia back? How quickly would the country of the United Kingdom, under a monarchy, want full control over Australia? That lady reminds me of season 8 Daenerys Targaryen. So not a single thought in her head and just insane. Cool. God, that... Oh, you made me think of season 8. Anything past 5 is trash, but read the books.
Basically, there's no guarantee, but otherwise there's insistence that it should not be the case.
Mohammed, you said the words no guarantee. Nicole Anderson says, as far as I can tell, there isn't any enforcement mechanism to this agreement. Lebanon has a ceasefire with Israel, but that ceasefire continues to be violated. There are no consequences.
Day after day after day.
Well, the only guarantee is basically a very ruthless one, but it's that the Israeli public will keep demanding the release of the rest of the hostages. That's why it was divided into multiple phases. And the soldiers, the people that served in the IDF, who are sort of the pride of...
What if your country wants to take other countries and colonize them, Batgaz?
Israeli public will be delayed to phase 2.
And also, I disagree fundamentally with that belief. See, I don't care about countries or nationality. We are all a people. The only thing separating us is class. It's the billionaire class and everybody else. You and I are the same person. We're in the same group. I know you wouldn't, because you've been taught this nationalism bullshit, but it's not real. It's not a real thing. It's another social construct that is used to oppress you. The working class around the world, no matter what country you're in, have more in common with each other than we do with the billionaire class. From Brunei to Malaysia to the UK to Russia to China to Australia to Israel to Brazil, the working class have much more in common than we ever will with the people in power. Ever.
The hope that there would be insistence on Netanyahu, on the Israeli military, to say that those served in your army, you let them down, you disappointed them, you should exert a responsibility now and assume responsibility and fulfill the deal. That's basically the guarantee. Nothing else is there to enforce it. It says in the agreement that Qatar, the United States, and Egypt are sort of guaranteeing or vouching that Israel will see it all the way through, as well as Hamas. But that's just as much...
Leftist Leo, from this point forward, you're Turkish. I declare you as Turkish.
...worth as Trump's other promises to the world.
So let's take a... Noga,
what are you going to do about that?
Meta, one of our subscribers, says, thank you for organizers. Great to hear from Noga and Mohammed. I would really...
It's like you guys don't even listen to me. It's like you guys... I'm kidding, by the way. That was the answer I was expecting. But, like, again, nationality is made up. It's made up. Donald Trump wants to remove birthright citizenship, so if you're born in America, you're not an American citizen. It's made up. It's not real. Your ethnicity is not real. It is so fucking mixed that you can't even really tell. Your culture is built on the culture of many other cultures. You take bits and pieces, and you form a cohesive culture out of it, but it's not yours. You've taken much of it from you drink coffee? Sorry, that's Arab culture. Like, you smoke cigarettes? That's Arab culture. None of this is real. None of it actually separates you. Unless you make it separate you, which is what they try and incentivize. That these make you wholly different cultures that are so different from each other that you can never positively interact, that they can never integrate. All of this is made up bullshit. The real answer is just, it's the rich and everyone else. Buy a rug and learn to make lamb kebab with cucumber sauce? Based. You should be proud of who you are, of where you're from, your community, what your ideals stand for. You can have all of those. You don't need to give any of them up. But the idea that any country is anything more than an amalgamation of ideas that consist of some ideas that formed within that country historically, but also taking much from everyone we're interacting with. We live in a global society. Every country is interconnected. There is no nation in the way that there used to be anymore. We only have the holdout of it. The future is a single world government. If we're going to colonize other planets, that's what's going to happen. It's what's required to happen. That's how you would be able to harness the resources to make that happen. There is no other way for that to happen. But even in that system, you don't lose everything. You're a state, not a country anymore. That's the difference. But the country is the entire world. And I already see it this way. My country is planet Earth. And my fellow citizens are everybody on this planet Earth. And my only enemy, or rather not enemy, but my only opponent, I can't really say that, I don't want to get put on even more lists, is the billionaire class. Men are from Mars and women are from Venus. I still don't believe that, but even in that case, infallible foul, it's all made up. Because if y'all live on Earth, if you're from Mars or you're from Venus, you're still an Earthling now, bitch. Yeah, my only enemy are those not from this planet. My only opposition are those that are on this planet working for the techno-necromancers on Alpha Centauri. If anyone's played Cyberpunk, then you'll get that one.
I'd like to know why Joe Biden couldn't have achieved this earlier.
Okay, look, I think we get the understanding of this. I'm sorry, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do this anymore. We'll have a look at it tomorrow and see what happens, because the ceasefire will actually be implemented by then. Because anything else I have to say right now would just be speculation anyway, so it's not actually worthwhile.
Gentlemen, boys,
for me, bloodline, ancestors, grandparents fought and died for freedom of this country, and it's up to us to honor the sacrifice. That's nationalism. I think that that's a harmful belief system. Now, do I think that you should honor their sacrifice and try and embody the ideals of freedom, of the common good that they held? Abso-fucking-lutely. But I don't think your country's borders exist. I don't think any of this is all made up in your head. It's like sex and gender. But it's a country and the entire world. You are a people on this planet. Does that mean we'll go to war with Mars colonists in 100 years? I mean, maybe we can just end up like the Expanse. We're all Earthlings. That's my country. So, Bernie Sanders went on Hasan's show, and they had a little chat, which is fucking awesome, by the way. Based Bernie going on actual independent media and talking. So, I've seen like the first 5 minutes of this. I heard it's very good. Let's give it a watch.
girls and MBs, we have Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont here on the broadcast. A way to finally close the circle. A person that is
I can't believe he got
endlessly
Bernie.
impactful in American politics for especially our corner of American politics. A person that I believe is profoundly important in revitalizing the leftist movement in this country. Bernie Sanders, thank you so much for everything you've done. And also thank you for coming on the broadcast.
Well, my pleasure to be with you, and thank you for what you are doing. You are part of a revolution in media today, which is talking to millions of people.
I mean,
who
not
are
me, not
tuning out
millions.
of legacy media, and thanks for what you're doing.
So we have a limited amount of time, so I'm going to get right into it. As far as your impact goes, I think we should probably start off with where you foresee the future of the left movement going in American politics.
Yeah, but I'm not reaching
What I am
millions of
most
people.
optimistic
But
about
yes, thank you.
is a revitalization of the trade union movement in this country, a growth in class consciousness, workers beginning to stand up and take on corporate greed,
True.
stand up to the massive levels of income and wealth inequality that we have today. And I think the future of American politics is bringing young people, people of color, women together in a movement led by the trade union movement, which demands that we end oligarchy in America. And that's something I'd like to talk with you a little bit about, Hasan, and move toward not only
Normalizing the word oligarchy is an excellent step forward because, again, I've been saying it for a while. We heard it on MSNBC last week, and then today Joe Biden said it, and now Bernie Sanders is saying it. I love how he keeps, I was going to say that, and that's like the idea of having these media figures, these people that are widely known using this kind of language helps in like the biggest way. This is more than any legislation could do to benefit the left right now in our current society, in our current context. Nothing that Bernie could do is better than normalizing this rhetoric. Since Bernie was unfamiliar with Hasan and they had very little time, Bernie stuck to his very basic talking points, so I didn't get much from it in that respect, but it was still awesome. I have another video of Bernie to cover, which is him giving a speech to, I believe, the Senate regarding H-1B visas. So hopefully we'll get through both of those today. I am so tired though, but if we don't get through this, the second one today, like we'll finish this and then I'll do that one tomorrow. But we do have a lot of news to cover, and I suspect immediately following the inauguration, it's not going to get any better.
a democratic political system, but an economy where all of our people in the wealthiest nation on earth have a decent standard of living. That is not a radical idea.
People voted for Trump because they couldn't vote for Bernie. This is so true. So many people voted for Trump because they couldn't vote for Bernie.
But we can't do it unless we bring people together around a progressive agenda.
Absolutely. Speaking of the oligarchy, we of course have the anti-corruption candidate, Donald Trump, who ran on draining the swamp the first time and then only seemingly worsened the conditions of the swamp, now aligned directly with one of the top oligarchs, the actual top oligarch, the wealthiest person on the planet, Elon Musk. And I feel like you've had some conversations about Elon Musk, especially in recent weeks. And I was wondering how you feel about Donald Trump cozying up to all of these billionaires, and these billionaires, especially in the tech sector, including but not limited to
Eric Skibbity Gamer, I can't believe that you made me say the word skibbity. I am offended.
Elon Musk cozying back up to Donald Trump.
This is woke.
A resurgence of right-wing
This
politics
is the woke
in the country.
coming for me.
Hasan, this is of enormous, enormous consequence. There's nothing more important that is happening not only in American politics, but in world politics. Let's think about it for a moment. What you got in Elon Musk is, in fact, the wealthiest guy in the world, worth over
You're not woke
400
of the day, buddy? I don't even know what that means. God, am I really that old? I'm only 29.
$1 billion.
Not even 30.
It's just astronomical, mentioning that. Along with Zuckerberg, Bezos, the three of them are worth almost $8 trillion. They're all going to be at Trump's side during his inauguration.
This is who runs the country. It's Elon Musk, it's Jeff Bezos, it's Mark Zuckerberg, it's Bill Gates, it's the billionaire class. It's a Hasan phrase. Makes sense.
Musk is going to play an active role in, quote unquote, transforming government. What is all of this stuff is about? What it's about is moving incredibly rapidly toward an oligarchic form of society.
Do I look older than 29, Kolinova?
Yeah, the very wealthiest people will not only own the economy, not only own the media. I mean, Bezos owns the Washington Post. Musk controls,
I wouldn't have been mad if you said
Twitter,
yes.
But also own the political system. One of the issues that we don't talk about enough is that during this last election, a small, tiny number of people, multi-billionaires, poured huge amounts of money into both
huge amounts of money
political parties, and that is, to my mind, not what democracy is about. So you got
again, this was inevitable since the passing of Citizens United. We were always going to end up in an oligarchy. That was the domino. That's what brought us here. It's just understand that the rhetoric that they are masking with all of this let's invade Canada, let's invade Mexico, Greenland bullshit is they want to go back to what they call the Gilded Age of America. This is the time just before FDR, the time where the tycoons, the wealthy had no restrictions, where you were just slaves and serfs. Oligarchy was in the recipe from the start, designed to be baked in. Exactly. I still can't get over the fact that they made a depth of efficiency, a Department of Efficiency with two heads. Phantom, if it makes you feel any better, pretty sure Vivek Ramaswamy got fired. They put him in the same hole that they threw JD Vance in, because I haven't heard from him either in a hot minute. The issue here being the entire point of Doge. You do realize the entire structure of Doge is one-to-one with the Gestapo, right? Like, the same reasons for why they were implemented, the same systems. It is just the Gestapo. Only time I'll ever get sad for Vivek. I think he's running for governor somewhere. Yeah, he's running for governor of Ohio. As of 13 hours ago, he got fucking fired. No way he didn't get fired. So many people need to go in the hole. And again, it's a nice hole, you know. It's not the type of hole that Quibbles likes, but it's the type of hole that has, you know, chairs and tables and beds and TVs. They just can't get out of it, that's all. He was the governor of Ohio. I don't think anything would change. Of course not.
Control of the media by the few.
Of course, Eric.
Control of the political system by the few. Control of the economy by the few. And if that's not oligarchy, I don't know what oligarchy is. And our job is to bring our people together, the vast majority of...
I'd rather not live in Ohio at all. Yeah, like, no.
The people demand a vibrant democracy, getting rid of Citizens United, one person, one vote, limiting the amount of money, big money, can spend on politics.
The importance of this, right?
Economy.
Pick a state, Ohio or Wyoming. Wyoming. The importance of this is not that we are currently in a position to even try and make any of this happen. We are currently in a position where our current goals should be to learn, to build coalitions and communities, and to build up rhetoric and power on the down low so that we're not, you know, arrested and put into camps, so that when they fuck up, or more than likely, I still think, when they start their revolution, we can be the normal, rational people that the rest of the country, the vast majority of the country, who is uninvolved in politics, will side with. That's our current best hope for the future. We can't change any of the bad stuff that's going to happen, but we can try and protect the people it's going to hurt the most. We can continue to talk about the problems in any way that we are still allowed to. Be loud. Be a Karen. You need to learn the tactics that the right used against us and use them to message accordingly. Now, obviously, you know, we've been over this. Be moral about it, be ethical about it, but you still have to manage to get your words into someone else's head.
In the richest country on earth, it guarantees a decent standard of living for all people. That's the challenge.
What do you think Elon Musk is going to do in terms of privatization when he is basically in charge of numerous government agencies now? Like, he's going to have control, or at least a tremendous amount more influence, direct influence over numerous government agencies, some of which are tasked with regulating his companies.
That makes sense.
And it's not just, don't look at it as him having control over this or that agency. It's the enormous impact that the wealthiest guy on earth, a very smart guy and a very dynamic, hardworking guy, what he's going to have over the totality of the government and the Trump administration. What does it mean?
Elon Musk is the president. Elon Musk, Bill Gates, Jeffrey Bezos, Sam Altman-Fried, Mark Zuckerberg, these are the president.
Believe in government. They aggressively believe in deregulation. They believe in more and more wealth and power.
They're literally accelerationists.
Right, you don't hear
openly
Mr. Musk talking about the need to provide health care to all people as a human right. You don't hear Mr. Musk talk.
Oh, well, sorry, we're going to go back to the last topic, but Israel will not proceed with Gaza ceasefire until it gets hostage list. Netanyahu coming up with another last-minute reason to deny the ceasefire 45 minutes ago. Literally, like, it's almost a fucking parody. I couldn't make a joke that is that on point. I couldn't do that. So this is from, from Florida.gov. Florida will lead on President Trump's mandate to enforce the nation's immigration laws. Law enforcement compliance, mandate maximum participation. Okay, I'm going to save this because tomorrow we're going to go over domestic policy. Today's more just broadly. I have, like, actual things that'll go with Koli Nova, so let me save that one for tomorrow.
Talking about
quite well.
The need to make sure that all of our people have decent education or live in safe, affordable housing. That you don't need. What you're talking about is an expansion and growth in technology.
Thank you for the link, by the way.
Benefit the people on top, and in my view, at the expense of ordinary people. And you know what else was kind of unique about Musk? A little bit different than other guys. This guy, increasingly, you may have noticed, talking about people with super high IQs. You heard that?
Yeah.
I haven't heard that.
Anybody who talks about super high IQs has the brain function of my cat. That's about as... Sorry, I scared you, mate. That's about as smart as anyone who's talking about, like, their super large IQ is.
Kind of language in a very long time. You're talking about a kind of a superior
This is literally
aristocracy.
Eugenics.
We're all so smart and all.
Which, by the way, isn't surprising considering, you know, Elon's family history and the fact of growing up in apartheid with, like, you know, again, family history, but also his own beliefs that he's put out over the years, even when he was still pretending to be a lib. He thinks that he is the smartest person in the world. He genuinely believes it. The stuff with the video games, I'm not going to cover it because I don't care enough, but it's a great indicator that he actually thinks he's that smart. Anyone who's played any video game ever should probably be able to understand if you have somebody else play a game for you up until you're in the international leaderboards and you don't play this game, someone's playing it for you, and you log into your account and live stream you playing it, people are going to know that it's not you. But this is apparently the smartest man in the world. He genuinely thinks he is.
All about technology, have all kinds of wealth, who are living these extraordinary lives, and they're going to be running the world for us. And the challenge of the moment is that with an exploding technology that has the capability of improving life for all, we've got to make sure that that happens and not see more increased wealth and power going to the people on top, which is exactly what Musk is all about. These guys are smart. They are aggressive. They want even more wealth. They want even more power. They are enormously dangerous. What's going on right now is unprecedented. This is not just, rich guys. Oh boy, I'd like some more money. I need another 14th house. They want power to go with their wealth.
What would you say to the growing resentment from the American working class against political institutions, the elite, and specifically...
The smartest person in the world is the one who knows that they don't know. I mean, yeah. None of us know shit. You guys understand that, right? Like, we don't know fucking shit about anything. Even when you're sure about things, you can really be wrong.
Specifically, our government, do you feel like this level of deregulation and privatization and the erosion of government social safety nets and government programs have contributed to that resentment?
Absolutely. Look, you're the average guy out there. You're not into politics. What
You can read as many books as you want, Ambugutan. You still don't know shit.
You're seeing that in many ways you are no better off, in some cases worse off than a worker in your place 50 years ago. You got that? Real inflation accounted for wages for the average American worker, despite the huge increase in worker productivity and technology, all the computers, all the cell phones.
Back in the day, as productivity went up, then your pay went up in relation to your productivity. Your labor actually held value. And now your labor has been devalued. We've talked about this before during like some of the Marx readings that I've done, in that there is a difference between worth and value is only created through human labor. Now, if your productivity has gone up, meaning that you can create more commodities with the same amount of labor in the same amount of time or in less time, you should be getting paid more, even under capitalism. Specifically under capitalism. But the wealth gap today between the wealthy and the rest of us for a decade or more now has been significantly larger than that of the French Revolution. We used to eat people when it got to this point, and now we're worse than the point where we were eating folk. And instead of eating folk, we're just like pretending like it's not happening.
An average worker in real inflation accounts for dollars not making a nickel more than he or she did 50 years ago. And during that period, a massive transfer of wealth, bottom 90% to the top 1%. And you're looking around you, and you're worried that your children may be in even worse financial shape than you are. They may never own a home of their own. You look at a government, you're hearing all the political bullshit that's out there.
Owning a home?
I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. And yet, maybe your job went to China. It's likely that you have a high deductible. You may not have any health insurance at all.
Speaking of, this is how much they hate you.
Now, when you go home today, what should you do? I think you ought to think about 15-minute physicals. Your local hospitals will fund these. They're incredibly inexpensive to run. You can screen thousands of people for almost nothing, and you allow a conversation to take place in more of a festival-like setting. It's not scary. And I mentioned earlier that almost everybody who comes to our 50-minute physicals has a job, but a lot don't have insurance. Give them a way of crawling back out of the abyss of darkness, of fear over not having the health they need, and give them an opportunity, because they don't have the right to health, but they have the right to access, a chance to get that health.
You don't have the right to health, but you have the chance, the opportunity to access the chance to get health? That's the world you live in? They fucking hate you. Like, how clear can they be?
Opportunity, because they don't have the right to health, but they have the right to access, a chance to get that health.
maybe likely that you have a high deductible, and yet all the political
What A
bullshit
word?
that's out there, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that, and yet maybe your job went to China. It's likely that you have a high deductible. You may not have any health insurance.
Access to health is literally a meme true.
At all. Maybe your kid made it to college and he or she is deeply in debt. And you're saying, does democracy really work for me?
Look, y'all were yelling about Uniparty before. Check out the new Uniparty that's about to form. That'll be for real now. We're actually going into 1984 shit.
A lot of people are concluding, no, it doesn't. And they're willing to move toward a more authoritarian type society run by Donald Trump. You know, what Trump said in so many words, he said, you know what, this system is broken. I'm going to smash it. Well, he's right. The system is broken. Problem is his solutions are going to make a bad situation even worse. Our job is to acknowledge what Democrats don't. You know what? The system is broken.
This is what I try and do, by the way. It's the same thing. It's the nuance. The system is broken. We can fix it. We don't have to break it further to fix it. This is the exact same idea. Again, even as that debate that I did, incremental change is still worth doing. But half of Democrats think incremental change makes you like a Holocaust supporter. What did he say? He said that I wanted the government to rape women, like for saying I want incremental positive change for the people who are suffering. It's the same argument that is laid out every single time. Anytime that the left tries to make any actual change, both the Democrats and the Republicans use this exact rhetoric on us.
We need to rebuild the system. People together. We can do it. We should not be the only major country on earth not guaranteeing health care to all people as a human right. You think we can't build millions of units of affordable housing? You think we can't reach out to the world and address climate change? I think we can. Tough stuff. None of this is easy. We can do it. A lot of people are essentially saying, I'm sick and tired. I've heard all of it over and over again. It ain't working for me. Status quo is not what I want. I want change. Trump may be crazy. He may be a pathological liar. He's going to bring about change. So that's what I think.
We heard a lot of people vote like this. They said, there were people who voted for Trump who literally said, oh yeah, this man is Hitler, but the country's broken and like we can't make any change until it's even more broken. Like people with that thought voted for Trump. They would have voted for Bernie.
Do you feel like this was a crisis in communication from the Democratic Party in the past election cycle that led to the defeat of Kamala Harris?
No, I don't. I don't think it's a question of communication. I think it's what the Democrats stand for.
It's just economic populism. I've been saying this for months.
You know, it's not messaging is art. So if the Democrats believe, does the Democratic leadership believe that the current system is broken? You tell me.
They don't.
Have you heard that? People go around saying, look, there's something wrong when we have massive income and wealth inequality, when we're the only major country not to guarantee health care to all people.
Kamala Harris ran on status quo, that things are getting better, that it is incrementally changing, and Americans said this is not enough. By the way, I do agree with the vast majority of Americans there. It wasn't enough. I just think that it was stupid to tear it all down as a reaction.
When you got 800,000 people sleeping out on the streets, when we have an opioid epidemic, when our public schools are failing, you know what? Guess what? The system ain't working. Do you hear Democrats say? You tell me. I mean, I'm sitting in the Beltway. I don't hear it. Do you hear it on the outside world?
No, absolutely not. That's why I was wondering what your opinion is. Is it malicious? Is it incompetence? Is it because we are now seeing the likes of Chris Murphy, for example, come to terms with a more left-wing populist message that they want to adopt.
No, not too much. Just me ranting.
You say that it's more than just the message. It's actually about dramatically changing the policy, dramatically changing the direction away from this zealotry that they display in terms of defending third-way neoliberalism. And I 100% agree with that. But will there actually be a change in your estimation within the Democratic Party Do they actually want to win elections? Do they actually want to
No,
change?
I still
the
consider the reality here to be exactly the ContraPoints meme. Kamala gave every reason to not vote Trump, but not one reason to vote for her. This is true. This is true. Look, the Democrats don't want power. They want to endlessly critique power, as Contra said, and it has remained correct. I mean, she didn't say Democrats, she said they, but the they there can be applied to Democrats, to liberals. And yeah, Contra's based. She needs to make more
trajectory
videos.
of American politics away from the throes of fascism.
Do they want to win elections? Absolutely. Are they willing to take on their corporate sponsors?
How do we build sustainable?
People who finance their campaigns in order to do what is popular and what the American people want, which is the way you win elections. Let me give you just many examples. I mean, I can throw it out.
Leftist internet connection.
It's one thing to say, okay, we are opposing Trump's effort, perhaps, to throw millions of people off of the Affordable Care Act. And we all agree that should not happen.
Wait, is Contra not making videos anymore? Because she just makes like a video a year because they're all very long, but is she not making videos anymore? Was the Twilight one the last one?
To ask why it is that we're spending twice as much per capita on healthcare. 85 million people are uninsured or underinsured. Insurance costs are going up. The question there is our healthcare system broken or not? I think many Democrats are prepared to say, yeah, it's broken. We need a new system. We need to move toward Medicare for all. Are there some Democrats who are beginning to catch on that there is something wrong when they have lost a significant part of the white working class, now the Latino working class, some of the black working class?
They've literally flipped the entire country solely on the fact that economic populism is the messaging. They're not even like telling the truth. They're just lying about economic populism. But that's what the American people want. I've been saying this for a long time, and even the current like election results will not change my mind on this. America is a leftist country. If you poll everyone in the country of voting age one by one, and you ask them in a neutral fashion, people want free healthcare, people want free university, people want paid time, like paid leave from work, but they want paid sick leave, they want paid parental leave, like they want all of the same things we do. People would just fucking vote. True.
Are people beginning to catch on that maybe we've got to address some of the issues that are impacting the lives of working people? Yeah, I think some are enough. No, I don't think so.
How do you feel about the Morena victory in Mexico, if you don't mind me asking? Because we did see a somewhat older figure in AMLO transitioning power away after seeing tremendous success with the expansion of the welfare state and social safety nets and trying to target to the best of his ability inflationary the inflation crisis that many other Western liberal capitalist nations faced, where we saw historically unpopular incumbent disadvantages. AMLO was able to transfer power away from himself to a younger female candidate, Claudia Sheinbaum. So clearly, even in North America, there is an example of a social democratic party becoming even more popular in the
It's just about trying.
aftermath of this election.
Look, it ain't complicated. If you do what your constituents want you to do, you know what, they're going to vote for you. I mean, it's kind of basic politics. If you ignore their needs and say, well, you just don't appreciate all that we have done for you, you don't know how good you have it, well, you know what they say, you know, well, screw you, I'm not doing well.
Yeah.
I would also mention to you that when we passed in the throes of the pandemic, the American Rescue Plan, which provided direct cash payment, tens of millions of Americans, extended unemployment, put a whole lot of money into childcare, kept people from getting evicted.
I gotta say, people will never remember how useful and how helpful this was. How many people had their entire lives saved by this act?
Did lowered the childhood poverty rate through a child tax credit. At that particular point, after that bill was passed, guess what? Biden's popularity was the highest that it was throughout his administration. You tell me, just tell me, if the Democratic Party said, you know what, in the first 3 months of a Democratic presidency, a Democratic Congress, every American will have health care as a human right without having to take out your
We
wallet,
win.
because
Done.
It's a human right.
That's it.
We're going to fund it in a progressive way, publicly, no more in.
If the election was today and Kamala Harris, including everything that's happened, we just had the election today. It was delayed. Same things were the same point. Everything is exactly the same. Except a month ago, she started saying everyone gets free healthcare. Kamala Harris would win.
Insurance premiums, co-payments, deductibles.
Like, make
If the
sure good
Democrats pulled
messaging
that
on
off,
it, obviously,
how
not just like
incredibly
saying
popular
it. It
do
would
you think
have
they
to
would
be
be?
real
You tell me.
messaging.
Absolutely.
Am I missing?
No, absolutely. Do you think that it's the impact of money in politics that causes Democrats to be afraid of taking the initiative on issues like this, or is it more pervasive and unfortunately scarier than that? Because I'm a firm believer that aside from the lobbying dollars, I think that there is a crisis of like elitism, I would say, where you have immediate family members of Democratic Party officials and, of course, the Republican Party officials as well that go to work in these corporations. So there is
It's
a
a
more
revolving
complex
door
web
as well.
beyond even lobbying in terms of the
Because like it is genuinely a revolving door, because you get out of government and you just go work for the companies that lobbied for you.
conflict of interest, in my opinion, between members of Congress and the corporate elite.
I think you're right. I think it is both factors. Let us not minimize the role that money plays, period. Every American, I don't give a damn what your political views are, should be really frightened that 3 multi-billionaires in the Republican Party could put hundreds.
It's not just these three. I don't like the framing of it's just these three. These are the main three, but Thiel, Sam Altman-Fried, Bill Gates, they're all doing it. Bill Gates was meeting with Trump the other day.
Millions of dollars.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta take some more painkillers, and we'll finish this video. Okie dokie. Sorry about that.
To Trump's campaign. Democrats also had many billionaires contributing. And if you think those guys are doing this out of the goodness of their hearts, you would be mistaken. Obviously, they want to elect candidates who will represent their interests. And the second thing related.
God damn, I want mozzarella sticks so bad. I want marinara sauce too. We don't have that here.
Kind of what you are saying, Hasan, is that people live in a certain world. One of the crises of the corrupt campaign finance system we have is not only the impact of money. Many of my colleagues are spending 20, 30% of their days. You know what they do?
Lobby.
They're out talking to their working class constituents.
They're out lobbying.
They're on the phone raising money from wealthy people. They're going to, house parties with wealthy people. When you surround yourself with folks who have come from a certain world perspective, I'm running a corporation. Let me tell you about all my problems I'm having.
Out of all of the wealthy, the people who have, I think it's $100 million or more, 70% of them inherited that wealth. Like 70% of them. Should lobbying be illegal? Abso-fucking-lutely.
Hey, I can't pay
for
my
money.
rent.
Yeah, like if you want to lobby as like in this capitalist society, if you want to lobby, you should be a group like Progressive Victory, where you're not like they're still a super PAC, but they aren't lobbying politicians in this. They're phone banking. They're canvassing. That kind of lobbying is proletariat lobbying. There's a difference between that and then the guys in suits in DC who are literally just for the benefit of their own self and of the corporations that they work for. Basically, if you ever watched like House of Cards, which I know Kevin Spacey, like he's a rapist and all that, but the show actually does do a good job at depicting what some of like the behind the scenes lobbying in Washington actually looks like. It's obviously a dramatization, but it does show you a decent glimpse of what that actually looks like. And what that is you get out of work and like you're out of there, and then suddenly you have a lobbyist coming to see you, and they're like, oh, let's go out for lunch, and you go and you have lunch with them, and then they buy you like some food, and you sit and you talk. And in that time period, you are receiving gifts. They are paying for you to have expensive food, expensive drinks. And even if you're not talking about work, legislation, your job here, they are paying for things for you. And technically they're not supposed to, but they often do. And this leads to a type of relationship that is transactional. And when that relationship that is transactional is front and center regularly, it's the thing that you most engage with. Thanks for the follow, Zach. It's the thing that you most engage with. When you leave that situation and you go back, like even like a decent like senator, even a government official who's not fully captured by the corporations, the billionaire class, but like a middle ground one. Once they leave that encounter with the lobbyist, and then they go back to doing their job, they're going to consider the things that the lobbyist has said that they want. Consider, well, oh God, that food was delicious. I wonder how much more I could. It's all temptation. It makes you question yourself, your thoughts. But what it does also, most importantly, do is it distracts. It distracts the official away from their actual job, their actual goal, which is to work for their constituents. Back as I do not begrudge people what they inherit if their parents worked hard for it, for their kids, that's a good thing. See, that's the thing. I don't think you should inherit wealth. This is just the difference between socialism and capitalism. But in this current modern society, I have a huge problem with inherited wealth. Because people who inherit wealth are fucking stupid. Because they don't learn. They don't try. They don't feel like they have to. Everything is given to them. Look at Elon Musk. He was literally considered retarded in school. Like he was labeled as retarded by his teachers in school. Because he would just space out all the time. And make no mistake, Elon Musk is retarded. But it's not just Elon. It's we've talked about this before. Once you have a certain amount of money, it starts to give you brain damage. It makes you mentally ill. It's like having an addiction to gambling or drugs where you do it over and over and over again, and it eats away at that part of your brain and makes it natural. You continue down that pathway. And the outcome of this is a lack of empathy. These people are not people like you and me. They're human beings, but they are not people. If the people who have $500 million. They're not people. They don't have a soul. They don't have empathy. They're humans. They're alive. They deserve rights. Sure. They're not people. Phantom Z11, House of Cards first 2 seasons are so good. Later seasons drop. I watched it all the way through before the Kevin Spacey shit came out. Me too. I quite enjoyed that show, actually. And, like, the last season where they swapped it for his wife because, you know, the Kevin Spacey shit came out. Even that I found kind of okay, but you're right. The first 2 seasons were excellent. I liked 3 as well. It was a good show. It was a good show, and it was a decent depiction of what behind-the-scenes politics in Washington looks like with a dramatized flair.
Let me tell you about my problems. You live in a certain milieu, I think is what you're talking about, and that becomes separated from reality. Does that take place? Is that happening? I think it is.
Yeah, I noticed that I was the most out of touch with the outside world when I was directly at the DNC, despite being online the entire time. That I definitely noticed that there is a bubble surrounding, I would say, the Rust Belt for sure, or not the Rust Belt. Sorry, the DC class and the media class. I think are certainly.
It really is. It really.
They have not left that bubble in a decade. They're still in 9/11. That's the bubble that they're in. In case you're like curious where the bubble originated, it's the 9/11 bubble. We just haven't left it yet.
Yes, I mean, I've said this. It really is. I've said this a million times.
It's okay. The VOD's
not
always
just
on
the
YouTube.
politicians, it's the
Speaking
inside
of, don't
Beltway
forget to
media.
go and like the stream. It really helps.
I cannot recall. I have done 12 zillion interviews in my political life over the years. There's nobody who's come up to me and said, Bernie, we have massive income and wealth.
Why is Bernie
inequality."
so frozen? And yes, that is a big fucking bubble. And it's gonna pop eventually.
What do you think we should do about it? Bernie, what are you going to do about the fact that 25% of seniors in this country living on $15,000 a year or less? What are you going to do about that? What are you going to do about the fact that so many people are homeless? Those are questions that one is not asked. One is never asked about income and wealth inequality, for example. Just not on.
You know what happens now is the 800,000 homeless people. That number is going to grow because of the amount of climate disaster. That number was 740,000 on election day. I checked that number on election day. It was not 800,000. We've gotten at least 40,000 more homeless people since election day. 40,000 is what the death toll of Gaza up until recently that was published. Like the published death toll of Gaza. That's how many more homeless people we got since election day. Because I have to ask you something. Why do you think kids should not inherit from their parents if their parents worked hard and what they and want to pass on what they achieved to their kids? They have the right to. It's natural for parents to want to give their kids a best start. I agree that it's natural for parents to want to give their kids a best start. I don't think that inheritable wealth is a good thing because I think that wealth shouldn't exist. I don't think anyone should have wealth. I think you should just have to each according to their ability, to each according to what fulfills them. I want you to have a happy and fulfilling life without having to fear starving to death. A universal basic income. Like, I think that wealth that kids inherit, A, harm the kid, but B, even more importantly, could be used to better society for not only that kid, but everyone else's kid. And it would not just be one thing, it would be all of them. I don't think that private property should exist. I am a socialist. I don't think you should be able to own a business. I think that businesses should be owned by the workers who work there, worker cooperatives. I don't think stocks should exist. I don't think you should be able to own your house. I think you should be able to live in your house for your entire life. I think you should even be able to have your kids live in the house that they grew up in. That's all fine. I just don't think you should own it. Because if you own it, then you can rent it. And I don't want you to be able to do that. But none of what I want is to take anything away from you and not give it back. I just want to take it away from the wealthy and distribute it to everybody so that everyone has what they need to be fulfilled. And all anyone has to do in this system is however much they can. In a system that is actually functionally built like this, the steps that require it, the prerequisites are all in place. This will function. It's just a matter of building the prerequisites.
The mindset of media, or for that matter, politicians. And we got to break through that. We have got to break through it because it is on the mindset of ordinary Americans.
So switching.
Because if I work hard and I make enough money to buy a house, what about the guy next to me who worked a little bit harder? Or maybe the guy next to me whose parents worked hard and he inherited the wealth and he buys a house and then he buys another house and then he rents that house to other people and then he gets to sit at home, not working, making money off the rent of other people paying to live in his house. That's my issue. Is private property is capital. I think you should have personal property. Again, like the distinction being everything inside of your house, your car, inside of your car, personal property. That's all yours. Anything that you can use, like anything that you can, the means of production, capital, something that you can make money off of that other people don't have access to. If you own a home, you can make money off that home. And not everyone else can make money off of that home. Therefore, you shouldn't own that home. The home should exist. You should be able to live in it forever. You just shouldn't need to buy it. You should just be provided a home. Like that's the other thing. You shouldn't need to work hard to buy a home. You should just be provided one. Because it's human. You need a home. We have more vacant homes than we do homeless people in the United States. It would cost the government less money to give them all free houses. Even to repair the dilapidated houses and then give them away for free benefits the government. It benefits the community. It benefits the people. The idea of consolidating wealth in any particular place is harmful. Consolidating wealth in a family lineage, in a commodity like a house, these are harmful systems. Commodities are harmful. This is what you get out of it. This whole thing that we've been watching, this is the product of it.
Gears a little bit, but going back to the Democratic Party's performance in these past 4 years under Joe Biden,
your current state in the UK, like the state of your politics, that is a product of the same issue.
Where would you rank Biden's performance across the board? Because there were certainly a lot of good things that occurred. I think pulling out of Afghanistan
does that make sense, back guys? Like, please let me. Like, I want to make sure that I get my message across correctly.
Defended adequately by the Democratic administration, in my opinion, and the media definitely was very gung ho about continuously punishing Biden. There were also initiatives, like you said, the expansion of
capitalism requires a treadmill to survive. That treadmill is debt and housing and advanced education are debts. That's basically true. Yeah, that's the thing. Like in a system that cares about improving the standards of life, the material conditions of the average person, debt doesn't exist. Housing is provided to you. You don't need debt for education. As someone living in Australia, I feel guilt when I talk to my friends about healthcare. Like, I can just go to the doctor and not pay anything for it. And that makes me feel guilty talking to my American friends. What's up, Info Thumb Wars? Good to see you.
child tax credit. And wonderful work done by the NLRB and many other regulatory agencies like the FTC specifically. But it did seem as though, one, these successes and the impact was not seen as tangible things that the American working class could associate with. But outside of that, do you feel as though it didn't meet the standards that are necessary for improving the material conditions of the working class right now?
Excellent question.
Of course
And
not.
here's the answer. I think if you look objectively at what Biden has accomplished domestically, it is probably the strongest record of achievement since anybody, since FDR.
Since FDR, exactly. You know what? Like, I used to just say he was the best on unions since FDR, but no. Domestic policy-wise, he genuinely was the best president we've had since FDR. Have a lovely day, leftist Theo. I'm done after this segment anyway. My brain is fried and I gotta go to sleep for tomorrow. But have a lovely day for you. Australia is doing something better about their healthcare than Canada. I mean, are we? I feel like healthcare in Australia is going the way of the UK in that it's slowly being chipped away at and privatized and made worse. For example, when I first came to Australia, most general physicians bulk billed, so you could just go to most general physicians, at least in my area, and just use Medicare and see them. Whereas now most general physicians don't bulk bill anymore. I'm lucky that mine does, but Halo MCC boss, I would absolutely annihilate you in Halo 3, just so you know.
In the 30s. What you're talking about is rebuilding our crumbling.
Our hospitals also have several hour wait times. We have ramping at hospitals. Just a news story came out yesterday that came from South Australia of ambulances doing drop-in runs where normally we have ramping in the hospitals where if there's not enough space, the hospitals, you know, you sit in the ambulance and you wait to be able to get into the hospital. And that was looking quite bad in the media, and they started to just... Oops, I hit a wrong button. That sucks. Fuck me. Sorry, I messed this up.
So, switching gears a little bit.
Okay, yeah, we were on Joe Biden. But, yeah, so I'll look for the news story really quickly. I think the healthcare system as a whole worldwide is broken, IDK. No, I agree with you. It absolutely is. The idea of paying for healthcare is genuinely immoral. Every single healthcare worker, no matter where you go, is overworked to hell. True. And every single healthcare company, whether it's a private hospital, a public hospital, whether it's health insurance, they're all just stealing from you. That's it. You know, like that's the whole thing. They're just stealing from you. No, I agree. You're entirely correct, Halo MCC boss. Like, no disagreement at all. On top of that, limited space, facilities with no new innovation, same old layouts, nothing being done. That's because they don't want anything new to be done. It doesn't... It's not something that makes the oligarchy money, and the oligarchy is who makes the decisions right now. Again, Brian Thompson got shot and killed in New York City, and immediately following that, 175 CEOs had group therapy with the governor of New York and the mayor of New York. That was paid for by the taxpayer. One CEO got shot, and then 175 of them got socialist healthcare. When's the last time the government paid for your group therapy, your mental health care, your physical health care? When is the last time that happened to you? I hear what you say, but people go to work to provide services and deserve to be paid for what they do. Then what they do with that money is up to them. Yeah, I don't disagree up until here. Realistically, I do. I think you could go further than that. I think that I would have to then explain to you what a moneyless society would look like, and we'll get too sidetracked with this here. But if they then decide they want to own a home, why shouldn't they be able to enjoy what they worked for? Because then they can make money off of it. I don't think you should be able to own anything that you could use to make money in a way that is passive, that anybody else doesn't also have access to. So their kids don't have to go through what they did and get to where they are. I don't think their kids should have to do that anyway. I think that a system quite easily could be built of your kids, in this instance, will still get to live in that home or in whatever home that they want, because a home should be provided to you because it's human. They should be nice homes too. I'm not talking like shitty, like cheap brick houses that have like no decorations on them. I think a home should be provided to you. I don't think that you owning that home in a vacuum is a bad thing. You owning a home in a vacuum, nothing wrong with that. But the system where people can own homes, houses, as a commodity, and then rent them out, sell them to others, and make profit is what I find unethical, immoral. That's what I want to remove. I don't think you should need, like, I think you're missing my point because you're having difficulty conceptualizing a system in which there is no profit incentive. You don't need the profit incentive as a society. It's actually a handicap. We would do much better without it. You incentivize cooperative engagement, community-centered cooperative engagement rather than profit incentive, and you will have the same better quality of life, I would argue, than you do now. It just requires several things be built before that. And I don't blame you for, like your beliefs make perfect sense in the context in which you live, in the material conditions in which you exist, how you engage with them, how you grew up with them. It makes perfect sense. I'm just trying to show you a better way. The VA is also broken, leaves many veterans in terrible states. Watch for the movies. Thank you for your service. My dad told me it was the most realistic war movie ever, with how veterans get treated after coming home in reality. Halo MCC boss, the VA is fucked, and they're gonna cut it entirely. Like that's part of the plan. It's just gonna get cut entirely. I personally like open market and opportunities for business and profiting. It's bad when you intentionally make it impossible for people to function. Rents can and can't be good in some cases. I don't think that private property should exist. I think personal property should. Again, to make that distinction, that's everything in your house, your car, everything in your car. You still get to keep that. It's just you shouldn't own a business. There shouldn't be a profit. Businesses should be owned by the workers who work there, worker cooperatives. I don't think you need a market. I think a market should just be gone. I don't think capital is what leads us here. The open market is, well, I mean, yes, but not in the way that you think it is. Like, socialism means 50 bajillion fucking different things. And when I, like, nobody knows what I mean when I say it. I've explained it on stream before. If you want a good explanation of what I actually mean by it, I'll link you like a VOD in a second and a timestamp for it because it was in a stream that I did a little while ago. But it's not what you think. Like, I don't know how else to tell you. The idea is incentivizing a cooperative system based on community engagement, which cannot currently exist, by the way. Like, I'm making that clear. My ideology is not currently possible. I want libertarian socialism. I don't think that any group should be in charge. I think socialism is an economic and political philosophy encompassing diverse yeah, I know, but like look at look at this, right? Your definition is correct for socialism, right? But then you get into this is the list of political ideologies. You just get into socialism. Half of these I don't even consider as actual socialism. Then you get into authoritarian socialism. Then we get into the various different kinds of libertarian socialism. It is just using the word socialism isn't useful because it can mean, again, 50 bajillion different things. It's the same thing with communism, by the way. It doesn't mean anything anymore. That's pretty much what I believe. If you want to jump through like halfway down that article and read that, or the video that I linked, I gave you the timestamp from that point on. It's actually a conversation that I'm having with a chatter on stream, trying to explain variations of how this could be done. It's not a set in stone thing. It's not something that'll happen in our lifetime. It's something that has to be built upon through community. It requires collective liberation. The end point here, yes, is socialism, but that's so far ahead. There are so many more important things that come well before that, and the most important thing is community. That's the base step. That's foundational, is caring about the common person in, like, not just in your vicinity, but I am part of the global humanity. I am a human. I'm an earthling. Every single person on earth deserves the same rights, happiness, the material conditions that I live in. And I want to do that. And this is not difficult if in a vacuum. Like, in a vacuum, this could be done pretty easily with very little changes to the system. Like, most people wouldn't notice. I don't even think you don't need to change most of the system. You just need to change key parts of it. My issue with socialism is that there is no incentive for working hard and trying to make your own values stand out. Here, see, this is the argument that I get the most often, and this is the argument that is the most incorrect. You have a difficult time conceptualizing incentive without profit, but in a cooperative, community-centered, decentralized society with a centralized but powerless bureaucratic superstructure that exists to connect the decentralized parts of the society without having any power to make decisions on their own. In this case, you, are just given the right to go, you can just go do whatever job you want because you don't need this job to live. You're already given universal basic income. You are already given universal healthcare and education. So when you have your needs met, so Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? Sure, we're all familiar with this, just to double check. This has gone so off topic, but I actually don't mind. So, really? You're going to give me the shittiest, lowest quality version of it? Thank you, Google, for being useless. Once your needs are met, your physiological needs, breathing, food, water, shelter, clothes, sleep, your safety and security needs, your health, your employment, your property, I don't necessarily like, your personal property, your family, and your social ability. Once these are all satisfied, then you get into love and well-being, friendship, family, intimacy, and a sense of connection. This is all part of it as well. What do we have left? What are the two hierarchies of needs, personal needs, that haven't been achieved? Self-esteem and self-actualization. Confidence, achievement, respect of others, the need to be a unique individual. In a system of a society where there is no profit incentive, the need to be a unique individual is inherent in us. We want to do that. We want to feel achievements. We want to feel confident in our ability. We want others to respect us. We want to feel unique. We want to create. Think about during COVID. How many people were locked in at home and were begging to go back to work? Now imagine that, but everyone has a job that they want to do. And I know the argument that's about to come up is, what about jobs that people don't want to do? And there are people to do every job. I guarantee you there is a person on this earth who will do every job required. And you know what? As much as I hate AI and automation, in this system, if there is a job that people like, nobody wants to do it, make a machine do it. You don't need profit. The whole issue that I have with automation of jobs in our modern context is that it takes away the job of the laborer. It takes their income away. They lose their job. In this system, no one wants to do that job. Automate it. That's fine. We still can do that. We still have our technology. Beyond this, you do what you want to do. I know you disagree, but it's like a farmer who builds and works on a farm and teaches a kid how to farm and then passes his farm to the kid and continues farming. Why should he have to pay to do that? He shouldn't have to pay to do that. Why should the government profit off? The government's not profiting off shit. Back as in this case, no one would have to pay to continue doing the farm. Like, you already paid the government to be able to live in this farm. Actually, no, fuck it. You don't have to pay the government. You were assigned this property because you liked it and it was available, and the government said, okay, you wanted this one first, you get it. There you go. That one's yours. You want a different property? You want to move? Sure. Go apply for it doesn't cost you any money. I don't think it should cost you money to live in a house. If you have a farm, great. If your kid wants to stay on that farm and continue farming after you, great, no problem with that. All of this can be easily handled in a cooperative society that isn't based on profit. The government isn't profiting off of anything because the government doesn't... Oh, you're talking about the UK right now. And you're still misunderstanding that, Backgaz, because I've tried to explain this to you several times. The inheritance tax only affects the wealthiest farmers that aren't doing what you described. It is not a situation of a farmer who builds and works on a farm, teaches their kid how to farm and passes it on. Those farmers are not affected by the inheritance tax. In fact, it benefits those farmers. The farmers that are impacted by that inheritance tax are the mega farms, are the large corporate industrial farms that are not the way that you described. They're owned by some soulless ghoul. The people that you're talking about, the inheritance tax helps them. I've tried to tell you this like 4 times, but it does. It just like, it really does. Sit there and read the whole thing. Do the math. UK inheritance. We've gone so off topic. That's okay. Capitalism is about slapping a price tag on everything at the bottom, commercializing the middle portion, and weaponizing the self-esteem portion, obfuscating the top portion with normalized intellectual dishonesty. I know the farmers there disagree with you because they all watch Sky News. None of them actually read the law. I've read the law. What changes is the government making to inheritance tax? In the autumn budget of 2024, the government announced reforms to agricultural property relief, business property relief, inheritance tax. The government will publish a technical consultation by early 2025. Reforms planned for April 2026. From April 26, inheritance tax relief for business and for agricultural assets will be capped at £1 million, with a new reduced rate of 20% being charged above that, rather than the standard inheritance tax rate of 40%. The tax would be payable in installments over 10 years, right? Who's this affect? How does this apply? Who is this applying to? Farms owned by 2 people. Who is it being passed to, child or grandchild? Available allowances, 2 standard, blah, blah, blah. So £500 tax-free allowance, £325,000 for nil-free ban rate, £175,000 for residence nil rate ban rate, plus 2 times £1 million tax-free allowance for agricultural property inheritance, value passed on free of inheritance tax, £3 million. The vast majority of farms in the UK are worth under £1 million. The vast majority, £1 million. Farms owned by 2 people. Anyone who is not a direct descendant has to pay £2.65 million. 2 times 325 for the nil rate bond, blah, blah, blah. Fine. Again, this is larger farms. Farms owned by 1 person, child or grandchild, 1.5 million. You don't even have to pay this. Like, this does not impact you at all if your farm is worth under £1 million. Farms worth over £1 million. Do you understand what I mean, though, when I say that the news is obfuscated, Backgaz? The reason that the farmers don't agree with me is because they're not told reality. It's difficult to see this stuff. You have to go and look for it. Also, the inheritance tax should absolutely exist. It's not robbery. Taxes are important. The wealthy should pay taxes. Inheritance tax is only applied to wealthy people, at least in that context. It's not applied to those who aren't wealthy. It was used by Liberal Democrat leader Sir Eric Davey, who said the government needed to listen to rural communities and reverse the change. It's not a figure for the number of estates that will have to pay inheritance tax each year. It's an estimate of total number of farms worth enough to pay. The CLA based it on an £8,000 per acre average land price, which would mean that you would need to have 125 acres, 51 hectares of land to reach the £1 million tax-free limit. it cited DEFRA figures in 2023 that showed that there were 30,000 UK farms between 50 and 99 hectares. And another 40,000 over 100,000, giving a total 70,000. Of course, farms will, like, the thing is, it's constantly obfuscated. Like, even this now, I'm confused for a second. Hold on. Let me reread this, because I've read this before, but I haven't read this article before. So I want to see the number of farms. Oh, and then, oh, you're citing Sky News. Of course you are. Give me 1 second. Let me find the link that I was looking at before, because that was straight from the government. Here we go. Inheritance tax. Everyone should pay taxes, shouldn't they? Yes, absolutely. Everyone should pay taxes. But also, ideally, like, you don't need to do that, because that's just how it functions. There is no profit incentive. But yes, thank you for saying you'll look further into it. That's the only important thing here, realistically. So, 1,730 estates claimed agricultural relief, and the 550 million of inheritance tax was relieved under agricultural assets. So, because of 1,730 farms, out of the 70,000 that we saw in the UK, this is what the problem is about, is 1,730 out of the 70,000. I think that this is unfair for them. And socialism working requires prerequisites before it's applied. I've said this a lot of times. For example, the key, like, the Soviet Union never would have succeeded, but the key reason for this is because they never got rid of capital. So Lenin, who I don't like, by the way, I'm not a Soviet stan, I'm not a China stan or any of that, don't get me wrong, but Lenin, before he took power, had ideologies very similar to mine. He wrote libertarian socialist, theory. But during the revolution, he worked with Trotsky. Trotsky was very much anti-anarchist, and during the Russian Revolution, there was a faction of libertarian socialists that were trying to gain power as well. Once Lenin took power, they did not get rid of capital. They kept money around, and the existence of capital begs the existence of a capital class. If you have capital, you will eventually have oligarchy again. It will always end up this way. And so, with the added influence of Trotsky, they just killed all the anarchists who were perfectly fine just wanting to live in decentralized little city-states away from the state, the vanguard state that was formed instead of all of Lenin's actual beliefs. And it's just money that corrupts people in this way. Power without money, based on community and cooperation, corrupts much less. Now, you still need those checks and balances on power. Obviously, power corrupts. But I don't really think that anyone needs to be in power. I think empower the collective, because liberating the individual and liberating the collective need to happen at the same time. They are together. You can't have one without the other. A liberated individual without a liberated collective is just an individual oppressing the collective. And a liberated collective without a liberated individual is the collective oppressing the individual. I don't believe in equality. Equality is not my goal with socialism. You can have societies where people are equally oppressed. It's about engagement in a way that's positive, improving people's living standards, and improving the general dialogue of humanity. It's just about, we need to learn from some of the things that we lost. We used to be much less focused on our own personal circles. Like Batgaz, you brought up, a child and their family, like the kid and their kid. A dad who wants to pass his farm along to their kid. I want that kind of thinking to be the kids of the community need a chance to be able to build something for themselves, to be able to have something for themselves rather than the kid. I want all of the kids, you know, like I want it to be a community focused messaging tactic. Oxpecker and tons of people that are wealthy enough to dodge the consequences of tax evasion tend not to pay their taxes. The top 100 highest earning corporations in 2023 did not pay any taxes. Halo MCC boss, and some people don't pay and also aren't wealthy. Some people suck. I wouldn't say tons of wealthy people dodge it entirely. No, I mean, like, I genuinely, tons of wealthy people dodge it entirely, whereas non-wealthy people don't. It's a fair system. Anyone can do it and use it. Don't complain about the wealthy dodge. I don't think they should be able to dodge their taxes at all. It's not about even the stock market. That's not how they dodge taxes. They dodge taxes by putting it in offshore bank accounts in other countries. It's not a fair system. It's an oppressive system. You're saying this system is fair? Shard Sport, kids raised by the community, everyone is owned communally. Everything is owned communally. No, see, I think you can have personal property. I just think that the community is what your center should be. When poor people do tax evasion, they get arrested for evasion. Yeah. Companies are, a lot of companies are on corporate welfare. Yes, literally, yes, they actually are. Many corporations exist only on the benefit of our tax dollars and pay no taxes. Mercury Shadow, not only Elon Musk, but here's another good one, the meat industry, the dairy industry. Okay, they do though. Hold on. Let me show you some free. Yeah, but I don't think that there should be a free market. And I think that you shouldn't be able to avoid taxes. And also, the taxes are low. The corporate tax rate in the United States is 6%. The corporate tax, at least for like the lowest tax bracket. The lowest tax bracket in Australia for corporate taxes is 19%. We used to charge the wealthy 80% in taxes, and I think we need to go back to that. I think we should all have what we need to like live a fulfilling, happy life, and just have that granted to us because that's the moral thing to do. I think that companies should be owned by the workers who work there collectively. I think that you should, like, I don't think you need to own a company. I think workers can own the company. You can still get paid. You can still use things to, like, money for transactions. That's not going anywhere. Like, you can do whatever job that you want. Sorry, all of the means of productions are owned communally. Personal property still exists. Archibald style of example of your ideal socialism at a small scale. I've talked about this before in that it would be, it's not just called a commune. They're decentralized cities that have a centralized bureaucratic superstructure that connect them, but has no power. An elected superstructure of bureaucracy that exists to pass along messages to keep things organized, but has no actual decision-making ability, has no actual power to do anything. Everything is direct democracy. And if it's based in like that one city, then it's like states and federal government type stuff. You know, you vote communally based on what is necessary, what affects you. So the price of labor will become very expensive in the economy. No, see, that's the thing. I don't think that a profit incentive should exist. Like, this would require more people came in, so I'll have to reiterate again. This is not something that can happen in our lifetime. There are systems that require to be built before that. There are prerequisites. But in that system of libertarian socialism, here for the new folk, you would not have a profit incentive. You would be given universal basic income, healthcare, education, directly, like, just housing, because you exist. The price of labor wouldn't become expensive because the price of labor doesn't depend on a free market in this case. The price of labor right now depends on supply and demand. That's not a factor in this case. So there is no price of labor becoming expensive. People work because they want to work when there's no profit incentive. People work when people work and do jobs that they A, want to do, B, find fulfilling and see are required, because that's what's required. That's just when there's no money involved, it's hard to conceptualize. And no, it is, because we've all been raised with nothing but this. But again, you will do this. You've seen this. You have seen this in action yourself. You've seen people during COVID who were dying to go back to work. An economy without money. Yes. And in fact, in this case, you could still engage with other countries that are not socialist. You could still trade with capitalist nations in this case. You could sell your stuff for a profit to capitalist nations, and that profit just gets redistributed when it comes, like, no one, there's the government isn't making a profit. The government's not holding on to your money. The money is redistributed. You just made more money than you would have taxing in that case. People work because it lets them have the opportunity to make money. That's not true. People work because they want to work. They want to create. I started live streaming in August thinking I was going to make no money. I love doing it. I don't make enough money to pay my bills doing this. I do this 5 times a day, 5 times a week, for 5 hours a day. If you work and don't get paid for your time and expertise, why would anyone want to go to work where there's the incentive? First of all, you still get paid. Money just works differently. B, the incentive is in your self-fulfillment. You work in a job that you want to do. Cheap unpaid labor on robots are cheaper to pay for than people you hire in your company. Exactly, and that's unethical because that's taking away people's jobs. But in a system that I described, you could have those cheap robots do the jobs that people don't want to do. I don't trust the government either. Of course not. Guys, you're misunderstanding me. These are systems that would require prerequisites. You can't just snap your fingers and create this society. We're not there yet. There's tons of shit that needs to be done beforehand. But people don't work for money when there's no money required. People work for fun because they want to create, because they want to better their lives, their community, the world, humanity. People do things for human reasons when there is no money in the way. It's so hard for people who have lived their whole lives in the US to understand how work becomes very unfulfilling. You can actually see the full fruits of your labor yourself in your immediate community. Yeah, it becomes very fulfilling, rather. It's true. It really is. People are forced to work now. She's saying that you could actually do what you want to do. Any job you want to do. My skills are equal to someone of a lesser skill being the same. Why do you need to get paid more if you have everything that you need and everything that you want? Like, again, to each according to their ability, to each according to what fulfills them. So, like, what do you need more money for if you are already getting what you want out of life? You are fulfilling yourself by you work and you better not only your community, your entire world, but you also get what you want. That's not complacency. That's not complacency. It's the opposite of complacency. What you are describing is complacency. What I'm describing is liberation. What are you talking about? How is it? How? Explain to me how being able to do what job you want to do in a fulfilling way gets people killed. Again, I am a live streamer. I don't get paid enough to, like, pay my bills, but I love doing this. I do this 5 times a week. Even if I never get paid, like, even if I never made a single dollar, I would enjoy doing this because of the chatters, because I'm engaging with the community and I'm helping people to understand concepts. I'm explaining the news. People ask me for mental health advice, physical health advice, and I give it to them. And sometimes they come back and they thank me for it. That fulfills me. I don't like, the money right now is a necessity for me to live, which is what I want to get rid of. If I got rid of the aspect of money, I already have a house to live in. Food is provided for me by universal basic income. You know, I can get everything that I need and want, really. It's not just even about need. I don't want to settle on need. I don't want people to survive. I want them to thrive. If you have that, you have healthcare, you have education. What do you need more money for? Where is the point where you get killed here? because there is no one in power. There's no boss. There's no one running the government. You want people to work in a job with the basic needs, with no ability to strive to get what they seek, or perhaps even as their family grows to give them more money from the fruits of the what? Hold on. Let's step back here. Can we take this one by one, right? Because I don't see how these connect. I want people to work in a job with the basic needs. Not true. I want people to work in a job that they want to do, that they enjoy doing, right? That's point one. I want them to find a job and they want to do it. And let me section this off here again. There are jobs that everyone will do, but for the sake of argument, if there is a job that nobody wants to do, automate it. That's fine. With no ability to strive to get what they seek. I don't know what you mean by this. You have every ability to strive to get what you seek here. Can you explain this a little bit further? The pay covers the basic needs? Oh, no. The pay is on top of your universal basic income. You're just supplied enough money for your basic needs off the bat. Everything you get from work is on top of that. If someone's interpretation of capitalism and socialism sounds the way it was first explained in high school, they very likely have no... See, but that's the thing, Oxpecker. Most people don't actually understand these concepts as well as they should because they're not taught the full concepts. And it's also really fucking difficult to conceptualize these things when you lived your entire life in this kind of society. But can you, Halo MCC, can you explain further what the with no ability to strive to get what they seek means here? Because I feel like this is the entire opposite. Or perhaps even as their family grows to give them more money from the fruits of the money saved and earned, as in like the people who, like if you have kids, then your kids are also getting universal basic income. Is that what you're trying to talk about here? Because like, yes, I think that that part I agree with. Yes, I do think as the family grows, they should be given more money based on what they need, instead of living a depressing life paycheck to paycheck for the sake of a community. But again, you're not doing that. You are already, you have all of your needs provided for you. And on everything, like the money you make on top of that is just money you make on top of that. But let me get this. You have a person who goes to a university for years, learns to do a skilled job, gets paid the same person who sleeps 4 hours. Skilled labor should be paid more. No, because people don't, like a doctor doesn't go become a doctor because they want more money. If they do, they're not a good doctor, period. People who go into a skill should, like a trade should want to do that because they want to do it. Pay doesn't matter if you're all like, I don't want equality. That's not what I'm asking for here. I'm trying to explain a system where you don't need to get paid more because you don't want more. You have everything already available to you. Your incentive is just to better other people's lives as well as your own. That's your only incentive because everything else is covered for you, which is so easy to do without capitalism because we have all of the wealth and resources that we could ever need to do this for everybody on Earth. It's just the billionaire class hoards it all. People could stay home and really raise kids, participate in schools. People could stay home and write a book. George R.R. Martin could sit and finish The Winds of Winter without having to go and do HBO shows to pay the rent. You could be like a, what is his name? Vincent van Gogh would have had a much happier life if he wasn't struggling to survive and a like alcoholic that was constantly ridiculed by his town. And again, by the way, healthcare goes into this. You have all of those needs met. Your only desire, your only possible incentive is just a better humanity because everything else is already there. If some sounds like he's a fan of chasing the carrot at the end of the stick, which to be fair is the cultural norm. I mean, yes, but a lot of people don't even see that they're doing this, and that's perfectly normal. Mercury Shadow, yeah, you would still get paid for your skill on top of the universal income. And what you do with that money, by the way, like, as there is no private property, there is personal property. You can still go shopping. You can still go buy, you know, a nice little, like, thermos. You can buy a phone. Like, all of that stuff still exists. You just can't own the means of production. And at a certain point, let's say you have a lot of money. Let's say you have an idea that you want to make a product. You can start that company, make that product. You just don't own that company. You just own an equivalent amount as everyone who works there. Yes, even if you provided all of the startup cash for it, you shouldn't own the company any more than the people who work there, because that's selfish. That's individualism. And individualism is good in certain aspects. Community focus is good in other aspects. We need a middle ground. You can't, if you go too far to one side or too far to the other, it's bad for society. The middle ground is where people can thrive. Working under capitalism is having to bust your ass to make a rich guy richer, and you have to pretend he's a great guy while he has total power over your basic needs. I mean, literally, here, actually, great point on that. I think, good place to end on this, but
almost every look, just think about it for a minute. Almost everybody spends most of their life living in a totalitarian system. It's called having a job. When you have a job, you're under total control of the masters of the enterprise. They determine what you wear, when you go to the bathroom, what you do. The very idea of a wage contract is selling yourself into servitude. These are private governments. They're more totalitarian than governments are.
But they can't legally murder you or imprison you.
They can't legally murder you, but they can control everything that you do. Okay?
Well, again, the right-wing libertarian argument would be, well, you're free to leave at any time.
Yes, you're free to starve.
By the way, the right-wing libertarians, the ones that co-opted libertarianism, they don't want to pay any taxes. They think taxation is theft. That's their catchphrase. Schwartzberg, for example, I'm doing research. I would want to do my research regardless, even though the pay sucks, but I wouldn't want to do another job. Exactly. For example, you guys could pay me just enough for me to barely survive via donations. By the way, if you wanna donate, you can do so through that link so that Twitch doesn't take half the money. But give me the bare minimum, and someone else could offer me tens of millions of dollars for a job that I hate, and I would rather pick this one because I enjoy this one. I don't need the money. I would pick this. Mercury Shadow, I think I responded wrong, but I think I get your meaning and I agree. I think you did fine. Unless Oxpecker, unless you just wanted to cut off his whole ear at the time. Yeah, that's true. True. What about high-cost companies would require enormous amounts of capital to start nothing, really? That was just like an example that I threw out there. I think that that wouldn't even really be how companies are formed. It would be some people have an idea for a product that they think would benefit society. They would go and be like, hey, we want to make this. And then they would either A, pull their money together or go to the state, or not the state in this case, the bureaucracy, who would then petition, I don't know, your local government to have a vote on whether they want to help you fund this or not. And then either they help you fund it or not, or you and the workers who will work there fund it and you own it with everyone else who works there. Back, as you've certainly given me food for thought here on this, Visora, I'm certainly going to be thinking on this. Good, I'm glad. That's all I really want to do. And my positions here aren't even really set in stone. There can be changes made. This is the ideal example that I've landed on, and I'm willing to move it around bits and pieces. I'm willing to make changes based on what's useful and what works, but my base understanding here is that the profit incentive is oppression. CEOs making millions of dollars and no one works hard enough to warrant that, especially CEOs. Mercury Shadow, you're entirely right, and I've talked about this before, and I've gotten argued with this before, but managers don't produce any value. Like, someone who owns, the CEO of a company does not do any labor. A supervisor does not do any labor. Labor is a whole different, defining what labor is in relation to value is a concept that I've gone through before, but value of an object, a commodity. This jacket, or rather, this is actually a dress that can be a jacket, but this dress has a monetary value to it. It costs a certain amount of money. The amount of money that this costs back in the day was in relation to the amount of human labor time that went into creating it. Your labor is embodied in the commodity that is created. That's where value comes from. It is how much time did it take for you to make this? How much did the base materials cost? And then that determines value. Managers, although they are working, are not doing any labor because they are not producing any value. You need to produce value to be doing labor because labor is embodied in value in a commodity. So managers don't do any labor. They don't produce any value. They don't need to exist. Kolinova, also capital brains simply cannot comprehend that we have the resources and labor and technology to easily meet everyone's needs and wants. Classic sign of being infected with capitalist brainworm is the first response. What do you mean people can sit around? But that's the thing, though, that's everybody. And the way that you phrase that kind of is off-putting to a lot of those people that you don't want to be off-putting to. You want them to feel welcome. You want to talk to them empathetically because they don't know any better because they weren't taught so. Holy Nova, nobody just knows these things because they know them. You're taught them. You learn them by experiencing and engaging with the material conditions of life and those around you. If someone hasn't learned that, it's not their fault. It's just now your responsibility to try and teach them to better their lives and everyone else's. If you're a person who owns a business, can you own your means of production? If you're no, I don't think like. So for example, that's a good question. I am technically a business and my means of production are my computer and my personal property. So in this case, I do own the means of production. But do I really? Because where do I stream to? I stream to YouTube. I stream to Twitch. Those are the real means of production. I am just, my means of production in this case as a single worker is directly tied to the larger means of production that encompasses me. And so regardless of whether or not I own my means of production, the system goes above that, which is why the issue with anyone owning any of the means of production is so prominent, because once you own some of the means of production, there are people who will own more of it. The only way to do this is through collective ownership, because I don't trust states. I don't want the state. My ideal system doesn't include a state. It's a stateless, classless, moneyless society. Now, money is a tricky word there because, I mean, money in our modern context, money still would exist in the transactional form of goods and services. They just wouldn't be commodities. Phantom, there are industries that best work at scale, though. Electricity generation, any kind of utility grid, construction, and so on. Yeah, you can still run those at scale. There's no issue with that. And as I said, I'll even allow the argument of there are jobs that people won't want to do. I don't really believe this. I think there is a human that will happily do every job, even if they don't actually want to do it. There are so many people, including myself, by the way. I'm absolutely one of these people, but you know one, will take the L and do the difficult thing because they have the spoons, the energy, the ability to do it without much fuss, while other people would suffer or have further difficulty, so they decide, oh, you know what, no, like, I don't want them to have to do it. It's so much easier if I do, and they just do it. But even in those cases, fine, you can then automate those jobs. The reason that I have an issue with automation under capitalism is because it takes away that job and that source of income from that person. If that person doesn't need this source of income, good, automate it. No one needs to do that job. That's fine. Someone's job will just be to make sure the machines work every now and again. Mercury Shadow, yet they still cut the labor before managers or CEO salaries. True. Because the laborers don't matter in our current system. Our context, our mode of production is built to favor the wealthy, the billionaire class, the capital class, the CEOs, the managers, punishing the currently hired with less help or workforce. True.
Yes, you're free to starve. That's exactly right. You have a choice between starving or selling yourself to a tyranny. Very libertarian. The right-wing libertarians, whatever they believe, are actually deep authoritarians. They're calling for subordination to private tyrannies, the worst kind of tyrannies.
I mean, it's difficult to wrap your head around. And I think part of that comes from a lack of understanding of definitions of words, both in the historical context, the contemporary context, and our modern context of how we use them and how they've changed. Socialism was a good example, but again, communism. These words don't mean anything anymore. You cited me the definition of socialism earlier, and I agreed with you that that is the definition of socialism. But then we get to we come to the list of political ideologies, and we go to socialism, and then there's general. These are all socialism, technically. These are all authoritarian socialism. These are all various forms of libertarian socialism. I mean, it goes on and on and on. All of these mean different things. I mean, like, let's just pick random two here. Let's pick neo-mutualism, which I don't even know, and fucking, I don't know, Posadism. Here's a good one. Mutualism is an anarchist school of thought, an anti-capitalist market socialist economic theory that advocates for workers' control of the means of production, a market economy made up of individual artisans and working cooperatives, a occupation and use of property rights. Then we get to Posadism, advocate for society akin to those proposed by general Marxist theory, a proletarian revolution to destroy the bourgeoisie state. Like, these are entirely different ideologies, but they're both socialism, technically, under at least this defined list. I would not agree with the defining of half of these as actual socialism, you know? But it's a matter of nuance. I'm not saying love me, I'm thick, but my brain is too old now to learn new systems. It took me 54 years to learn the current systems. Nah, I think that at any age you can get there. It just might take you a little bit more time. Be patient with yourself and read into it. Look into it, you know. Listen to me more. I think maybe you might ask me the questions and you might get some answers that make sense to you. And if you don't get the answers from me, ask other people the questions. Look into it yourself. Read for yourself. Research for yourself. You know what I mean? It's not just an idea of community. It also does require some personal responsibility in looking for it. This guy is great for normalizing the exploration of ideology. Yes, he has more complex videos going deeper, but this is what I normally link as the 5-minute sales pitch. Based, cool. Well, I suppose that we will just have a look at the 5 minutes sales pitch then. And so all isms are subject to the whim of who practices them. Funny thing is that those who think ism are absolute ends and be-alls, they become Robespierre of their ideals. The Robespierre of their ideals. I agree. I also will add on top of this that I dislike not that I dislike, but I instantly distrust ideologies that include the name of somebody in them. Like, I don't call myself a Marxist, even though I've read Marx. I like his ideology. He's a smart dude. I don't agree with everything that he says. I don't think you could directly apply his ideology into modern society. It wouldn't work. But people who say I'm a Marxist or a Leninist or a Trotsky. Like, I mean, to be fair, if you're a Trotskyist, instantly you go in the hole. But you know what I mean? Like, everything, the all isms are subject to the whims of those who practice them is true. And that's why this community-centered focus is important, because it requires a basis of constant cooperation between the community, among other communities, and within itself. A good faith cooperative interaction based on what is the good for you and for the people around you and for the common good. Those are the goals for everybody, because everybody has all of their other goals met. That institutes a system in which changes to the political system are done in a educated manner, and obviously through direct democracy.
Where do I stand politically? Well, let me explain to you what centrism is. So here's a political chart. As you can see at the top of the chart, you have a
Why are we listening about centrism, Oxpecker, just out of curiosity? I mean, I'm over here on this chart, but this chart is not necessarily trustworthy because this chart is built using a lot of right-wing ideology, and it's kind of skewed. Ideologies are like an anus, all got 'em. Some are more dirty than others, but at the end of the day, it's about how good your theoretical ideas are and how practical. Good intentions are the sure road to Murphy's Law. I mean, this is true. And it is really about how practical they are, how much you can be put into use. And I think my ideas are fairly practical.
Authoritarian politics, stuff like Nazis and communists.
Yeah, that's also true.
And then at the bottom of the chart, you have anarchists. So on the bottom left, you'll have anarcho-communism. On the bottom right, you'll have anarcho-capitalism. And here in the center...
Everything in this square is, what's that word? Aphibabilia or whatever. The people in this square are not good people, generally. I've often found that there are very, 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 I mean, really zero people in this side that are good people.
You have the Overton window. The Overton window is basically where the centrists hang out. These are people with moderate views who don't really find themselves aligned with one camp or the other. Sometimes they'll have opposing views on political issues. Maybe they'll have a mix from different parties, or maybe they'll just have moderate views in general. As you can probably tell, centrists are slime who stand for nothing and have no convictions. That's why I'm an anti-centrist. You see, anti-centrist...
To be fair, I don't think many people exist in this square unless they're just entirely tuned out and not paying attention. Like, I think there's like 7 people here because everyone else is paying attention. I mean, realistically, it's more than 7 people here, but I don't think centrism is really a real thing, at least in American politics.
Centrists occupy every extreme of the political spectrum simultaneously. Some people say that means I hold fundamentally incompatible views. I say send those dissenters to the gulag and also the gas chambers and also neither of those things because I don't believe in government. Where I stand politically.
True,
abortion.
Phantom.
I'm actually both anti-choice and anti-life. I believe all women should have abortions always. Climate change. I believe climate change is real and man-made. However, I also believe that the Earth is flat and all the water is just gonna pour over the side anyway, so we'll be fine.
Have you guys heard about super Earth theory, where the flat earthers went so flat Earth that they recreated a bigger, rounder Earth?
Marriage. As an extreme leftist, I do not believe in concepts like gender. So if you think about it, all marriage is gay marriage. And as a right-winger, this disgusts me, so all marriage should be banned. The military. If you ask me right now, we as a society are weak. We need a strong military ruler to take control of our country. Of course, only so that the people at the bottom of his fascist dictatorship could understand their place in the world and lead a just workers' revolt. Of course,
oh look, it's Comrade Lenin!
Workers' revolt would eventually descend into complete anarchy, which is
Sorry, Lenin, no shade for you, but I'm clipping that one.
How we get the anarcho-communist utopia. And then eventually people are going to start bartering for goods and services, and that's how we get the anarcho-capitalist utopia, which will make them so weak due to years of complacency and success that the military takeover no one will see coming, and we can start the process again. This is really the only way to get rid of the centrist once and for all. The mainstream media, I don't like it.
What? I guess I'm going down a rabbit hole and getting a migraine tonight. look, sorry. Look, obviously this is a joke. Backcast, wait, you mean the Earth is not flat, sitting on top of 4 elephants who are stood on the shell of a giant turtle? No, actually, the Earth is round, and it's bigger than the Earth. It's actually about like 100 Earths in size, and it's actually entirely frozen over. And the reason we think that the Earth is flat is because that ice wall that we see at the edge is just the fact that the part of the planet we live on has melted and sunk deeper in, so we can just see the rest of the frozen ice around us, and we think that the Earth is flat when it's just a bigger, rounder, frozen Earth. This guy's an idiot, and if we were all able to work across the aisle, we should be in that box. This is a satire video, and no, I don't think so. I don't think that produces good outcomes. Being in that box. I mean, like, listen, I'm pretty sure he'll say exactly what I want to say here.
Wow, turns out everybody agrees on that. The Purge. Yeah, it could work. Free speech. As a leftist, I'm deeply aware of the fact that the term free speech is kind of a misnomer. Some people don't have access to the same kinds of speech that other people do. As an anarcho-capitalist...
This is an actual conspiracy theory that flat earthers created, by the way.
I believe that everybody should have access to free speech, provided they can afford it. And we should probably make it like 50% off speech so we can get some revenue coming in. Vaccinations. I've done my research by reading some comments on a forum, and the results are undeniable. Vaccines cause autism. And the power to give anyone autism on demand is a powerful tool that should be used by the state. And besides, if everybody has autism, does anybody really have autism? Separation of church and state. It's clear to me that religion should have no place in politics.
And just so you guys really get it, that's the great ice ball Earth theory. When you go so flat Earth that you create round again.
Unless, of course, it is the religion of Thum, Dark Lord of the Seas. If we can properly integrate the will of Thum into our state, then I see no reason why we shouldn't all follow his blubbery will. Healthcare. It's called healthcare, and yet it only cares for the sick? This kind of doublespeak is why our government is literally 1984. I say, we make healthcare do what it says and only care for the healthy. Immigration. The sedentary lifestyle is making us fat, sick, and lazy.
I love this.
I propose mandatory immigration to keep us all on our feet.
Based.
We remove all border security, but you can't stay anywhere for longer than a week.
I love
Think
it.
of the fun. Election meddling. It is a tragedy that for the last 50 years, every single right-wing president that's ever been elected has been 100% because of Russia. However, what people don't seem to understand is that Israel is also meddling with our elections, and they're left-wing, so it evens out.
Oh yeah,
Why
they're
do you have
left-wing,
so many
are they?
opposing views? Well, it's okay to have opposing views. It shows that you thought about each individual issue. I mean, just because there doesn't exist a party that exactly aligns with your beliefs doesn't mean that it's not okay to have the beliefs that you have. It's easy to fall into a group mentality and just believe what everybody else believes because there's a name for it. There's a convenient basket of ideas you can get all your ideology from. Diversity of thought is important. It's more important than falling into a group. It's important that you think
And that's the point that I wanted to make, Hansumlink, is because falling into that group is negative. It creates an echo chamber, and then you'll just re-enter this loop.
Yourself about each individual issue and come to your own individual conclusions about each issue. That's why I have political beliefs that don't necessarily align with any specific group. It's because it's okay for one mind to contain multitudes.
Oxpecker, I got to the left from the alt-right to post right to ANCAP Tavosh, to anarchist pipeline, so ANCAPs are a useful tool for de-radicalizing alt-right viewers away from traditionalism and challenging their views on the economy. I mean, it worked in fucking Argentina. The ANCAPs got in power, and then the country experienced a 50% increase in poverty. I'm sure a lot of those people are radicalized now. That's the thing, you know? Now, I guess they're getting closer to the truth. They made an Earth to be a curse instead of a pan. True. I'm not struggling to think. I'm just picking my words very carefully. I also took my painkiller, so, you know, there's that, like, tiny little twinge in there, but I'm not struggling to think. My thoughts are on point, Batgaz. What I'm struggling to do is sit in this chair without being in pain. Aye. But thankfully, that was it, I think, for the day. Look, I hope I managed to try and explain some of this to you all in a way that made sense. If it didn't, feel free to join the Discord, and we can talk about it more. We talk about this kind of stuff all the time. Pretty much every stream, honestly. So, tune in. Tomorrow, stream start will be about the same time. We have the inauguration the day after. And then we'll go back to normal time, which will be great. So I don't have to, you know, be up in the middle of the night. Oh my god, the sun has come up. That's wild. Anyway, thank you all for tuning in. I hope you have a lovely day, and I'll see you next